Welcome back to NADCL for a finals day. We're starting off in the lower bracket final with Copedal versus Degen Dinos, and I'm here with Bard.
Hello. How's it going?
Good. How are you? Are you excited
I'm
for the games
doing
today?
I'm doing great. I've got a free schedule ready to sit down and watch some good Dota.
Yeah, fair enough. We have some really good games today. I know we got to. Well, I was on panel yesterday as well, so I watched the Degen Dinos against Continuum and Chompers yesterday. They had a really good run. Copedal losing to Sporkface, but they do still look like a strong team. And Henry said in an interview yesterday that he expects Copedal to win the lower bracket now and be against them in the grand final.
Yeah, that'd be pretty crazy. Because Degen Dinos have been on a tear through the lower bracket for the past like week or so. So Kopdow definitely isn't going to be an easy win for them. But I don't know if Henry says it, then gotta listen to that guy.
Fair enough. And they're in lower bracket in the first place because Kopdow did send them down with a 2-1 win over them in the upper bracket. So it is a 2-1. It wasn't a complete shutout. They obviously need to go back to the drawing board and figure out what they can change before they go into the match today.
Yeah, we'll see if Degen Dinos are able to adapt. I also just know from my experience in Division 2 is if you're coming off the back of a winning series, it gives you a lot of confidence going into that next one. So Copedal coming off a loss, Degen Dinos coming off quite a bit of a win streak. It'll be interesting to see how these two teams match up.
Yeah, for sure. Because going to the lower bracket finals, obviously, it is one team off a loss, one team off a win. You think that lower bracket momentum gives you the push you need to win?
I don't know if it's enough to win, but it definitely is a push. Just going into the Discord call, if all your players are in a good mood, they know they can win, they know they can do it. Uh, that confidence boost definitely helps in your gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. And hearing from Chompers players, or sorry, the Dicentenos players yesterday, they seem very calm coming out of their games. They're calm, they're relaxed, they're ready to go into their next matches and ready to see what they can pull off. They don't seem to be in their heads too much. I mean, Skyward is very calm about everything.
Yeah. Do you know much about Degen Dinos? Like, do they have a in-game leader who's like making all the calls?
Ooh, I'd almost want to say Skyward himself. He seems
Yeah.
extremely calm in those games. He seems like the guy who's calling the shots most of the time. He's kind of deciding what they draft, especially around his heroes, which are kind of flexible. I mean, he played the Brood yesterday, and he flexed it to the off lane. Really cool.
Yeah, that's always good to have at least one player on your team who's able to sort of calm everyone down and like if you start out losing, able to sort of like reset everyone, get them back on the same page. So,
Yeah, for sure. And I know we talked about a bit with Skyward and Xeriscape, taking it one game at a time. And I know Skyward definitely does subscribe to that ideology, making sure that he's resetting between games. So even after a big loss, he's able to really reset fast and get the whole team back on track mentally.
yeah, that's great to hear. Copedal, obviously they've been pretty dominant in that upper bracket up until yesterday, where they got 2-0'd by Sporkface. Um, that's definitely hard to recover from. Just being that close to making it to the grand finals and getting 2-0'd, uh,
Yeah,
definitely
but for
doesn't feel
sure.
well.
Regardless of that, though, I feel like they did definitely put up a good fight yesterday against Sporkface. I mean, just in general, they put up a good fight. They held their own for a certain amount of time until things kind of fell apart for them. Flea seems to be a really good cabinet holding together. And we do have a draft up, and it is a Ricky first ban for Copedal and a Dragon Knight first ban for Degen Dinos.
This Dragon Knight makes sense to me. The Manta plus Ags, it's just way too strong. You have that AoE slow on the attack. The Ricky, though, kind of confuses me a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know what strategy they're afraid of from the Ricky. I don't think we saw it getting banned out a lot from them yesterday. It's uncontested at Dream League, so it seems like a lot of professionals don't rate it very highly. They must be going for something though that Ricky deals with. What does
Yeah.
Ricky deal with? Well,
Well, if you play it carry, which I imagine is where it would have gone, it it's just very good at like pickoff potential. Around that like 15-minute mark, he has his diffusal blade and he wants to just go around the map invis, just killing heroes nonstop. So it's pretty annoying to play against. It definitely hurts the support's net worth. You have to spend half your gold on sentries and dust for him. So maybe just getting rid of that annoyance factor. And we see a hoodwink.
Yeah, fair enough. And we also see like heroes like Chen Band, of course, Meepo Band. They don't want to
Yep.
deal with a lot of the crazy summons. They don't want to deal with all the Meepos. And on the other side, we see the Mars Band. The Mars quite strong. Kunkka Band constantly. These are like these super tanky offlaners that obviously we've seen banned quite a bit. Naga Band. So Degen Dinos really don't want to deal with that either. The Hoodwink pick is interesting. What do you pick into this? Maybe like a NP, perhaps?
NP versus Hoodwink isn't great, just because Hoodwink is able to scurry through the Sprout, so it's not great at like ganking the side lanes
Yeah.
that the Hoodwink is in.
I am seeing that it's left in the pool, and I don't see it left in the pool very often. That's why I was thinking about it. But we do see a first pick Alchemist. We saw this all day yesterday. We saw a lot of Alchemists, and every single one lost until Skyward got on it. I definitely don't want to see this on the offlane. They lost with it on the offlane before. They need the right setup for it. Xeriscape talked a lot about getting the right setup for an Alchemist and how the last game of the night was really set up for Skyward to take over on the Alchemist. So we'll see how they set it up for this game.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Alchemist carry. I think it just comes online way sooner than any of the other carries in the meta right now. Like another one we've seen is Luna, but I feel like Alchemist is just ready to fight like 10 minutes before Luna is. So
Yeah, definitely huge. I just definitely don't want to see it on the offlane again, and Skyward really was able to pull it off. It really is dependent on the game, though. Again, we watched, I think, 5 in a row Alchemist losses yesterday before
wow.
Skyward pulled off that big Alchemist win. So it definitely needs the right game. It can't just plug and play win the game.
Right. Nature's Prophet still not banned out here. I think it might be an okay pick for Kopdao, putting it position 5 and able to gank this Alchemist before he hits the level 6 and try to shut him down a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And in terms of the bans, Kopdao will ban out the Slark, which I'm not sure if that makes a lot of sense because I feel like a Slark feels pretty good against an Alchemist. Maybe just in my view, but it's a nice beefy target that you can build up a lot of stacks against and really, really fight him in every fight, really.
Yeah, and I didn't watch the games yesterday, but if what you're saying about the Alchemist offlane not being very good, it doesn't make too much sense for Kopdao to ban out a carry with Slark, but
Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure they would have gone for it on Degen Dinos, but maybe. But Degen Dinos do pick up the techies. We saw a bit of techies yesterday having a lot of impact in these fights, able to engage, deal a lot of damage, got a nice stun off in the fight. Could be a nice lane combo for whichever offlaner they choose, and a nice little setup, nice little initiation.
yeah, I love this techies hero. I think it wins lane, and in team fights it just pumps out damage. So, and it's hard to kill with that W, the disarm. So
Yeah, absolutely. It really
definitely
messes
like
up a
to
lot
see it.
of. It really messed up a lot of those heavy hitting heroes. The heroes like OD who don't want to play into it. So it really does limit what you can go for on Kopdao. Although Kopdao do pick up an Omni Knight, which is not something I expected to see today. I think we saw it banned out a couple times yesterday, but I don't think I've seen it picked in a while.
In our Div 2 games, this is a lane that we like to run a lot actually, is the Omni Knight Hoodwink. I feel like it's able to win lane, apply a lot of pressure, and then at a certain point, Omni Knight is fine just being left alone, so the Hoodwink's able to go and roam, assuming it's 4.
Yeah,
But
fair
now that
enough.
this
And it
Tusk comes
almost
out,
yeah, I think the Tusk is maybe the 4 in this case then right? And then it leaves the Hoodwink to go 5.
yeah, double melee is a little bit of a weird lane, so they might flex this Tusk to pause 5, but
But double melee with the Tusk could be kind of
yeah,
interesting
it's
against
okay.
Alk, especially in the offlane.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can really get up in Alk's face with Omni Knight Tusk, and Alk doesn't lane super well into that, depending on what his support is.
Yeah, either of these lane combos I'm fine with, I think, from Kopdao.
Of course, we need
And
to see where the Alk goes.
yeah, and the Omni Knight is a hero who, around like 15 minutes or so, I think he has the highest damage output in the game. for that time period. It's like 1,000 pure damage burst. It's just insane. So
So
definitely
is
very
Coped
good
really
for this
looking
Alchemist.
to so Coped are really looking to secure their mid game then with this Omni Knight pick and Tusk pick.
Yep. Alchemist is one of those heroes who, with the regen from his ult, he likes to take sort of longish fights. He wants to be able to soak up a bunch of damage and heal from it. But with something like an Omni Knight in the Hoodwink ult, I think they'll be able to just burst him through it. So definitely like what Kopedao has so far.
Well, speaking of bursting through it, we now have a Pugna to kind of deal with that, I think, because it's going to be really, really hard to burst through an Alchemist, especially with his ult and a Pugna. That battery of health is going to be really, really important to keeping this Alk alive.
Yeah, the Pugna does have to be careful about decrepping his Alk, though, because the Omni Knight damage goes through Decrepify. So he'll
Yeah,
definitely just need to
absolutely.
sit in the back and use that life drain, and then maybe save the Decrepify for whatever Kopedao picks for their carry.
Although Decrepify can also be quite terrifying on the offense, especially with the Techies, because Techies is
That's true
heavily
as well.
amplified by that kind of thing. It can really be a nuclear bomb of damage.
True. Yeah, definitely a good support combo from Degen Dinos. They'll be able to move around in that early game, secure 6-minute runes. And unless Kopedao picks a pretty strong mid laner, I think the Degen Dinos support duo wins that like 6-minute rune trade.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's not going to be the support duo that I'd want to be rotating into.
A Puck and
And a
a
Muerta
Muerta.
immediately. Wow, that was a quick Muerta pick. So we did see Flea play this yesterday. It looked fairly impressive. It did lose the game, but I think overall Flea played it insanely well. Was able to win a lot of the early fights, and from like the 2 to 12 minute mark, take over the map on this Muerta. Although that would leave either Hoodwink or Tusk playing core, so I doubt we'll see it. Probably more of a Muerta carry here.
Yeah. Muerta's kind of an awkward hero. I feel like ever since it came out, we haven't seen it too much in the pro scene. Like there hasn't really been a Muerta in the meta. It's kind of just this extra pick that some teams have in their back pocket. But against the Alchemist, I like it quite a bit because Alchemist wants to just go on you and then you become ethereal. So evade all those attacks.
I
Up
definitely
against
think
a Puck, though, I don't know if I guess maybe if you land the silence on the Puck, it can be really good. But
the silence is also really nice against the techies, Pugna, really the slow and silence. The slow's nice against Alk before he gets his BKB. And overall, I think we've seen a one Muerta meta where I know Gladiators was picking it a ton on support. And we do see a Pangolier last pick as the mid laner. So I do believe that is Muerta carry with a Pangolier last pick mid for Kopedao against the Puck.
yeah, I like what Kopedao has here so far. They have like a lot of burst for the Alk, but I feel like they don't have too great of an answer for this Puck. You know, they don't have any just like instant stun. The best you have is like a blink walrus punch, but if you do that, then you're not using the snowball to save a hero who gets gone on. So I don't know. I think this Puck might be able to take over this game for his Alchemist and try to give him some space in that mid game to farm.
Yeah, for sure. So I think it's really going to be about staying on top of this Alk, and the Puck is going to have to make sure that they don't stay on top of the Alk. Puck's going to have to kind of focus on keeping them away from the Alk, keeping them focused on himself and staying alive, which I don't think staying alive is too hard on a Puck this game. And
The
okay,
last rude.
I don't think
Wow.
it's a Skyward Alchemist anymore. I definitely don't think it's a Skyward Alchemist. It will be the Muzi
Yeah.
Alchemist. I'm nervous on this one. We watched Muzi lose an Alchemist yesterday. It is a different game this game. How do you feel about the Alk into this lineup?
I'll be honest. I have never seen Alchemist offlane. I think it can be good, but
Uh, so one thing is, I think Muzi's going to play this safe lane. When Skyward plays the
oh, okay,
Broodmother, he swaps to the off lane usually.
gotcha. Okay, yeah, I think Alchemist is one of the top 3 carries in the meta right now. Maybe behind like a Luna or something. So, and the Muerta, I don't know if I have much faith in it, just because I haven't seen it that much. But Kopedao definitely doesn't lack in damage, so maybe they'll be able to just run over Degen Dinos in these team fights and just burst everyone instantly. Because the
Fair enough.
Pugna heal, they do have it, but it's kind of slow. It's like a slow, sustained heal. So if they're able to just burst through it, then I think Kopedao might have the advantage here in this draft.
Okay, so you're going Cope now. I'm gonna say Degen Dinos. I know it's been kind of cursed yesterday. A lot of the times when I predicted that team, they would end up losing. But I think Degen Dinos really, really have this. And with that, let's send it off to our casters.
Mike, you're supposed to do intros. Perma you there?
Hang on,
He's
I
in a
just
room.
realized I had myself muted, so let me wind this back up again so we're on the right foot, okay? Back here again with Dodai Sneeze, bring you the action for the last day of NADCL. Shout out to Budster as well as Bart for laying us up a little bit here. And we get to kick things off, Dodai, with a Skyward Broodmother. This is a Siggy of all Siggies, if I've ever seen one.
Siggy's, you had to make that reference, didn't you? But at the same time, I don't know. I'm not super impressed with the Broodmother pick here, in all honesty. No, I'm not a fan in general. I don't think Zoo is really, really strong. I do like Skyward, and I do like Sheepstick just as well, if you look at his sponsor name. But at the same time, I don't see the lane domination. Remember the terror when the spiders just constantly came at you? And
no, you don't know. He doesn't. This guy doesn't know. Just
I
did
know,
a quick look up on the Dota
I don't
buff. This is.
I don't
He's
believe
played
this.
this
Tony?
hero 600 times. This Tony, yeah, I mean, just gonna get shot down. Okay, very awkward stuff, but more than anything, a nice lane ward being placed to start things off. But yeah, Edge puts it best. That does not look good. But at the end of the day, at least you don't lose your Brute Mother. I think getting just kind of uprooted from the lane early on might be tricky. But just to recap, in case anyone doesn't know, the reason why Butster reacted like that is because Skyward is by far the most played hero for this individual, has 645 matches on it, pubs with a 58% win rate. And they did already bring this out actually previously in this tournament already up against Continuum Esports. And they
That
won
is true,
in
but you know, like
they won in 24 minutes, my
one
friend.
one proof is not, you can't derive it. This is Dota. It's about, some math and some confidence, but overall, I'm gonna stick with my guns. I'm still going with the Cope Dow boys, but Degen Dinos, I think it's a solid lineup. I like the Alchemist in general. It did lose a lot yesterday.
Yeah.
If we check the stats, but overall, I'm an Alchemist believer. I'm an Alchemist enjoyer myself.
Yeah. So is it maybe you can talk to me a bit more about where your faith in Cope Dow comes from, right? Like, is there anything particular about their lineup that stands out to you that makes it look like it could really run over Degen Dinos here?
Overall, I think all heroes are basically addressed, as Butster pointed out, or actually, yeah, I do believe it was Butster that pointed it out. Sorry, that the Omni Knight in general with the Hoodwink can just basically set up and murder people all over the map, and Bloody Nine has a really, really hard job. As you can see on the bottom lane, he's already getting bushwhacked and caught out with the unstable concoction just running at Nicola. But overall, it's a very, very solid, very robust lane of a combo on the off lane. On the mid lane, with the Pangolier, you can easily bring it out rather even when it comes to the Pangolier versus the Puck matchup. It's not that much of a Tony once again going down. It's not that much of a challenge for the Pangolier to bring out the lane into even, as M-Kid along with Fleece Tusk, and I've casted Fleece. You and I have both casted Fleece Tusk multiple times. This guy's a freaking animal. So I don't see Skyward making that 24-minute domination on the lane just yet, as we missed out on our third kill in a row. I don't know. Maybe we want to get our something together.
No, I mean, it's kind of tough because I think both of these lanes are very, very potent, right? On one side, you have the Alchemist combined up with the Techies. That could quite literally be explosive, and Nicola and Kurata as well. As long as they get a good angle onto Bloody Nine, he could be in some trouble here. Just the early potential for this Alchemist is so high. Same thing, Tony, you talked about maybe Brute Mother not getting off to this early start and this 20-minute domination. Yeah, I mean, if Tony keeps finding himself in some ice shards, it's going to be a serious problem, because as far ahead as you can get on Skyward, you might just be met by a M-Kit Maelstrom somewhere down the line. And now I did want to talk to you a little bit about this, because they made this Grievous Greed a passive ability, right? But as a trade-off, the high highs are way lower, right? Even at max stacks, you're not really earning quite as much. Do you think this overall is better for the safe lane Alchemist, or do you think it's sort of made him a bit more awkward?
I think it definitely is a nerf to the hero overall compared to the original Greevils as Unstable Concoction. Once again, I might just get Nicola here.
Nah, he's fine. He has Purify. The Omni Knight's just gonna walk this one off, and yeah, I mean a lot of pressure coming out from this duo for sure, and they're forcing the wave into the tower. But yeah,
But I mean,
at any moment I feel like a kill could just happen because Bloody Knight he's playing on solo HP. You just need to run into range to connect with a little hammer, and his life's gonna be in
that
a
is
little bit of peril.
that is the beauty of NA Dota. Like, you know, like Muzi and Bloody Knight already denying my read of the game as Araka.
Yeah,
Could be a
great
catch.
Purify. Sticky Bomb is gonna connect though, starting to slow him down, but the hammer as well, keeping Muzi in place. So really just a lot of flailing around. I'm sure sticks up on both teams just to try and get the most resources out of these constant tussling. I don't think it's too bad for the Alchemist, given that it's not like he's losing out too much in CS, but you know, not really where he wants to be with all the little peppering and spraying over. And you talked about the mid lane matchup as well. I wanted to mention this because apart from the Kanka, which we've seen contested both by Shifu as well as Jer, this Pango is basically the Jer go-to. He's so comfortable on this hero. I think I would say this Puck and Pango matchup mid is a skill matchup. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. More than likely, let's look at that. And there's a swashbuckle combo, perfectly executed. I do really like Jer's little support ad on Chola is better than Flea, but at the same time, I'm quite questioning what is going on with this top lane. I don't know why Tony just cannot, you know, man up with Skyward as down bottom again.
Yeah, setting up Bloody Knight with a blast off. It's a risky one though. He's gonna just sacrifice his life to try and set things up. But again, Nicola, with those two bracers, he's really tanky, and you can't really 100 to 0 him. As long as he keeps his resources intact, maybe just get that mana up, he should be healing and just fine. Muzi's kind of out of mana as well, so not even any resources available for the Unstable Concoction. These supports on Degen Dinos, I can't help but feel like, you know, if they sort of keep giving away freebies here, it's going to be quite a tricky situation to fight up into, especially the Omni and Muerta, who are heroes who might have an initial, you know, hump when it comes to reaching their first items. I mean, if that gets alleviated, it just gets so much easier. Muzi down here, subject to the rotation from Flea. It's a TP in, and the tag team up. Nice little decrep and response there from Tony, but lock you in with the shots. This is your icy prison here. Snowball in, and that is going to be a kill onto Muzi. Nice little follow-up blast off from Bloody Nine to at least get something out of it and chase Nicola Joe kick all the way back. But still, early on here, Coped Out definitely getting a bit of an advantage.
An easy rundown coming out from good old Coped Out. I don't know. I'm not coping. I got my prediction right. So far, so good. But overall, you know, these little rotations from Flea, that is basically one of the biggest threats right now on that safe lane for the Degen Dinos to take care of. I'm really scared for this Alchemist, right? Like, overall, if we just quickly switch over to networks, we can already see what's happening, even in the early game. But, you know, back to last hits just for half a minute here, as the 7th minute is about to spawn sooner rather than later.
Yeah. A lot of pressure being put on in this bot side by Degen Dinos. They're swarming around this area with 3 heroes. Bloody Nine. A little bit of no man's land. It's getting awkward. It almost seems like Degen Dinos, they were a bit indecisive about whether they wanted to contest for the wisdom or not. And Jer makes them hurt for it. Just TP's on over, and oh boy, Flea. Grand Theft Wisdom Rune there, just makes it over there, snatches it away. And these supports on Degen Dinos who are already suffering are going to suffer even more. Response though, Shifu up to this top side and will catch M-Kit straggling. They saw every single other member of Cope down in different areas of the map and knew that that kill was an easy one to pick up. So at least something to be nabbed here from that kind of rough situation of losing EXP.
Yeah, but this is exactly what I wanted to see, you know, just a man up against this Muerta, because she can't really outlive it overall.
Yeah.
Like the aggression, she just can't react to it. Skyward is absolutely following the way Broodmothers play right now in this patch, skipping Insatiable Hunger, absolutely, and then going for that first utility item on the Orchid. I really Wanted to point that one out as Muzi goes down on bottom once again. Damn.
Yeah, it's just the trio, right? They're so strong. I think you mentioned it as well, like the Omni and the Hoodwink, they can run around as the Death Squad, but backed up by Flea, just about anyone will die. Decrepify or not, they just have enough tools to keep you in place long enough that it's not going to matter. Speaking of, not going to matter, Bloody 9, he just comes here trying to D-ward, but not really respecting the fact that the Cope Dao gang is still in the area. He's gonna blast off and blast away, more like looking like Team Rocket. Just gets obliterated. These supports, I go back to it again because it really is starting to creep up here. All these little bits of gold, they're gonna help this Omni Knight towards a few small first items. And we know how crazy tanky Omni Knight can get.
Absolutely. And I'd rather be looking at the Hoodwink and the Tusk, though. You know, this support pair is just basically setting up and saving. That's all they're going to do all the time. Bushwhack just sets you up. Ice Shards just boxes you in. Snowball saves as up top. Jer's absolutely fine. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, Skyward doesn't really have a lot of kill pressure unless he has a whole army of Spiderlings, which should be an easy clear for Jer as long as he has mana. And speaking of the mana, no surprise that the Pango is queuing up that Diffusal Blade. It's just such a... It almost feels mandatory, right? I don't think there's any real other item build that you go for. Maybe there's an argument to be made for something like a Blitz if you're in the off lane, but yeah, that's
Off
crazy
lane
talk.
Pango. I remember.
Yeah, we saw Amar play it just now, if I'm not wrong.
True.
Yeah.
But that's MRDF.
True.
You know, we're not at that.
He plays Mars regardless of the patch. This man does not give a shit.
That is true.
And now
And
Tony
here
might
comes
have to give a
Flea.
little bit of a shit here as he's being chased down under this tower. But MKit not looking the healthiest. Not sure how that was kind of the result, but already working his way towards the Maelstrom, like we mentioned. Just a good tool. Just mixing up your damage, right? Getting a bit of physical, getting a bit of magical. And it feels almost like the standard Muerta build-up if you're not going for like an early Dragonlance or something.
No, absolutely. Just as you mentioned, for the Pangolier, it's the mandatory item to go to for the Diffusal. Going for the Maelstrom is just absolutely mandatory. As Tony gonna do a
He's squared
backup
out
here.
upon here, but has the little decrep on himself. MKid is gonna go down as a response though. Shifu with a great TP in. I'm not sure whether he has enough damage on his own to deal with Flea, but Bloody 9. Okay. I guess he used the blast off somewhere else because it's still on cooldown. A little bit awkward there. So not able to stop the Tusk from getting out of there, but a good response overall. And this is actually going to be the second time that MKid is dying. So despite the decent early game that Cope Dao have, their Muerta is being slowed down quite a bit if you look at the net worth.
Nah, I absolutely agree. As the Alchemist is finally at the position where they wanted to be. But Skyward, as everyone on the panel predicted, I didn't believe, but he's making it work right now. Not that significant as of yet, but when he gets that Orchid, I think people are going to start to fall.
Yeah, I think the main thing about Brute Mother, it's changed a bit, right? And Skyward is playing it exactly how you need to. He's basically making this entire top jungle a no-fly zone for anyone on Cope Dao, forcing them into these awkward positions where Shifu is just able to collect kill after kill. Looking for another setup. Dream Coil not available for a little bit more. They'll just try and run down the Tusk with Tony and Bloody 9 backing him up. Nice little Heavenly Grace there. Should allow the Tusk to run free. They actually will throw the coil out. It's going to be a swing and a miss though. And a beautiful bushwhack onto 3. Knocks it straight onto Tony. And the Acorn shot will finish him off. Shifu still trying to get the tag out. But that's the Diffusal being revealed. You jaunt forward but flee right on the money. Punches you straight up to the sky. You're looking for me? You're going to regret that. Tufa being set out, and another one, Kukaracha, just can't miss these bushwhacks on the money and punishing the Dinos, sending them back to extinction there in this bot side.
So yeah, look at that Hoodwink. Set up and save, set up and save. As, up top.
Oh my goodness.
Niccolo in trouble. Gonna get ripped apart. Skyward.
Orchid timing.
Straight up. Exactly when he gets that Orchid, he's just gonna use it absolutely perfectly.
It's so convenient too. It's so convenient. It's like, oh, you know, I just get my Orchid delivered and then I get a free Omni Knight kill delivered to me as well. It's kind of crazy because if you look at the kill score, it feels like Cope Dao are ahead, right? With how much pressure they were able to put on the Alchemist. But Muzi has very much retreated into the jungle and is AFK farming up, right? Now it's all about Shifu and these supports just running around making things happen. And they're still maintaining a less than 1k gold lead. Of course, with an outdraft, you'd like that to be a bit more. in terms of disparity, but I don't think Degen Dinos are too sad about the current game state.
No, absolutely not. And you are just basically just eyeing up that Radiance timing. That's what you're going to try and pay attention to, because if it's under 50 minutes, they have a really, really good chance in this game. As Skyward, oh, the turnaround!
They're trying here, but they can't actually stop him from just slithering through the webs. Nice high ground vision. Gonna spot him through a tree line. He has to put another one down. Rolling Thunder coming through, but Shifu there, ready for a response as well. Skyward, he's just a bit too quick. Gonna try and bump him up onto the... or at least bump him before he reaches the high ground, but it is an entire nothing burger up here. All things considered, it was not a bad setup, right? Flea putting that high ground vision, it's necessary to spot her, but it's just not enough control and they can't catch up.
No, but look at the reset. Instant smoke up and they go for the hunt. I don't know if they want to go for Shifu or Skyward. Both are rather tough to catch, but maybe with the ice shards, right?
Yeah. You just need to land the initial connection. It's not like Skyward is looking too hot on the mana as well. So one little swashbuckle might just be the end of this Brute Mother. Oh, guessing wrong on the bushwhack, and he's already off to the trees. Gets silence up, tries to turn things around onto the Tusk. They don't have a way of stopping. That is such a heads-up play. Using the Orchid to silence the Tusk, the only person who could have stopped that. And Skyward, man, this guy is playing 4D chess right now.
Absolutely.
That was sick.
No. I think Shifu was absolutely harder target due to the phase shift and Waning Rift and every other damn puck spell, which we all hate.
And a haste rune as well in the bottle. That would have been really annoying to try and deal with. But I can't help but feel like every little bit of time that KoPDAO are spending trying to run around, trying to get these kills that are not connecting, it's just more net worth, more time for Muzi to ramp up. Sure, MKid is doing the same as well, but you just don't have that explosive growth potential in the same way. Now Shifu, forcing the TP, does have a coil and doesn't actually want to commit it though onto the Omni. Just decides to let him have some mercy.
What I really appreciate on Nicola is he's got so much balls. You know, he didn't get the Guardian Angel just yet. Only went to level 9.
It's an awkward ability, right? Like I feel like it's funnily enough, it feels like one of the most hard to use factors of Omni Knight, especially in this meta. A huge ancient stack, probably set up by Kukuracha though, and MKid is gonna let that right up. So, you know, even though we talk about that explosive potential coming out from Degen Dinos, you know, KoPDAO, they're fully aware of what they're up against and they make sure to prep their own reserves as well to help out the Muerta. Mask of Madness and Maelstrom completed. I think a key timing for KoPDAO moving forward is probably that BKB, right? Once you get that ready and online, you might just start barreling down these lanes and looking for the 5-on-5 team fights.
Yeah. Also, at the same time, if we go back to the Omni Knight just for a second, like, ever since the Guardian Angel change, a lot of people think that the hero's nerfed, but still, like, the power of the Hammer of Purity is just too much to deal with. Like, if this hero starts turning around once that shard and that blink is online, it's gonna be a massacre. Same thing that Skyward had with the Orchid timing. You know, it's all about your timings, especially in the mid game of this Dota. Sure. As Degen Dinos, they're starting to take over the game with a bit of a lead, but you know, with the Alchemist at 60 minutes in, you rather want to be around the 5k net worth lead mark.
Sure.
More than likely to start dominating around the end of the mid game, 25-ish, 28-ish minutes.
Yeah. For now, it seems like the side of Degen Dinos are fully aware that KoPDAO are up here in this top side and are choosing to avoid them completely, right? The entire area was circled up by Tony. But, you know, it is nighttime and Roshan is available. A lot of minus armor and they'll just head straight into the pit. This is an insanely early Roche timing. And I don't think Degen Dinos actually have anything in the field tank to contest this. Even if they showed up with a crazy 5-man Dream Coil, they just don't have the AoE damage unless you follow that up with a full techie slew of spells. And it's just going to be an easy Aegis for MKid. So everything going according to KoPDAO's plan here, they're meeting your early aggression with even more early aggression. And I really especially like this move in the top side because I feel like it's snuffing out where Skyward wants to play. It looks like a smoke up.
Kukuracha on the break, though. This is going to be really good.
Yeah, nicely done by the Hoodwink to just shimmy through the trees, get that smoke information, popped it, and suddenly Degen Dinos, I'm not very sure whether they'll still feel comfortable trying to habit this area. I think it gets awkward for the Brute Mother because there's a whole slew of webs here and you don't really want to migrate. But with KoPDAO just firmly planting their asses here, it's hard to operate as well.
Nah, as you mentioned, it's just not going to be the good approach. And especially for the Dire, this is really, really good. Or actually for both teams, you know, getting the nighttime roaches is always beneficial because you're gonna get cheese and blessing in the long run. I think that is
Oh.
still the better choice as mid lane.
Flea, that was a very ambitious roll, and it's gonna set up for the Rolling Thunder. Kukaracha looking for a shot from far range as well, but not gonna land it, which means that Jer just has to TP out. No way of cancelling that. I gotta wonder what Flea was looking for there in that situation. A bit of an uncharacteristic advanced move ahead of his team, and he ends up paying the price for it. It's not the biggest of deals, you know, past 5 Flea task. But it does allow Degen Dinos to come back into this top side and reward the area, right? Clear out the vision that was set up. And that's kind of how you want to play the Broodmother. You need to make sure you have a strong vice grip of these locations.
Yeah, I think Flea was looking for the fact that the puck was solo, but absolutely not. It was not the case. In this situation, is Jer gonna get to work at it?
Whoa,
Oh, the
Bloodthorn,
damage!
and he just loses his first life. That is the timing that we talked about. Of course, the key Bloodthorn change being that instead of just acting like the Orchid, it amplifies every single damage, every single bit of damage based on an attack. So you can imagine all those little spiders just biting away at you. Suddenly it's gonna sting even more. And that's exactly what happens. Just makes it look easy, and Hoodwink. As a thank her lucky star, she has the Omni in the area as well as the Scurry evasion. If not, she would have been toast there.
Nah, just a simple repel. All day, every day. Keep that spell level 1. Go for the stats instead later on. Nah, I'm just joking. Overall, approaches are gonna start being hard as both teams are gonna be looking to group up and start taking pickoffs. But
Sure.
main thing you're trying to look for is M-Kids and, of course, Muzi's timings. But Muzi, he's starting to become crazy, though, with this farm here.
We haven't really talked about Muzi this entire game, and I guess to a certain extent that is the best possible sign for Degen Dinos. The fact that he's just quietly farming up 3k gold in the pocket, ready to work towards that Manta. That's when he'll feel comfortable. I think the crazy thing for me for the Alchemist is that still it feels like there's so much damage available coming out from the Muerta that I'm not sure at what point he's going to feel super comfortable running up and trying to face tank that. Especially if M-Kid already just one component in with the BKB, went back for that Dragonlance as well. So the Muerta is really keeping up with the Alchemist, all things considered. It's not too bad of a look.
For me, it's going to be a question of what M-Kid's going to go for. I think Rev Broach is a good a choice as well as the Parasma.
Okay.
Later on, after he gets the BKB, of course, honestly. But
Okay.
it's gonna boil down to like a question of which one do you need more, or are you even gonna get there if Shifu and Tony and Bloody Nine are just gonna converge on your position?
Yeah, you need to get the jump, and they find it right on the money. No chance for that Muerta to get out of that situation. It's
Nah,
you
if
know,
you use the
it's
ult, you
weird to-
die. If you TP,
You know
you
what's
die.
crazy? It's kind of maybe this is the naggy Asian parent in me coming into play here. As I might have to hold that thought. Nice little moves there from the pup to get out of trouble. But Bloody Nine might not quite be as lucky. Flea in the area. Looks like there's gonna be a full fight brewing out here, but they already used the coil to commit onto Muerta. I'm not sure what else Shifu can offer in this situation. He's gonna jump through to the backside to try and finish off the Hoodwink. Still able to jaunt away to safety. Flea. We'll be looking for him though. The Atos keeping the puck in place. Where's the follow-up for now? Just gonna orb away, wave them goodbye, and send them packing with a bit of a voice line while he's at it. Shifu's completely fine here.
Just keeping it chill. But I mean, that is the power of the puck, right? All that repositioning power, and now even with the blink, obviously, it's going to become easier and easier. As of course, Shifu now starts shooting for the Parasma as well. That is a good power. Skyward once again with that kill. The Bloodthorn this time, working out perfectly for him.
That's the problem with this Broodmother. It's like, okay, you know, if you go to the bot side, if M-Kit's not showing at top, they know where he is. He's either at the triangle or that butt crack of a corner all the way at the right side of the map. It's an easy smoke move up for Degen Dinos to kill him. You dare to show up in this top side in Skyward's territory without at least 2 to 3 members to back you up, you die as well. As much as M-Kit's having a pretty decent game gold-wise and he's still farming, it's just nowhere for you to go as the Muerta. And I think that really is the sentiment for the entirety of Kopdao. They're being herded around like sheep on a farm right now.
Honestly, if we get to like 32, 35 minutes into this game, I really want to see Skyward go for a Conda and just one-shot people, you know?
That'll be
Good old
pretty nasty.
times. We don't have shotgun morphling anymore. Give us something, you know?
True, true. You still got Dagon Nakes, not too bad. I think I saw a couple of those in recent games. You know, it's not the same. I know.
I know, but it's not the same.
Yeah. Well, BKB complete for Skyward now. He's gonna feel a lot more comfortable jumping straight into these engagements and, you know, not just being restricted to keeping a distance there. And he is queuing up that Hex as well. So just additional single target control packed into this Brute Mother.
Oh, Moozy, you can't be this mean. He's already queuing up his own Orchid.
I just want to tell Cope now to shut the hell up. That's kind of the plan right now. A few different silences, one on each core, I think, and you know, it's gonna be kind of hard to operate as the Omni Knight, right? You don't actually have any self-dispel. Now working on the Manta. Oh no, the wards. M-Kit looking like he's in trouble again. Has to pop that ultimate. Doing quite a number onto Bloody 9. Snowball will continue to maintain the vision on him, and the Ice Shards finish him off. They aren't actually able to kill off the Muerta this time because the Omni was in the area. Flea and Nicola tag teaming up to keep their carry safe.
They got to do something about Skyward. This Jura is going to TP over up top. This Spider is going to become a big problem here.
The Spider's already a big problem. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's forced out a Yules from Jur, which isn't really the worst item in this patch. It's kind of nifty, actually. But it's just so inconvenient because you'd like to be getting more control, more damage, maybe an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, you want the shard and the eggs, exactly.
Right? Like, there's so many better tools, and here comes Moozy, ready to party. It's a nice blink away from Flea, though, as he will be able to tank that unstable concoction under the comfort of his tower. The best way to have a concoction, of course. So, Nicola, this seems like they know he's here. Spotted him because of that daytime vision, and he's just gonna get killed off. That is unfortunate. Throws our hammer before he goes down. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of almost felt like the Omni thought they didn't see him, which was a little ambitious, but, you know, I guess he sort of dragged them all the way down there, and they're not really doing much on the map. So,
I mean, look at that observer ward. Would you have seen that? I don't know if that was there before.
Oh yeah. It's either there or like right in that intersection to the left, like to the mud golems. So that's pretty cool. Sometimes we see a bit further forward as well on those stairs, but I think it's just that, you know, with how much Degen Dinos are playing in this top area, they're not really expecting there to be just random littered vision within the bot side, which, to be fair, credit with the Degen Dinos. Yeah, it's so hard to find. Annoying because you're getting
a support main is just so damn exactly.
The warding is definitely a masterclass here of vision from Degen Dinos this game, and they're gonna try and sniff out Skyward, but he gets the jump on them first. He might just try and tempt the Rolling Thunder, but you have no vision at all. It's nighttime. You have a ward spotting out your entire team, and you don't even have control for sure on this high ground. You don't know whether Degen Dinos are aware that you're coming.
Smoke up. I like the approach from Cope Dao though, but oh, the zonage from Bloody 9.
They don't even know. They're just trying to make the long ramp around.
They absolutely know.
Yeah, and immediately Degen Dinos are aware. The side of Cope Dao are coming. Blink in and the setup. Jur, he's magic immune right now, and they immediately eliminate Bloody 9. Where is Jur in this situation? Tony, looks like the supports will be the first ones going down, but Shifu already taking down Kukaracha as well. Moozy forced to pop the BKB as Skyward can't fully engage into this Muerta. It's a lot of damage like we mentioned, but he pops his own BKB. Now squaring up, and I don't think that Guardian Angel actually went off on the Muerta. She just goes down, and it ends up being a full team wipe for the side of Cope Dao. I mean, Jur will try and swash away, but that is as bad as things could be. You spend so much of your initial resources taking out Tony and Bloody 9, and you just don't address anyone else.
I don't think he even casted it on the Muerta. That was a misplacement of the spell. I think it went on someone else.
Because I saw it on himself. I thought he just casted it on himself and the Muerta, but
and the Muerta, that's what I thought. Exactly. Yeah, like, now the spell works as a point target. But he put out both charges as well.
Yeah. And that was a very weird situation. And I think what's even weirder to me is that if we look at the Muerta's items, she opted to finish up the Mjolnir instead of that BKB. You gotta imagine that maybe if she had the BKB in that fight, we'll be able to resist a lot more of the spells and just kind of shenanigans that Degen Dinos were throwing her way. it's just a tricky thing altogether. I thought for sure Muzi was going to be in trouble up against Pierce the Veil, but he seemed completely fine.
Honestly, if I'm M-Kid here, I'm not confident in taking the fight without the BKB as well.
Yeah, right.
It doesn't seem like the good choice. But yeah, still base takes. You know, you try, you learn, you live and learn, I guess.
Yeah.
As they able to get the Tormentor, flees longer ice shard is what they're gonna gain out of it.
Yeah. This Muerta has worked very well for them in the past, having a 71% win rate across 7 games. So this is definitely something that Kopdao are comfortable executing, but it's looking a bit shaky. Everything's gone according to plan by all means, but nice little snowball slay from Flea, forcing out Muzi with the BKB. They're going to try and make the jump, continuing on to Nicola. The Guardian Angel going to run through, and it's a bit too much magic damage. Tony actually snipes him with a blast from the tree line. That's a pretty funny way to end things. But Muzi can just go ham on this tower now. And Kopdao, what's the response, right? Like, who's supposed to... How do you stop this?
I don't know what you do against Shifu. That Parasma is just way too strong on any of the spellcasting heroes. Both the Storm Spirit and the Puck, when they get this item, they just pop off really fast.
Yeah, this just feels like one of those icky games where by the end of the draft you just throw your hands up in the air. And I'm not talking about Tayo Cruz. I'm talking about you got Brood Mother. Okay, like what do you even do in this situation? You don't really have anything to catch her. You have a couple of good tools, but you missed out way too many smoke gangs. And the kill score, it betrays you. It's 15-15, but it is nowhere near even, Dodai.
No, not at all. 21k net worth of the lead,
ouch.
and I think Gaben's giving us. Oh yeah, we are seeing the chart right now. It's a 90% win probability on the Degen Dinos side. And overall, you know, unless you make these favorable team fights, Nicola needs to put the Guardian Angel on someone else.
Yeah.
And they need to get the Puck or the Alchemist out of the fight. But even then, you need to deal with Skyward.
Yeah.
Again, I didn't think the Broodman was going to pop off this hard. But they let him be alone for the first 13 to 14 minutes of the game. He took the whole safe lane down all by himself.
Yeah. And I mean, when you sort of look back at it, I think it's easy to say, oh, you know, we should have brought more resources to Skyward. But realistically speaking, I don't think Kopdao were necessarily making the wrong choice as well, right? They were fully addressing Alchemist, putting Muzi in a rough spot. Clearly not rough enough. Top of the net worth right now, 23k. Might just try for the setup of the Skyward. He has a BKB available, but they are able to work down the bug. Splat her down. Flea getting that kill isn't ideal, but you take what you can get. And you at least relinquish some of the pressure. Take the knee off your neck for now. Kopdao, that's not really a tap out just yet.
This is also a good approach. You know, take out the spider first, let them flee.
Nice.
You know, by the way, that spiders are arachnids, not bugs, right?
Sure, but you know,
yeah, the heat of the moment.
And also, like, saying arachnid is
that sounds so much better, though. The arachnid dies.
Okay, I'll make it just for you, though. I'll make it a point. But right now, I might have to hold that thought because arachnid or bug, this puck might just be dead. Bushwhack to the tree, but doesn't seem like it connected. Was able to jawn through in time. Nicely done. Oh, Deadshot connects on the tail end, but Shifu should still be fine here. I've been really impressed with this puck play. Shifu has been just dancing all over them and really not under any threat at all.
You know the puck is a fairy dragon, not a bug, right? No, yeah. I'm just joking.
Now you're getting real educational with the ecology.
I'm very fun at parties, okay?
But I can tell. I'd invite
jokes
you
aside,
to a party.
Smoking up from Kopdao, and of course we know smoking kills.
Yeah.
I really want to see
as he hides his entire pack of cigarettes behind him right now.
It's just it's a whole carton. But
okay.
It's rather a question of if they can get the Alchemist or the puck. I think when that happens, they can take objectives. But until they are popping off proxy mines, they know exactly where they are. The jump!
That's not really what you want to boot it out away from trouble. The BKB from M-Kit to stand his ground against the Alchemist for now, but Muzi's completely fine. You're starting to blast away, rooting.
Aegis is gone.
You're trying to do everything that you can, but it's not enough. They're just surrounding you and making you look like a damn fool. Jill can't even come into the fray in time. All the BKBs, all the damage, it's just too much. And you will finish off Tony on Kukaracha, but that's your initial target. You don't even get bloody 9. A disaster of a team fight given that Kopdao were the ones with the initial smoke jump. They couldn't make anything of it. They kicked Bloody Nine away instead of towards the team. That's not what you wanted. And Muzi just goes ham in that fight.
Flea made mistakes. That was when they should have disengaged. And at the same time, they're popping off the proxy lines. That means Bloody Nine knows exactly where they are at all times.
It's just tough. I mean, he has a gem pickup too, right? So any of this vision that you might have wanted to set up for a pick off on the Skyward or the like, it's just not going to be a factor anymore. Forced to glyph up on this high ground. But, you know, it's... on the bright side, Kopdao do have a good amount of wave clear between the Swashbuckle, of course, the Moeta, and the Shards, upgraded by the Shard, of course. But the gold lead continues to mount. These heroes continue to find more and more tools where you don't really have the same privilege. And also, I think I'm tripping major balls here because for some reason, I thought Flea kicked the techies away. I think I got tricked because right as he got punched, he force stuffed. He doesn't even have an X yet. Flea's poor, ladies and gentlemen. Newsflash. How could he possibly afford an X? All he has is Drums Blink. But yeah, either way, I think, you know, Flea just blinking in like that and initiating, like you mentioned, Bloody Nine already knew they were coming. So he was able to respond in kind. And from there, things just fell apart.
Yeah, overall, instantly Glimmer caped and saved. But they're trying to focus on the easy targets, so to say, on the Kopdao side, and I really want to see them go for the Puck or the Elk. Those are the big ones because they are, you know, they can be saved by Decrepify, they can be saved by a good blast off as Muzi just gonna catch Kukoracha off guard.
You know what's my problem? You know what's my problem though, right? You're saying, look, I want them to go for the Elk or the Puck. The Elk with a BKB and 2.5k HP. The Puck with a soul booster, Kaya Sanj, who's literally untouchable right now. He just went in by himself, coiled the whole lineup. Muzi doesn't even care. How are they going for him? He's going for them! Right under their tier 3s, they can't do anything but run! And what is the game? Like, how do you even set up? Muzi is just brazenly blinking in, killing off your support solo. They didn't even have any other supporting member there to help them. That's how confident they're feeling. What's the strat here? Because I'm not seeing it.
Nah, this needs to be extremely punished. As you mentioned, the high ground defense was kind of decent on Kopdao. Okay. But overall, this is rough. No. Like don't get me wrong. This is absolutely RUFF rough as Skyward just goes in.
He's getting rolled up right now. Needs to get force staffed out by Bloody Nine. Able to pop the BKB, turn around, and he is hungry. Looking to try and fill up good. They get the kill onto the Omni as well as M-Kid Muzi. He's just back there crushing it. And even though you punch up onto Shifu, like we mentioned, this Puck is so damn tanky. You even just have the Broodmother eggs ruining their day right in the fray. Flea's gonna come through with a nice snowball save. Able to preserve the Pango for now, especially if the Yules, but he's gonna come straight back into hell no. Manages to blink away. They're starting to play with their food a bit here. Just like spiders like to do. Keep you dangling, keep you hoping. But up against an almost 40k gold lead, you ain't going nowhere but straight into the jaws of the Broodmother Skyward. He is making this look like a child's game. Tony, no, he doesn't really quite have that privilege. Needs to blink out. Tagged up by the sharpshooter and getting snowballed up as well.
Flip.
Tony able to oh my, no, not like this, Flea. The TP back in on the Omni, but this pick just really hasn't worked out for them. Nicola will be able to mop up the Puck now. Try and get out of here. Good bit of move speed, but you know
he's
the
got buyback and
ain't
he's
gonna let that go unpunished. This guy
he doesn't buy back anymore.
You need to pray to your god or whoever you're worshipping. It's not really working out for you. Can they get... Okay, it's 39k gold lead now, up to 40. It feels like every single kill that they get, they're getting like almost 1k gold from it. Even though the side of Kopdao is so far behind. How much gold are they gonna get by the time this game ends? My wager is 45.
I think I'm going 50 actually. The way they're going out right now.
Yeah, just double it, no problem. I mean, one last, not lane one, but just trying to make quick work of this lane of Rags. Of course, there's still the top one that remains unharmed, but really just feels like it's only a matter of time. Maybe they're not feeling quite as confident as Tony is not back yet. Should be able to just TP in now. The minefield is set up. Agonim's picked up by the techie, so it's even harder to approach. But M-Kid, he just gets slammed back into the curb. He's saying, you know, not sure whether you're a ghost or whether you're alive. Well, they make damn sure he's just dead every single fight. And the Guardian Angel can't even come through in time. Like, you have all these saves, right? You have the Nicola, you got Flea, but they just can't do anything. And GG is called as it's an absolute dumpstering from the Dinos. They just eat up their prey, and Kopdao, they are gonna have to try and figure something out, because in their last sort of matchup, this was a similar situation. Kopdao, they were able to get the first game off of Degen Dinos, but they very quickly got answered, addressed, and put back down. If they want to get some revenge up against Sporkface, they're gonna have to really pull together and try and pull something off.
Yeah, there needs to be something else. I wasn't a believer of the Skyward Broodmother. I'll admit fault for that one.
Yeah.
But overall, the timing of of this brood, it's quite impressive. I'd
Yeah.
like to see it happen in other situations as well, but we'll see. If Skyward gets to do this one more time, even with all the skills you have Dick Shot, you have Swashbuckle, you have
Yeah.
Bushwhack, Snowball, and still the Broodmother just popping off this hard. Coped Out should not have allowed that. And
Yeah.
the first 14 minutes were extremely crucial, and they just didn't find the how should I say the angle of approach to the game.
Yeah.
And you just cannot let that happen. That can absolutely not happen.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see a little bit more rotations from Jer up to that top side, because I think you hit the nail on the head, right? We aren't really playing this zoo style of Broodmother anymore, but it's very much about these individual pickoffs. And the key thing about Broodmother is the fact she was able to occupy that entire area of the map without any consequence. When that becomes the case and you have heroes that can just milk extra resources from what they have, like the Alchemist, you just get a free entire map. And that felt like there was nothing Kopdao could do, as they just saw the map close in on them slowly but surely. I don't know how slow it is, though. I mean, one of the numbers
That wasn't slow.
It wasn't slow.
That wasn't
yeah.
slow, dude.
Look, I
I
just
mean,
want to
slow.
say,
Slow is that like 60 minutes on getting onto
True,
the
true,
enemy's high
true.
ground.
That's fair.
As in dispatch, getting onto the high ground is not easy. And Copedale
Yeah.
had a lot of, as we mentioned, they had a lot of things to clear the waves, to hold
Yeah.
out, but they instead chose to go outside and get killed, and then one by one, they got caught off guard. Kukaracha first, then it was Nicola. Overall, like the approach to the game, it needs to have like this sense of order,
Yeah,
right? Like
I
maybe
get
this
you.
is the European inside of me being biased, I guess. But like overall, this chaos cannot happen. There are things that need to happen on the map, and Cope
Sure.
Down need to get it together if they
Yeah.
want to face Sporkface themselves.
For sure. I don't think you can let Degen Dinos have this kind of game.
No.
And I just want to point this out. The Alchemist had 1000 XPM. And you might be thinking, okay, look, that's crazy. Muzi, good job on the farming. Good job on getting your EXP. Puck had 902 XPM. Broodmother had 977.
Too
They were
much, too
milking
much.
so many resources from the map. It is illegal. And as much as you mentioned, you come from EU, I come from SEA, this is NA Dota, baby. And we're finding out which one of these teams is going to go into the grand finals. But for now, of course, I'm sure that despite it being short, our panelists have a lot to say. Dota, we can work on filling out our little Skyward apology form while we send it to Butler and Bart to break it down for us.
Well, I'm not quite as handsome as Budster, but happy to stand in. Thank you, folks, for the wonderful cast of Game 1. So the big thing here is obviously the Brood pick, right? There's so many things about this Broodmother hero and how effectively Skyward plays it that just change how Dota is played. And I really, really want to see Kopdao ban out Brood for the rest of the series. And if Degen Dinos end up winning, I don't think they're going to play Brood at all during the grand finals. I think it's it's just like blackjack, Congratulations, you're too good for us. We are never seeing this hero again. What do you think, Bard?
Yeah, playing up against the Brood, you've got like two options. You either send a lot of resources at the Brood to try to shut him down, or you just have to give him the lane for free and go make space elsewhere on the map. And I think that's the option that Kopdao tried, but they weren't able to get enough done, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that really early Bloodthorn that came out from the Broodmother. I believe it was around 18 minutes when they were hanging out around the T2. And Jer playing his Pengo didn't really notice he had the full Bloodthorn. He just thought he had the Orchid when he initially had that Aegis timing. and he just got completely blown up by the spiders plus the Bloodthorn, and that ruined their Aegis timing and kind of ruins the next couple of minutes for them because that first Aegis timing was so big for them. They were going to use it to kind of retake over that map, but all of a sudden they lose this Aegis because of the early Bloodthorn, and the game kind of starts to fall apart from there. And that's kind of the problem with Brood, right? You're so focused on reacting that you know it's really, really hard to make your own momentum.
Yeah. After like the 15-minute mark, if you show up to the Brood's lane alone, like you just have to expect to die there, right?
Yeah.
Like this Orchid timing and the Bloodthorn timing, like you said, it's way too good with the bonus damage on the spiders. So if you want to go to that top lane, I think it's an okay play, but you need to bring at least like 4 heroes, and you need to have a clear objective of like, okay, we are here to kill the Brood, or we are here to get Roche. And it kind of just felt like Kopdao was wandering up there whenever they wanted space to farm, and you just can't do that against the Brood.
Exactly. And we see the very first ban coming out is that Brood Mother ban. I'm sure Skyward's laughing over there somewhere. I like I said, I suspect we're never going to see this hero again. He is just way too good at using it efficiently, and that's kind of the genius of the draft from last time from Degen Dinos, right? Is they had 4 playing around this Brood initially, so all of Kopdao had to be there to counter that aggression, but that also just leaves Alchemist just sitting in their jungle free farming, and it's really hard to make a move on the Alch, because if you bring multiple heroes, multiple cores, multiple supports down to gank this Alch, then all of a sudden that leaves Brood, who can just destroy your T2 and kill the other team. So we see a couple other bans coming out here, Brood and Chen. Tell me about the Chen ban here.
The Chen ban, it's just a hero that if you're a Chen specialist, you know, you can have like an 80% win rate on this hero. It's just so good at early rotations with those creeps, and it's so good at punishing you and taking towers. And like this Chen, if it ganks your lane and you die, like you just get a free tower out of it as well. So it's just so good at punishing and pushing that advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the techies come out from Kopdao. We saw that last game on Degen Dinos. What does techies kind of provide to a lineup? And you know, picking it so early, you know, previously we saw this hero as someone who wasn't really viable competitive, but now we're starting to see it so much more. You know, what is really special about this hero to where you can first pick it as a support now?
It's just a super strong laner, I think. Like we saw last game, it was the Alk plus techies, and the Alk died, I think, like twice, but it was always from a 3-man rotation. Besides that, the Omni Knight, I feel like, wasn't getting much out of the lane before that Tusk rotated in. So it's super good at winning lanes, and then going into that mid game, it's got the long range disable with that blast off, and it can just pump out damage. As well as the ultimate, you know, it gives you so much information, just putting those on like key choke points, and if the enemy team is smoked and you hear a mine go off, you know that they're smoked. So it's just so good at so many aspects of a game.
Yeah, it's really, really incredible. And we see the Pugna come out from Degen Dinos. You know, I know from our end, when we had Shaggy playing, we love to have the Pugna, so he could, you know, suck, do the reverse suck for Shaggy and give him all the mana back. So he had infinite mana to go zip around the map. And we kind of see that counter response from Kopdao immediately banning the Storm Spirit after they see that Pugna come out.
Yeah, the Pugna and the Lion are definitely 2 very good supports at keeping your mid in the game, because as the mid, you know, you want to be making plays on the map, and with something like a Pugna or a Lion, you're able to just constantly be at full mana and make those moves. So I definitely like seeing the Pugna here. It's another strong laner like the techies, and sort of similar to the Chen. It's very good at pressuring these towers after you get a pick off. So once again, just another very strong support, and having that save and Decrepify as well is always nice.
Yeah, absolutely. So Shifu's been an absolute terror on this Storm Spirit. We just saw him play really, really well as Puck. I believe we saw him had a really good Invoker game earlier. There you see the Lion comes out
as well.
You've got both these heroes who can supply their mid with mana. If you're on the Degen Dinos side, what are you kind of thinking about for your mid pick?
The 2 heroes that come to mind, one of them more popular than the other, is a Timbersaw or a Void Spirit. I feel like both of these heroes are great at making map movements. They want to fight early, and they both rely on mana quite a bit. The Timber obviously being more favored in the meta right now than the Void Spirit, but I think they both accomplish a similar goal.
Okay, interesting. We see a Tusk Death Prophet lane. This is probably going to be their 3 and 4, correct?
I believe so, yeah. Sometimes people will play Death Prophet mid. We don't see it too often, but it can be flexed there if it needs to be. But I definitely like this Tusk Death Prophet as an offlane duo more. You have a lot of kill potential with the Siphon from Death Prophet, as well as the tag team. You're able to shard someone in and just kind of go on them. And with the Pugna plus Lion support duo from Degen Dinos, these are two pretty easy to kill heroes in lane. Pugna does have the Decrepify to try to save himself, but against the magic damage from the Death Prophet, I think either of these supports don't want to lane into this offlane from Kopdo.
Yeah, absolutely. Traditionally, we see Tusk kind of max tag team over, Snowball or Ice Shards. Do you think we're going to see more points in Ice Shards or Snowball because of the Decrepify and can mitigate some of that tag team damage?
It kind of depends. I feel like on Tusk, you decide to not put points in the tag team if, first of all, if you don't have a lot of right clickers on your team, obviously, but also if showing on lanes is very scary, which it kind of is against this Wind Ranger hero, then the Tusk likes to have maxed out Ice Shards to push those waves from being out of vision. So.
Okay, absolutely. And that seems like it'll come into play too with the Pugna and his pushing capabilities as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool.
This Windrunner, very strong hero. It's very good at getting early pickoffs. I'm not sure if you saw it, but yesterday in our lower bracket game in Pronouns Div 2, we had Dandris go like 10-0 on Windrunner mid. So it's definitely a good hero at just focus firing one target and being able to take them down very easily.
Yeah, absolutely. Are they thinking about that Wind Ranger as a counter to the Death Prophet to kind of remove him from the fight and take that exorcism damage away? Or what's the thought process behind that?
Yep, Death Prophet likes to take longer fights. You pop the exorcism at the very beginning of the fight, and if the fight lasts more than like 40 or 45 seconds or whatever it is, then the exorcism ends and you get that full heal. So having something like the Windrunner, you want to kill the Death Prophet either before she gets the exo off, which you can do with like an early Orchid or something, or once she pops that exo, you want to be able to burst her down before she can get out too much damage and too much heal. And Windrunner is a great hero at doing that.
Yeah, cool. Totally makes sense. From the Degen and Dino side, that we see the Invoker come out. So does that mean that Wind Ranger is a 1 or a 3? What does that lane look like?
So Windrunner, I think, is one of the strongest heroes in the meta right now because of its flexibility. Like I said, we played it mid yesterday, but it also can be very strong as a carry, and some people even like to play it offlane. So right now, I imagine the Invoker is the mid and the Windrunner is the carry. But you definitely can flex this Windrunner to offlane if you need. But
cool, awesome. So if you're on the coked out side and you see this Wind Ranger come out, how are you kind of looking to address it with picks? What are you thinking they got their eyes on here?
So the techies already is a great solution. You can't really get targeted because you just pop that, whatever it's called, the W, and disarm. But I don't know. I think the Tiny is pretty good at dealing with it. I definitely like this pick coming out from them. I imagine it's a Tiny mid. And he, like Windrunner, wants to get active early. So once you get that blink, Avatos combo might be enough to just kill this Windrunner from full. So
yeah, absolutely. One other thing to point out is that Degen Dinos, they have 4 ranged heroes, and 4 ranged heroes that can be a little bit squishy. So once Tiny gets that blink or gets that, the blink Echo Saber, these supports are going to struggle quite a bit, I think, because Pugna can't really mitigate a lot of that toss avalanche damage with Decrepify, because that's obviously just going to amplify it. And both him and Tiny are just going to both be food once Tiny gets that those 2 items up. So we really got to make sure that you ruin this Tiny's game, and he's got a slow timing on those items. Otherwise, this Tiny's going to run around, and he might be able to even burst supports or burst the Wind Ranger. Before those item timings really come along from her end.
This Tiny pick, the burst damage, it's great so far against the 4 ranged, like you said. And even if it's not enough to like full to 0 an Invoker or something, you have the techies and you have the Tusk in the back to follow up, who are 2 supports who love roaming around with their mid. They want to get these smoke kills around the 10-minute mark or so, and they're both great at dishing out damage. So I definitely like what Kopdo has brewing so far. It'll be interesting to see who they pick as a carry. I'd almost like to see a carry who comes online super early and go for this sort of death ball-y push with the Death Prophet exorcism, and then you just have Tiny Tusk and Techies being able to blow up anyone who tries to contest.
Yeah, absolutely. So like, would a Luna be a good option here?
Yeah, I think so. Luna loves hitting buildings, obviously. I'm a little bit biased. I'm a bit of a Luna hater right now. But pros disagree with me, so they definitely know something that I don't. So I think Luna here could be great. I like to see the Void ban coming out from Degen Dinos because just having another team fight ultimate like that. Obviously, we've touched on Kopdal already has great pickoff potential, but with something like a Void, they would also have great team fight potential. And at that point, Degen Dinos just can't really fight you in any scenario. So I like seeing that ban.
Yep, exactly.
And the
let me see the Sven. So talk to me about the Sven.
It plays sort of similarly to a Luna with the glaives. Obviously, Sven has the cleave, so you're able to just push out these lanes like a Luna would. You're able to farm up. And I like it a little bit more. It's able to get active earlier than a Luna, in my opinion. So I think this is going to be a very fast-paced draft, very fast-paced game plan coming out from Kopdal.
Yeah, I kind of worry for Degen Dinos here. Before that line gets a blink, I'm kind of wondering how they start an engagement. I mean, maybe they can open up with a cold snap or something, and there you go. You see the Tide here that kind of alleviates some of those concerns. But yeah, so Tide versus Sven. How does that matchup go in the lane real quick before we head over?
I think it's probably, Tide isn't really able to be forced out of the lane. I think he's going to get everything he wants. And the Sven, we might see him go jungle a little bit early until he gets like a Morbid Mask or Mask of Madness, and then he'll be able to sustain in lane. So I think it's pretty even. I think both heroes are able to get what they want out of it.
Awesome. So looking at these drafts, who do you got?
If Degen Dinos are able to make a lot of early plays with this Windrunner plus Lion plus Pugna, I think they can sort of get off to a good start, but they're going to need to pull off some miracle pickoffs because I think Kopdal has an amazing lineup. So I'm going to go Kopdal.
Yep, fully agreed. I'm a huge believer in the Jer Tiny. I think he has been one of the best mids of this tournament. Going to be really interesting to see how this mid matchup goes. Shifu is also a fantastic invoker, so this is going to be definitely something to watch. But I think we're headed to a game 3 here based on the draft. I think Kopdal is going to take this one. Thank you, Bard, for the insight. Any last words?
It'll be interesting to see how these mids group up with their supports around the 6 minutes, and we're gonna see some interesting ganks coming out. A lot of pickoff potential from both teams. So
cool.
Yeah.
I think we're still waiting to load into the game here, so I'll wait until we do that to throw it to the casters. So talk to me about this Tusk, Tusk versus Pugna matchup. So we kind of already touched on it a little bit, but do you think there's any kill potential if you can get on top of this Pugna? I think the Tusk could, ward the camp and body block the camp the first couple minutes. If the lane pushes up, they're gonna have a really hard time bringing it back. And once that lane's back more towards, the Radiance tower, it's gonna be hard for them. It's gonna be hard for them to fully, challenge without having that kill threat. But we've talked enough. We've got these two lovely gentlemen ready to cast. Thank you, Bard, so much for your thoughts. Looking forward to breaking it down post game.
Yeah.
That's so kind of you, Eagle. Two lovely gentlemen. I can say the same about the both of you. Well, I gotta issue my apology because I didn't know. I didn't know they did a little swapperoni between Budster and you, but of course, bring us great insight and analysis as usual. Dodai, what do you think about these two drafts? Because I think we heard a lot. I believe Bard was the one saying that it feels like with the way the lineups are looking right now, both teams should be able to get what they want, but the panel ultimately decided, look, we think Kopdal going to take it to game number 3. Where's your head at in terms of confidence?
Honestly, after Kopdal's previous performance and the fact that we even talked about it with Butster and Bard, that they're just marching through the slower bracket. Now, in my understanding, if the Lion and the Pugna can team up with the Decrepify and, of course, the Finger of Death.
Sure.
I think they're going to finger bang the crap out of Kopdal. Maybe. It's a possibility after all. But, think about it through. It's a very, very questionable idea to put Muzi into this very, very high pressure situation. Because Tidehunters, your biggest power spike is when you have the Ravage, but no one has BKB yet on the map.
Yeah.
The problem is in this patch right now, Tidehunters are very slow at the farm, and the approach, it's not really looking good for Coped out here. So I think that's the only bad factor for Degen Dinos. If Muzi has a bad game, I think Degen Dinos are going to have a bad game.
Yeah, that's
what
fair.
I'm looking
Our
at
eyes
right
are going to
now.
be on Muzi for sure, right? I think you sort of correctly. I'm in the same boat as you. I think that Tidehunter is a bit more awkward now, but we can very much still see stacks being built up for him. It kind of feels like as long as Muzi is able to tide through the first 4-5 levels, should be able to farm. Nowhere near as powerful as the Sven. But of course, I feel like this Invoker pick is going to be great. That's what, apart from Muzi, he's going to be chilling. He's going to be taking his time a little bit more. I fully expect Shifu to be popping off, getting an early Spirit Vessel, and putting a dent in some of the Cope Down lineup. I defer to all of you guys, because I actually think that Degen Dinos has a pretty great lineup here. The only factor that I'm a bit curious about is the Wind Ranger safe lane. I'm not really sure how that's going to tag up into everybody else.
In general, in South America, we've seen it a lot happen. In NA, I'm not sure if I've seen it fairly frequently. I see it a lot in South America, and maybe once or twice in C. In Europe, it's not a real thing. Like we don't do that here.
Gotcha.
As Tony,
what the hell, Tony?
Is it gonna happen again, Tony?
Yeah, he keeps getting himself in these real rough positions. It's just so uncomfortable on the Pugna up against the Tusk. He's gonna be throwing some darts at some images of Tusk that he's printing out on his wall by the end of tonight. But, not if he's able to take this game. Now, just a reminder to everyone, if you're just watching, of course, first and foremost, welcome to the NADCL. And Degen Dinos, they're one game away from moving on to the grand finals to face off against Sporkface Killaz, who feel like they've been the foil to just about everyone else, right? Even though these two teams feel a lot more evenly matched, as we've seen from past history, and maybe not so much the previous game, but Sporkface Killaz, they felt a league above. Tony, he is going to be a league below with him being planted firmly into the ground. Again, it's first blood onto this poor little Pugna.
And yeah, honestly, as the last season champion, Sporkface Killaz cannot wait to get started with these grand finals. We do have a rolling schedule, so keep your eyes on the screen, as we are not stopping tonight. We're going straight to the grand finals as soon as the series is over.
Able to put a little stop to Flea and his little explosive potential, but MKit with the rundown. It's enough move speed and damage with the Warcry, and they're just able to sort of work down both the supports again. Degen Dinos, this is a bit of a similar trend to last game, where the supports are really suffering on the lanes.
Oh, Permasneeze, I think I'm going to have a Caster Curse Night tonight. I just feel it. I just feel it. Whichever team I choose is going to lose.
I mean, did you pick Cope Down the previous game as well?
Yes.
Okay, so we're moving into grand finals then, is what you're saying. It's a 2-0.
Yes.
Okay, but in saying that, you've just reverse Caster's Cursed it, so we're actually going to game 3. That's excellent work, though. I expect nothing less from you. You're a seasoned individual after all.
I've been casting for a while, I guess.
Yeah,
I've been around the bend a few times.
That's fair.
Not in English, though.
Okay, so you did kind of mention already that this Wind Ranger isn't a thing where you're from, right? The Europe side, it's not too inspiring or not something that they pick up. So what do you think the plan is here? Do you think it's still kind of relevant, or do you think it was picked too early for it to really be a superstar in this game?
It's a bit of a shutdown hero. So at the end of the mid-game phase, you want to have the Wind Ranger come out of the jungle with I'm just gonna
Maelstrom?
From the top of my head, I think Gleipnir, BKB, maybe the Hurricane Pike. I don't think so. And then you want the Aghanim Scepter for sure. And then just be like a force of nature on the map. Gale Force is an optional thing if you really, really want it, but generally you skip it. So you don't go for the shard at all. If you get it, you get it. You don't, you don't. Doesn't really matter. And you're basically just shutting down either the Sven or the Tiny. That is all your job is. That's Tony.
Yeah, right. Talk about Tiny. Now we're looking at Tony potentially tying again. The Crypt Swarm, nice little stick to prevent that from happening. He actually lost quite a bit of HP trying to make that move, so I have to watch himself.
I don't think Pugna's like getting sucked and at level 6, that's going to be turned around.
Oh yeah, true. Got to return the favor. You know, give it to him early while you can, because once he gets that level 6, he'll be laying it into you. Quick look at the CS. It doesn't seem like, despite the
Hold
pressure
on,
Tony
down
has
bottom.
faced. Okay, what's going on there? Looks like Bloody Nine again being run down, but Muzi acting as a great frontliner, just pressuring both Flea and MKit back. And like we
Muzi?
mentioned, you know, Muzi, he should be fine here. There's still a stun available, and it's infused raindrops in his pocket as well, which is a
He's
great
got no
pickup, by the
Kraken
way.
Shell, though. No, the creep position is not optimal.
Yeah. Maybe we see the Lions start to work on some stacks for him because, you know, just 1 level or 2 levels in the Kraken Shell, suddenly that becomes a lot more doable. I kind of like this itemization choice from him with the infused raindrops as well because he
Agreed.
understands that, you know, he just needs to survive in this lane.
Oh, Shifu.
Nice little shots. Mid lane feels like non-stop action the past few. Turn around, the tornado clips both. And
Oh, the
because of that,
turn.
no more mana. Nothing much you can do. I mean, Shifu. I love that move. He's so casual with it. It wasn't even fussed for a second. You come and gank me, idiot.
It needs to become a reflex. I think like one of the biggest misunderstandings of invokers is that the hero is just so complicated because of the 10 spells. No, after a while, if you played piano, it's exactly like playing piano.
Okay.
You know, because you get some of the certain moves with your left hand become like reflex, like second nature. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. The expression I'm looking for, and that's exactly how you play invoker. It's like you're playing the piano.
Yeah. We'll see just how melodious he's gonna chain these spells together. I think Eagle did mention on panel that Shifu is a formidable invoker. I'll be completely honest, of course, I've done my little bit of research, looked him up on Dota Buff and whatnot, but I have yet to see the master in action. You know what I'm saying? It's a very different thing looking at stats on the screen compared to how it's executed. And for now, Shifu's doing pretty well for himself, CS-wise, 29 and 5. Nice try on contest of the illusion rune at the 6 minutes. I think this is what Bart mentioned as well. We gotta keep our eye out for how the mid laners rotate with the support. For now, it doesn't seem like it's gonna convert onto any kill on Kukaracha though, as it's a nice avalanche from the low ground from Jer to break it up.
It was a bit too close for comfort, if you're asking me.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, the task, you want to be the ones making kills happen, not the ones getting killed.
Exactly. Running away like that is never a good feeling when you're the Tusk.
Yeah.
And Tony, he's just allowed to stand here in your own triangle. Where's the punishment?
This is a little bit strange. He's gonna try for the reverse theft. He had his stolen just the previous game and try to get a little bit of revenge, but look who's already there. Kukaracha. So he gets stacked while he's at it, but he's actually not the healthiest. Yeah. He still can try and time up this snowball stun. And does manage to
No!
He gets out-clicked. Are you kidding me? A bit of a reversal there. And Tony does go down before being able to kill Kukaracha. Yeah, I don't think he gives a shit. He's completely fine. He's laughing all the way home. And this is going to be a similar situation, but in reverse this time. Degen Dinos getting the advantage in that regard.
This could be big for the next minute or two. You know, that XP advantage. We don't really think about it, right, in our pub games. But this is competitive Dota. In competitive Dota, you lose this rune. Like Quinn even said, "Holy based as down bottom." There's the hex. Oh, and the catch.
This is perfect. You can start up trying TP Muzi. No level 6, but it doesn't matter. It's just enough damage. And Nicola trying to come through with the ghost should at least make 1 out of bloody 9. But that is not an even trade in the slightest. And look at Skyward. He's just out of there. You could basically get an EXO for a support kill. You'd love to try and find something else. But with this awkward rotation, there's nowhere else for you to go. Mid lane, though, set up, blast off onto Tony again. And he goes down, so it is something for the side of Kopdao. But I do have to wonder, if all the kills you're getting on the supports, it's going to be a very similar story to last game, Dodai.
Looking like it, for sure. But, of course, you know, Skyward just putting Degen Dinos on the board. It's a really, really nice kill, you know, to have on your trophy room. Getting the Sven as Jer. He's just going to lose all his mana. Once again, Shifu is just, you know, nonchalantly throwing out the MP Tornado combo, which I absolutely appreciate. But yeah, that is one of the bigger problems you have. You know, if you're Skyward, you are kind of forced to make that rotation, you know, to get the Sven and to make that kill. but you are kind of putting yourself on the line. And as Cope Dow, they're getting more and more of these kills. They have, I guess, with these 2 kills already compensated for the Wisdom Rune. Yes, they lost to Sven, but that was due to 3 people, ganking the hero.
Sure.
And they took these kills with relative ease, and I guess they just even up the score now. It's interesting that the net worth lead is on Cope Dow and the XP leads on the other
Bot side,
side.
Tornado gonna go wide though. Couldn't really get the catch out. It was a nice initial setup, but Muzi couldn't find much. Ravage available now. It seems like they're setting up on the bot side. 3 members and 4 now encircling this area, and Cope Dow, they understand that this is no longer somewhere they want to be.
Skyward.
Now, and they're gone. They're gone. And onto Sheepstick, and he can just win run out of there. You're gonna try with the snowball, but they can just TP in. Yeah, immediate responses, and maybe a bit too much of an immediate response. They will try and turn around to Kukaracha, try for the TP out, just gets killed off.
So close.
Funny sort of change of hands here, where they panic a bit too much about trying to save Skyward, and instead this tower still survives. So I guess both teams getting kind of what they want out of that situation.
True. Absolutely true. I wanted to point that out as well. Like, you're happy forcing out this rotation if you're Kukaracha, but you shouldn't die there. Like, that's the only bad thing about this whole play. But overall, Muzi just uses Twin Gates, gets back in here, and he's just going to be a tower himself now.
Yeah.
Even with low level only. Although...
Yeah, using the Exorcism here, Flea's in the sidelines ready to set out with the blast off as well, but with that Kraken Shell, he's able to get off the defensive Ravage. Never feels good, but going blow for blow, offlane out for offlane out isn't really too bad, all things considered, especially if the DP can't find anything else. Now, I did want to mention...
Shifu just zoned out the Sven, and now Jure's like, oh no, I'm not going in there. There's 3 people there, dude.
Yeah, I kind of want to keep my mana intact, by the way. Bloody 9 up here on this top side. Quick hex out from him, but it's not going to matter. Just diving through. Nice little kill. Nicola, able to use the tail end of the EXO. And I did want to address this because earlier on when we saw the EXO to defend the tower, Nicola and the gang actually rotated into the triangle to clean up that hard cam stack. So that's kind of why we see Muzi not having anything else to farm other than the Ancients. And they placed a really deep ward in the triangle from the side of Cope Down, just spotting out this maneuver. So there might be a chance that, when Muzi does finally rotate over here, that, Cope Down just come through full force, thundering in and get a couple of kills for themselves. That could be huge.
Yeah, but at the same time, DJ and Dinos do the same thing on the other side.
True.
Not a very conspicuous word on the side of the Dire. But FYI, I really like this invasive triangle approach from these 2 teams. Yeah. It's refreshing for sure.
You gotta, right? You gotta. It's like, it's such a area of power and just resource for... It's kind of like, you ever play StarCraft, Dodai?
Yeah, not that much.
StarCraft
I'm an Age of Empires guy.
Okay, that's fair. Different RTSs for different folk, right? But I think,
exactly.
The triangle, especially for both these teams, looking like a StarCraft gold base, right? Like,
exactly.
You can just milk so much from it. It's ridiculous. Is there an equivalent for it in Age of Empires, like a gold base?
I guess there are resource bases in general, resource areas that you are generally trying to control. But yeah, overall, usually in Europe though, we are rather jungle focused, which is why I'm saying it's refreshing. And what we saw last game as well, the outskirt vision area that they did in the mid game on both sides on both teams. That is what we usually do as well. It's either the outskirts or the jungles, because then you can basically make the prediction of where the enemy's carry is, just chilling and farming. But MKid is just in a very obvious position.
I'm not looking at MKid. I'm looking at bot side. No Ravage, no problem. In comes Muzi and the squad. Degen Dinos ready to make an honest attempt at this tower, but they've caught Shifu in a very awkward position. Beautiful stun from Bloody 9, holding back the Cope Down heroes. And Shifu should be able to run this off. They kill off the techies. They should be able to stand their ground and turn around for Kukaracha as well. Any further disable, Shifu decides to just go swap away instead. A whole awkward tussle of slinging spells at each other, none of which really matter because both supports on Degen Dinos, despite getting that Wisdom Rune, are only now getting the level 6 on the line. So Finger of Death there could have really sealed the deal on Nicola.
Well, exactly as you said, until there's no Ravage, there's no problem.
Yeah.
I don't know what Degen Dinos are trying to accomplish here. Yes, you want to take the tower, duh. But at the same time, like you can take the tower if you win the fight. How do you win the fight if you don't have the ultimate that wins you the fight as Nicola?
Yeah, I mean, less Nicola and more Bloody 9 just gets tossed out, but beautiful little Decrepify, keeping him alive for now, but not for long. Tornado's gonna come through, fish up the Death Prophet, but Nicola is a big problem here. Like, you just can't make it past him. Shifu would just TP out, and Jer coming through with the Blink Dagger reveal looks to be getting both supports and perhaps even more. The Death Prophet starting to chase down to Tony here, but they want the bigger kill, they want Muzi.
They want to force out the Ravage here on Muzi.
I mean, you're not gonna. There's no way in hell you Ravage here. You're just gonna try and juke and waste as much time. But
nah, I'd just rather die.
Yeah, Ja cleans up, gets essentially a triple down here in the bot side. So great response here. But Shifu heads up play just the TP to the mid lane and start pressuring that up.
Skyward. At least, we haven't really talked about Skyward as we, quote unquote, ignored Muzi last game as well. This is what Degen Dinos are actually really good at, keeping their carry safe. Let them farm. Take the pressure off your carry as much as possible. And as I say that, the Wind Ranger is making his way over here.
Yeah, Muzi is, they're just going to go through the Twin Gate. So a little bit of an interesting situation here. I guess they just didn't want to show by TPing to the tower. Muzi trying for the wraparound play, wants to get the kill onto this DP who has been a big problem for them so far. They know there's no exorcism, straight on Ravage, looking for a shackle, but silenced up for now. Skyward, he just now gets the focus fire out in time, but Nicola, he's still under his tower and he's looking fine for now. Kukaracha wasn't able to come through with the snowball save, but they're looking for the touch onto Muzi. Kill off Flea for now and chase away Ja. They're able to get that Techies kill, but they look like they're gonna lose the Tide Hunter. M-Kit able to slice him down. Starting with the Spirit Vessel charges out though, and it's a nice shackle again. Sheepstick. Skyward doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but too much control between the dinos, and they'll kill off the Sven. So not the first fight appearance that you wanted on M-Kit. You get Muzi. It's a Tide Hunter Ravage used, but it's a big win for Degen Dinos.
I mean, 3 for 1. I'll take that any day. And honestly, Skyward, look at him getting the double petrol station deal. Damn. Get mana life. What is this? A spot treatment? I want this. Why don't I get this? But yeah, exactly. Skyward just doing... I think this is an interesting choice, going for a Bloody 9. Even under their tower, he gets the kill. And it pays off super hard for them, because that splits up the fight. Everyone else is focused on Muzi. They take another support, and then, of course, they take M-Kit as well. It's a really, really interesting play that Dino just made there. Still under the tower, still with the focus. And Skyward just absolutely not punished for this.
Yeah, it honestly felt like it was a bit forced, but I'm surprised it worked out so well for them as it did. Bloody 9 with the setup here, along with the focus fire, should be enough. The power shot couldn't come through in time. But they still should kill off Kukaracha, farming down here in this bot side. I did want to say, we might have to turn the stream off before Shell Petrol Station starts calling. I didn't realize the double suck situation from Degen Dinos until we saw it in action there. That's some fuel. That's gonna jack down the prices. Like, they're gonna be mad. Here comes Jer. They're very well aware that there's a blink, but again, Shifu with the timely tornado, he's gonna be able to walk this one off. Turn around with a Spirit Vessel charge as well. I don't think they're feeling quite confident enough to walk through Nicola Joe Kick. He's just too big of a problem right now.
These Wizards are absolutely gonna make you work for your paycheck. There's just no stopping this action. As I think we did mention it during the earlier.
Again, Shifu falls for the same trick twice. He's no George Washington, I'll tell you that much. Turn around. Like, oh, there's a Ravage from out of nowhere. Where did Muzi come from? Gets the clip out of the Kukaracha, and now Nicola, you pop that mech and you try and stay alive. M-Kid is here to try and join the party as well. Love to get a kill on the back lines, gets hexed out. There's the follow-up from Flea, but it's a beautiful stun again. Bloody 9 just finds these lines and gets at least an even trade. But you look at the heroes that get killed, it's not even in the slightest. The Exo and God Strength is used though, but you're starting to fall into the trap of just appearing in this mid lane and allowing Jer to toss you up like a beach ball.
Yeah, that's kind of the awkward positioning. As I mentioned, the pressure on Muzi is immense. You are at your peak right now with the Tidehunter. People are not having their BKBs just yet. And, they did their best to save Shifu. And after the Invoker died, you should have just fully disengaged because your Tornado guy, your future Sunstrike guy, he's just not alive anymore.
Yeah.
As they're going to go for the approach again.
Yeah, it says it's literally just easy pickings. I can't help but feel like Degen Dinos, they've fallen for the same trick so many times. He is going absolutely fishing right here. And he just keeps finding them. Now Shifu gets caught out on the side as well. Kukaracha buys just enough space for his team to follow up. And this Invoker, despite the good moves that he's been making throughout the early game to keep himself up and running, he's starting to drop. And no mana throughout the first 10 minutes of the game, but now that he's unleashed and he's managed to pick up the Blink Dagger, he is turning things on.
Oh, wait until you see the Echo Saber on this guy.
Oh, he gets bigger. That's crazy. Level 2 grow. This guy, the damage he's pumping out is insane. And even though his net worth hasn't been the hottest, the Invoker, we talked about the Spirit Vessel timing and the rotations he needed to make. They didn't really come through in a way that was convincing enough. And now he's trailing behind. Even if it's just by slightly, it's not a good look given the start he had.
To be fair, we are crapping on Shifu and Degen Dinos. We're not saying that they're out of the game just yet.
Oh no.
I think when the 2 Force Staffs come out on Skyward, in form of Hurricane Pike, and on Shifu as well, the Wind Ranger might not finish it. Let's be honest here. But when Shifu gets it as well, adding another Force Staff to the array, and maybe one of the supports will get it. I'm either guessing Bloody Knight should go for a blink. Maybe Tony will get it after the Aether Lens, I guess. But
it's just such a value item in this game, eh?
If they get it, it's super huge. It's good against running away from the DP, running away from the blast off, etc., etc. Shards. It's just so good.
Now, Shifu does have that Midas, so he is still able to sort of keep up in terms of EXP. And I just want to sort of point out as we might see a fight break out here. Oh, Shackle, Tornado. Coupling the disables here, maybe not really what you wanted. And Nicola, he doesn't even have time to pop a single spell. Gets repelled away from the triangle as Flea. Oh, he'll do just that. Blast off to the high ground. He'll be safe for now and TP out immediately. I was just about to say, maybe I just kind of Psychic Caster's cursed him a little bit here, but I was just about to say, Nicola, I'm really liking the item choices here, going for that Grease first, right? Because so many times, especially in this meta, we're seeing offlaners default to the Veil. Of course, it ate a little bit of a nerf, but the fact that he has that inbuilt Dispel usually would have helped him survive that Shifu Spirit Vessel situation there, but of course, too much control. Now they're trying to convert it, Degen Dinos, into a tier 1. Hope now they can't really respond to this right now.
No, Kopdo are absolutely aware that Ravage is online, and they know that this is Muzi's time to shine as Bloody Nine.
They are still trying though. Yeah, Muzi's time to shine. He's more than happy to just pop this out. Getting control as well. Just Finger of Death. Double suck. Someone called Shell Patrol Station. This is not a good look. Tiny. He's on a sliver of HP, but just narrowly goes down. But here comes the BKB reveal. Sven. He's big, bad, and angry, and he's ready to take some revenge. He can only slice up to a watermelon and a lion. A little bit of a hunter in the jungle. But there's not much else to be found, and you use the Exorcism as well. Ends up being overall a pretty even trade, but the fact that they were able to get the Tiny after so long definitely has to feel good.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate MKid going for the BKB instead of the Blink first. Like, that basically turned the fight into an even fight for them. Like, if they lose this fight on Kopdo, you have a Blink Sven, which can be disarmed. Absolutely, and then you're useless due to good old Deafening Blast coming out from Shifu. And with this solo choice, this is still Kopdo's game.
Yeah, for sure. 2k gold lead for them. Both these teams neck and neck. And you mentioned the Deafening Blast coming out from the Invoker. There's a ton of other ways to mess with the Sven as well without BKB, right? Like you have your D-Crab, you have your Wind
Tornado, the D-Crab, as you mentioned.
So, I mean, heck,
it's Shackled.
The control tools, we could just keep going on. But right now, they're straight into the Roche Pit. The proximity mine should have given Cope Down the information that they need, and
Focus.
there isn't a Ravage for the moment. This could get
Focus.
very hairy very quick. In comes Flea, blast off onto 2 and the follow-up just there with the rocks and just crushes them on the foot. Skyward just gets sent straight up into the air, and you just need to run away now. Shifu, he gets caught out but able to TP. But that is not the look that you wanted. Jug getting that Aegis as well. Disaster. Degen Dinos get plummeted. That rock might as well have been a comet, the way that he slapped them straight down with it.
That is absolute. This could be the game-winning move right here. That one catch with the Aegis, Jur just going in, and the blast off. It was perfect.
Dude, I don't know. You gotta make it make sense for me, though, right? Like, how do you make that move with no Ravage? Now, Shifu is gonna try and split push up here, but Kukaracha, he's been just all over this Invoker throughout the past 10 minutes, sets up for another kill, denies the tower, and fishes his team another pickoff. Degen Dinos, they're letting the game slip through their cracks here a little bit.
I mean, I've coached a number of teams. I guess this is kind of like a psychology thing, you know? You make one mistake and then you start stacking them one on another. Because, you know, you're just so focused on that one mistake of what someone else did. You unintentionally make that mistake yourself, you know? Shifu just going for the split push instead of like, you know, okay, yeah, I'll just farm jungle, get this bounty rune here on the jungle side, and it's all over the place. This is just all over the place on Degen Dino's side. You know, you lost the Aegis fight instead of, you know, just grouping up, trying again with Ravage. You die once more with the Invoker as Shifu. I just really hope he doesn't want to strangle too far. How should I say? Strike too far from his team. Yeah. This is looking tough for Degen Dinos right now.
I don't think you can even blame Shifu very much, right? Because he's trying to do his part with the Boots of Travels to at least try and split up the attention of Cope Down, maybe break up that push that's coming. But I think at this point, it's a very drastic wake-up call that he can't afford to do that. Because the supports from Cope Down, they are very happy to just
they have Aegis. They can do whatever the hell they want on this map right now.
Yeah, what they're doing right now is just doing a full sweep through, cleaning the area. And process of deduction straight onto Skyward, able to get that advanced win run out of trouble. But Kukaracha again with the punches, catch you with the shots, and held back by the Ravage. Still actually come out in time, but I don't know whether you have damage to fight into this lineup. In comes M-Kid as well, slicing up onto the Lion, and now you need to run. Muzi, he's used the Ravage. This is not how that ultimate is supposed to work out for you, as it's a double kill for the Sven. Cope now, they are getting everything.
Not your main target, but you are absolutely happy with this. 2 more in the bag, and you are seeing Tony mess about. Or maybe not. No, you don't see him just yet. It is nighttime, of course. That just fell on top of us is M-Kid. Oh, yeah, look at this. This watcher's ours. Yeah. Hey, here's Tony.
Oh, here's Tony. And he's
Bye,
there.
Tony.
Okay. I mean, not much of a Tony left, unfortunately, as M-Kid, he's really been able to scale up all these just minutes passing of him farming away while his team is making space. This really all just comes back down to the drastic difference, right? Nikola Jokic, once again, I talk about the itemization, I talk about the amount of pressure he was able to put out in the early stages. That's kind of what I was worried about with Skyward in this top side. Like, you kind of die once or twice too much on that Tony Pugner, and you're giving the Death Weapon such an early advantage.
Oh, he missed this.
Tornado missing entirely. Once again, you don't have the Ravage. Is this really a fight you want to take? Come through with the Meteor, double stun up. It's a great setup from Bloody Nine, which will get them the kill on the Tusk, and perhaps Jur as well. You got to keep in mind, this guy has a second life in the Aegis that he snatched up. In comes M-Kid, God Strength straight onto Shifu. Get that Invoker out of that stat. Force Staff and Decrepify will do the job as Skyward starting to pepper away on this Sven. Managed to take him down. Is this a bit of an overextension this time? Jur will turn around with the Avalanche, has to try and dodge out with a Tornado. Remember, he still has his second life, but it's not for long. Bloody Nine with another setup, and you got to get this kill on Nikola. He has a Blade Mail, though. You got to watch yourself. Don't want to end up killing yourself. Jur will toss Nikola back to safety and finally get his second life. They gotta save him. Gotta try, Flea.
He's got blast off.
Resources to work with. Nice little stun onto Bloody Nine. They toss Nikola in onto the line as well. But the Hex up and the control. I think Jer is just dead, yeah. And meanwhile, Bloody Nine able to get sucked up and fueled all the way to the tip here. And with the immense amount of control that these 4 heroes have, and even Muzi coming in as well, Nicola, he's out of gas.
Finger, boom!
Finish him. Bloody Nine deals the death blow. And that is a huge gold swing going Degen Dino's way. Kopdao maybe feeling a bit too big for their britches with that Aegis.
I mean, honestly, do you remember what I told you 5 to 3 minutes into the game? What does Skyward have to do this game?
What does Skyward have to do? Refresh my memory a little bit, Dota.
Rather pick off that Sven or the Tiny. He did both.
Oh,
he absolutely came through for Degen Dinos, dude.
Absolutely. Skyward makes it a double, just like a Whopper. And man, this guy, you know, I wasn't, look, now's my time to fill out an apology form. I wasn't really convinced by this Wind Ranger, but, you know, I just respected the game here. This guy clearly knows what he's doing. I personally thought that the War Cry was going to be enough in terms of being able to resist the physical coming through, but he's reached the point where he has that Maelstrom, so he's a little bit of mixed damage, and of course the Growth Bow, perfect.
And there's the Gleipnir as well.
Yeah, just additional control into what's already a team full of immense control. I feel like even with this BKB M-Kid, he was suffering big time in that fight, and that's not a good sign.
Oh yeah, Bloody Nine went for the Force Staff instead of the Blink, so we did mention that that is one of the essentials for one of the supports on the Degen Dino side. Skyward, he's just starting that Agnum Scepter. He doesn't need long to get it. And that's when, you know, you're losing your Tiny or your Sven. Either or.
Yeah.
And it's a catch-22.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, Dodai, because I feel like we've been left and right, kind of like a seesaw on this. But I remember a period of time in the early game where Shifu was very much ahead. Suddenly, Joe, with this Blink Dagger, he was able to make so much happen. But you take a look at the net worth now, maybe it's the Midas coming into effect. Joe, he is trailing behind a little bit. He'd love to have a BKB for this fight, but Muzi, he's just already right on the cusp of finding them. Glimmer on the high ground, they're holding this position, and it's not too safe. Degen Dinos, the way they've been succeeding so far is responding with counter initiation to the run at you from Kopdao. They need to keep that intact if they want to get that advantage in the fight. M-Kid leading the charge. BKB, everything available. The stun on the wrong target on the Forge Spirit, and in comes Skyward starting to pepper away with the auto attacks. He's focused and he's firing away, and now it's so awkward for Kopdao. They're getting routed here. Ravage is available. Muzi, he's just waiting to let it rip, and there we go, straight up into the skies, and down comes the Sunstrike onto Flea as well. You will chop up Tony, or will you? The Decrepify, no more BKB for the Sven, and he goes down. Less looking like a god and more looking like a false idol. You come through with a snowball now, as Tony, he's just laughing. He's just laughing. You can kill him all you want, but your team is gonna clean right up. You've managed to take down Muzi at the very least. So this is looking like the death of the Death Prophet. Skyward, oh no, actually kills himself on the blade mail, not really respecting. In comes the toss. Nicola, is he gonna be the winner of this fight? Is he gonna turn it around? Seems to be the case. The Greaves, the Keel, disaster for the Degen Dinos. It looks so good, but the lack of respect for the Death Prophet bites them in the butt. And Degen Dinos, they pay the ultimate price. You stand there with your little invis rune, the toss straight up in the sky. Jer knows right where you are. And in a fight where odds looked against the ropes here, it was a crazy Ravage, but they couldn't seal the deal on the DP.
M-Kid, you know, even with the sacrifice of the false idol, as you mentioned, man, I guess, you know, he set them up for success. Within the 5v5 fight, you know, after Ravage is out, and you don't kill enough people, Kopdao have every right to turn the game around. And once again, this is just a roller coaster of emotions.
Dodai, literally, this game is summed up by one thing. And it's Nicola Jokic's goddamn itemization. Every single thing he's picked up has been perfect. The Blade Mail on the tail end to catch the Wind Ranger by surprise. Skyward probably thought he was home free there, and then he kills himself. Yep. That has got to sting, to say the least. And it turns a team fight that's basically won into just a complete disaster.
Let's be honest here. Whenever you played Wind Ranger, how many times have you canceled the focus fire in your whole career?
Bad question. I don't play Wind Ranger.
Ever?
No, hate it. It's boring.
Me too. I think it's a very boring and redheaded and cute and disgusting hero. But
okay, well, see, I'm not really sure where you
wait, what?
Giving me mixed signals right now. I don't know what this is.
Nah, I used to play it as position 4, but
Okay.
Honestly, you don't really think about
It's
canceling
hard,
the spell.
right? It's hard is what you're
Even
trying to say.
ever since the change, you're not
Yeah.
thinking about it.
I
You're
feel you.
looking at the enemy's HP, go down, go down, go down, go down.
Yeah.
You're a rabid dog trying to get a kill, and
I mean,
I died. That's the instant reaction there.
I mean, that, to be honest with you, I'm not gonna sort of let Skyward get away with this excuse, because he wasn't even focus firing the Death Prophet. He was on a sliver of HP. He just wanted to help his team out, finish them off. A focus fire was used on the Sven to start, which he got the kill, and he did his job, like you mentioned, that he needs to
That is
focus
true.
down.
No, but I
Sven.
do believe he focus fired the DP as well.
Oh, at the
'Cause
end, maybe it came
yeah,
off
yeah,
cooldown,
yeah.
is what you're saying?
Yeah, and
Okay.
he didn't have the BKB anymore. And he's like, kill him. Oh, I died. I think
fine,
that's exactly what the communication is on
Yeah.
on Dinos.
Just goes from we're getting it.
Yeah,
To
kill him.
complete
Oh,
silence.
no, what is
Complete
it?
silence on the Discord. Like, he just doesn't say anything. They just like despair. Yeah, I think
Exactly.
it's tough. I mean, the Craggy Coat on Nicola isn't gonna make things any easier. I'm interested to see what he gets as a last few sort of pickup of an
How
item.
much more damage mitigation is this guy gonna
That's
get?
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's pretty insane already right now. So they're heading straight into the Roach Pit. And
What? He's
you
gonna
can
get a
see-
C next? What is going on here?
I bet, yeah. Just armoring up, because honestly, what else do you have to be scared about? It's just the Invoker with his magic damage, but if you can shrug it off with the Eternal Shroud and your Greaves, you'll be completely fine. I mean, Nicola, they don't have the damage. Like, it's kind of what the reason why we're seeing less Tide, right? Because as the fights go on, as these other offlaners are just able to sustain, like the DK, like the Timber, like the DP, Tide Hunter just kind of falls flat. You Ravage, okay, and then what? He has a Shivas, cool. He has a Vlads, who literally cares? You're really just fully relying on Shifu for the damage, and sure, he has the Aghanim Scepter now. That might just be the difference maker.
I don't know if this offlane push is doing any favors for Degen Dinos. Maybe
Oh,
not.
That's the Force Staff coming into play. Good value item for both sides here. It's Kukuracha.
Yeah, Degen
gonna look
Dinos
for
should
an
not
angle.
force this. Don't force this. Run.
Yeah,
Run.
just get the hell out of here, Muzi. He has to blink away. There's a Silver's Edge.
Oh,
MK,
no.
He has the perfect setup. Only gets one stun, turns around, pops the BKB. Force Staff gonna get bloody 9 out of this situation. I say that. Not at all. Turn around with the stun. It's pretty good. The Ravage is set up as well. Here comes the Cataclysm straight from the sky, and they get the first life of the Sven. Not how they want to start their engagement as Skyward able to start focus firing. They understand Nicola is a problem, and they will work down the DP. Take that problem out of the equation. And now MKit getting fully controlled up. He doesn't have a BKB anymore. That's how he chose to start the fight. And a bit of a misexecution. Way too ambitious as another killer tornado gonna send the Sven flying.
Ribbit.
And just like that, I mean, Techie is the only one to survive. Very, very awkward start to the initiation there, as Bloody Nine able to fish himself out of trouble and turn that fight around for his squad.
Oh god, that frog on the Sven. Once again, like these very tiny moments in fights that basically turned them around. M-Kid almost had Shifu.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
All these little things, it's just making the difference. And I'm sure, they were just kind of like, Bloody Nine, and just meddling with them. I mean, that was supposed to be a free and easy, right? You get the advanced jump. They had no sentries there. The Sven was about to go ham, but just that little sidestep, and he only ends up stunning the Tide Hunter, has to turn around and start running at the Lion, which just feels so uncomfortable. And Bloody Nine, once again, we talked about the itemization from Nicola. This time they focus him down, and you were talking up this Force Staff. It literally wins them that fight.
Exactly. I'm very interested in the fact that Skyward is just very focused on core items.
Yeah.
At the same time, it raises the question, when are you going to start saving yourself as well?
Oh, kick back. Aghanims. I mean, Kukuracha's had it for some time, and now Muzi, he's just going to toss up into the sky. Very, very over-aggressive positioning from the Tide Hunter, and he immediately gets punished for it. It was an instant reaction from Kukuracha as well. As soon as he saw that Tide Hunter in that area, he's like, this guy can't be here. They immediately
absolutely
sent him
just as M-Kid with the chase. This could be big.
Yeah, if they can get
He just needs to
here.
catch it.
Shifu has a Hurricane Pike and a Defiant Shell, so it won't be too easy of a just instant kill. he's able to retreat his way all the way back. And worth mentioning as well that the deep ward placed near the tier 2 from the Dire side actually allows them to see that smoke. So Degen Dinos were completely aware that this was on the way. I think that was previously set up either by Bloody Nine or Tony, I'm not too sure. But yeah, after that, Tidehunters, they understand. Like, they can't actually win a fight without a Ravage, so they're going to wait for him to come back. It looks like Muzi is eyeing up that BKB as well, just 200 gold off it on that Tidehunter. Dodai, you know what's funny to me?
Hmm?
I can't even tell who's ahead. I still cannot tell you who's gonna win. The panel was like, yo, Killaz taking this to game 3. I'm not sure, man. I really
not
don't
sure
know.
at all either. This is starting to get awkward. As
This
at
is
the same
toss-up.
time, the Sven, he's gonna reach another power spike when they get the Daedalus. He was looking for the MKB. You need
Sure.
to address the Wind Ranger somehow. I think. No, Basher's not the answer. No, I actually would go for the Abyssal actually here.
On the Sven, you think?
On the Sven, I'm
Okay.
thinking of either it's the Sven or the Tiny.
Yeah, that's
But
fair.
Jer's going for Conda, and MKid. He had the MKB. That is the alternative, to address her. But you need to lock her down and kill her.
Yeah.
Either way.
I think that's kind of been the missing link, right? Because Jer hasn't been able to connect on these moves or really do a significant amount of damage because of the lack of control and a very awkward situation. As
Speaking of
both
control.
teams mildly smoked up. There's the dead in the water. Pop the EXO already. Tony still showing himself on the front lines. Has that nice high ground vision being popped. Heard a God Strength onto Skyward, but turn around. Force the TP out. Very awkward as he just gets stunned. The Sven is dead again. You were on the back lines looking for a little fish to fry, but you're the one who gets cooked up instead. They have the control onto Kukuracha and the task. He can't get out of here. This entire initiation from Kopdal twice in a row now, it's just so awkward. And Skyward, he's learned his lesson, waits out the Blade Mail, starts doing the damage. But where is the Invoker? Finally comes in the fray. Joe, the response, forcing the BKB pop. They'll buy back on Kukuracha as well. Looks like Kopdal, they want to take the fight. The heal up, straight to full from Tony. Sheepstick, Skyward, ready to fight. In comes the Cataclysm. Is it enough damage for the DP? Starting to focus fire. You're losing your life. You gotta stop that move. In comes that snowball, buying a bit more time. Jer has been cleaning up on the backside. Beautiful little set of throws here. But the tornado, it's gonna go completely wide. And Tony, he's left high and dry. They TP out. Skyward, he's able to get out of here. On the back of that buyback, I think the retreat was probably the right option. They stick around for a bit too long, and Jer gets more than he bargained for. Being able to stand through in that fight, but even though it looked pretty rough with the Sven dying again, it ends up being in their favor, Kopdal.
You know what calms us this time around? Why is this DP so tanky? Why can't we kill this guy?
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of been the problem they've been dealing with this whole game, and the fact that Shifu doesn't really have any Spirit Vessel charges anymore means that a large component of cutting down that healing is just out of the question. You even see the Cataclysm.
I would even sell the Vessel just to get the Hex faster, man.
Oh, you think so? Damn.
That's how desperate the situation is.
Is the Hex really going to change things, though? Because, I mean, it's not like it's going to stop the DP from being so bloody tanky.
You would just ignore the DP. Kill everyone else. It's kind of like the
Bristleback effect?
Bristleback situation, exactly.
Okay.
You know? Could this guy die? Surely he can die.
It's gonna, maybe take
famous voice line from last TI.
Yeah, I mean, he can die. I mean, if everyone drops their keyboards and you get to focus him fully without him using any of his abilities. Nullifier picked up by this fan, as pointed out by Pop-Tart. That is going to help them. So it's not really the MKB, but it does a pretty good job in terms of nailing the Wind Ranger and perhaps anyone else as well, right? The Decrep is suddenly not going to be as big of a factor. All your little defensive support items with your Glimmers, your Force Staffs, not going to be quite as helpful.
It's that big catch that you were looking for. Some kind of lockdown is what I was asking for. It's an alternative solution. Not a fan of it personally, but it can maybe catch Nicola. That leash is not going to help. That will, though.
Yeah, Ravage onto Nicola. Forced to pop the BKB and the EXO as well. This is where Kopdal are choosing to fight or not. Okay, well, just to TP out, they fully commit all their Just kind of timings here. It is a bit of a shorter roach spawn, but of course, Degen Dinos have no way of knowing that. They're just going to continue sticking around in this area.
Legion Dinos are absolutely happy with this, though. BKB, Exorcism forced out. Yes, you did lose Ravage,
Oh,
but at the same time, you have everything else.
they're still looking though, especially if that amplified damage rune from the Sven, he could just catch them off guard with this nullifier. They have no idea just yet. Smoke is gonna break on the front lines. Kukaracha blinking forward, looking for an angle, but can't find it for now. Sheepsticked. I keep calling him Sheepsticked. It's just right there, Skyward. He's gonna get that freebie, and oh no, the tornado lifts up Jer. This Tiny, he has to pop the BKB and try and fight Aeon this, keeping Bloody Nine alive. That's what the little bit of a item is for, just to dispel that. Bloody Nine goes down, and that's a large bit of control. Tony, he's gonna keep himself up in the sky with that Yules as well. But now MKit, without that BKB anymore, is in a bit of trouble. Coming through with the Cataclysm, trying to buy space for Skyward to work. Running away now with the Aghanim's win run again. The Sven back in base, but Muzi, he's acting as a very diligent frontliner, holding them in place. But here comes the chop. Lincoln's break, silence up as well. You can't run out of this one, as MKit able to come back through and get revenge. Nicola, it doesn't matter that he doesn't have BKB or the EXO, apparently. He's still going to be able to stand his ground. And Jer, even though you lose your Sven, Muzi, that's just no damage
Good
from the side.
What a save from Shifu!
Oh my goodness, this Invoker, he's been playing like a mastermind.
Oh no, not like
not
this!
Good enough. It
Not
comes
like
at a
this!
cost.
No!
Not this. Not like this.
Oh, the pay. Despair in the chat.
Oh my goodness.
F in chat for Shifu.
That was not worth it. That was
No.
not worth it. At that point, you just
It
let
would have
Muzi
been
die.
so good if
You
you
just
would have
let-
made it out there. Oh, I
You
feel
just
so
let
bad for
Muzi die
Shifu here.
at that point. Like, oh my goodness. Okay, well, that was a whole disaster of a fight. I mean, both sides just butting heads against each other. I mean, it has to be in Cope Dow's favor, right?
Yeah, absolutely. No, if I'm coped out, I'm kind of okay with this. You know, taking 4 for the price of 2, and you know, just another exchange. As once again, we have another swing on that infamous graph of net worth and win rates, and I believe Valve is looking into this match right now because this is not supposed to happen.
Yeah.
But yeah,
This is...
Deathball matter where, bros?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this Tidehunter, there have been some pretty good moments, and he's doing his best on the front lines, but as we can see, they're just kind of ignoring him and going for Skyward. It was a great play from MKid as well, right? He's using his newly picked up nullifier to great effect, getting the supports. So far, Degen Dinos, that's been the big challenge for them. Bloody Nine and Tony aren't really able to persist in the fight. And it's just becoming quite significant. Oh, they'll run into each other. Immediate blink out. Muzi will choose to blink in instead. They have to have proper check out, but this is a very tanky target, and Tony's already dead. Now, Muzi facing up against all the little ghosts here. No way of stopping that TP out. So heads up play from the Tidehunter. Just
Yeah,
lose
that was the
the
big.
pug now.
That was the big question. Like, if we get out, we lose Roshan.
Yeah.
You know, that was a big question, and Degen Dinos will choose to let it go. I don't know if this is the good choice though.
They don't
It's
really
gonna
have
be a
choice,
big
it
one.
seems like.
That's Roche number 3.
Yeah. Aghanim Scepter probably going to be picked up by the Sven if I had to guess. Either that or the Tiny. I think we had a slightly deranged individual in chat saying that Sven X is pretty good into wind, and might see that come into fruition. She does have that Lincoln's, but as we can see from the previous fights, it hasn't necessarily been a problem for the lineup of Cope Dao. As what will be a problem is that Flea is out here trying to push away by himself and just gets punished. Degen Dinos quick to strike there, not
He's
allowing
fine.
Cope
He's got
Dao any
buyback.
sort of liberty.
Pushes won't happen, and Cope Dao will just not take fights basically right now.
You can just wait the 60 seconds, you know what I mean? Like, they can get the techies
60
back up, but
seconds is just such a
Nicola
long time. Nicole, no.
hexed up. Is it enough damage? That's the question. Kukaracha, the snowball save. That's the time that they needed. Now it's time to fight. BKB's popped on both sides. Lincoln's as well. In comes the Sven! Looking for an angle, but Skyward able to create the distance. Bloody Nine, though. Just getting nullified up. That Aeon Disc is not effective. They turn around with the Ravage. Straight onto 2. The Sven's getting controlled now. But Nicola and Jer, they're still fine. Rolling in with the snowball now. Punch up into the skies. The Tidehunter in some trouble. You lose the first life on the Sven. And your supports. Looks like Degen Dinos might just be able to get the better of this fight. Hex up and the control, it's enough. They worked on the Sven as Skyward able to make that initial escape. And that is everything there for them.
I'm speechless, Perma. I don't know what to say here.
No,
Why
I mean,
do you go in aggressively when the techies is too far away,
Yeah,
or
it's
basically
just
is dead?
it's just a weird thing because I think after losing that techies, they just thought, okay, we'll stay passive, we'll play in front of the lanes and stuff, and they
He's
just
got
didn't really
ravage and
respect.
stuff.
Yeah,
Oh my
and
god, techies again.
yeah, now Flea in some
Flea,
trouble.
not
They
like
come through
this.
just starting to toss away with the trees, but it's not enough. You buy back immediately on Kukaracha. In comes the EXO as well as the Shivas. Nicola looking for a setup, but you gotta watch yourself. Kick back onto Bloody Nine. The Lions in some trouble. Buy back on the techies as well. Now it's time to retreat. It seems like Degen Dinos, he might have gone a bit too far. Caught in the shots. Muzi, BKB TP out again. Flea looking for a blast off. Doesn't have the detection. Oh, she's Skyward. Actually trying to turn around and walk down.
Why
Flea
did
wants to get the
Muzi
buyback. He
leave?
gets kicked back. I don't know whether this is the right option, but it doesn't seem like they have any way of getting on top of him. But now I say that.
Oh,
Wallace
Skyward.
and Snowball, the control is there, and he gets locked in. Skyward paying big time for going around for that dieback. It's
Why
100
did
seconds
Muzi
without the techies,
leave?
but it's another 90 without your win. And he's starting to chase forward as well. The trees gets hexed up. Muzi's back in with the little combo, and that's gonna get you Tiny. He can still buy back though, as Kukaracha forced to kick away that beastly Tidehunter dead in the water, keeping him in place. He eats the cheese, but the deafening blast and the meteor. Shifu is doing everything. Where the carries are faltering, the mid laners are coming into play, and right now it's Shifu's show. But M-Kid, oh, he is prowling. He would love to get a kill onto Muzi, the blink out immediately, but he is tracing this Tidehunter.
He needs
Hungry
to
for
break
some food,
God
but
strength and kill.
Yeah, he can't afford to. He doesn't know where Shifu is, and spotting him in the bot side now knows that the Invoker can make that connection real quick. Decides better against it. Both these teams just kind of handing each other liberties here in terms of pickoffs. They're going ham for these moves, and it's not really paying out.
Well, let me just count here for a second. Degen Dinos for 1, 2, 3, 5th time turning the game around in their favor.
Oh, jeez. I mean, this is...
It's yeah, that graph has a few problems. It's kind of looking like a rhinoceros or a Balrog. I can't really decide.
You ever
I
been
can
to
compare it
the... You know about South Korea? They got a Lotte World there with the T-Express. That's what that roller coaster looks like.
Right.
It's an absolute
Right.
whirlwind of a time, and that's kind of what I feel like we've been locked into. And this is only game 2, by the way, everyone watching. We're close to 50 minutes into the lower bracket. We don't even know who's in the grands just yet. We ain't even there yet. Sporkface just watching this probably with amusement because they know both their opponents are getting one out here. Degen Dinos. Can you imagine this stage of the game with just a 2k gold lead? That is crazy.
50 minutes, 2k gold lead? I wouldn't believe you. Any kind of Dota game.
Yeah, especially if the game that Degen Dinos had previously, right? They were completely just crushing their opponents here, but Cope Dow, they've been able to hold on. And I mean, that's, one thing about this team. They've managed to 2-1 both their opponents so far in both the Chompers as well as the Dinos, only losing 0-2 to Spork. So, of course, wanting to get some revenge, but it feels like it is such a far away thought. They still need 2 games, a reverse sweep essentially in this situation.
I'm really enjoying what Tony is about to cook up. It's gonna take a bit of time, but if you look at the Pugna, if you get it, that is pretty sexy. I'm not gonna lie.
Absolutely. How often do we see the Pugnas get the gold and the time?
Not
in the game to
often.
get
Not since the hero's not a core, right?
right.
Back in the day of the OG domination era of 2018, 2019, that was when like Pugna was basically picked mid by some teams.
I mean, even then you didn't get the Ags, right? It
You
was
didn't
like
get the
always
Ags, 'cause-
Dagon and utility items and Octarine and
In
whatnot.
pubs, you got the axe, to be fair, but
Yeah.
not in pro play. As Nicola,
Ooh, scary business. Setting up the Netherwall on the high ground. They'll clear it
this
out with
is
vision.
so stressful. Like
It is.
the
it
fact
is,
that
it is.
Nicola has the refresher as well. Like, well, how do you face into these fights?
I just kind of feel like it's a flea on site situation, like with the you watch Naruto, don't I?
Yeah.
You know the fourth
season.
Hokage. Every single time you just get the hell out of there. There's too many ghosts. Dead bodies of our comrades are just swarming around you. It's not gonna be a good look for you. I just wonder what the fight is because Muzi has a refresher too. It kind of feels like if the fights go long, Cope Dow are gonna get the advantage that way. But if Degen Dinos are able to get one good gut punch to start things out with a double refresher, Tidehunter out, and then, you don't have Shifu's refresher just yet, but he's working on it. Double Cataclysm will be killer. And it really feels like their only way of bursting these heroes 100 to 0 because they're getting ridiculously tanky. Like, this tiny is close to 5k HP.
I'm kind of disagreeing with the refresher by FYI. I'd rather go for the TP Boots level 2.
On who?
Just to keep up the TP Boots level 2.
Oh, hold
on Shifu.
In some trouble. In comes the Cataclysm. They need a save, but the snowball's nowhere nearby. The Tiny will go down. He does have a buyback. The Claw of the Earth Smite's coming through to try and claim Flea. He'll commit it. This is the fight that they need to win. Cope now. The second Ravage is popped and it's suddenly sliced away. Bloody Nine gets his body just rocketed into the sky. Muzi forced about the BKB as Judge trying to deal with Tony on the sidelines. Shifu and Skyward just can't enter the fight. Keep calling him goddamn Sheepstick. But that's not what's the case. He just needs to run right now. In comes Kukaracha. And this is a punch that Tony will go down. So both supports out of the picture. And I think it goes back to what you were saying, Dodai. How do you fight into the refresher? How do you fight into 2 Exos? How do you fight into this lineup right now? They're just so bloody tanky. And you just don't have the damage.
To be fair, for Degen Dinos, they forced out the buyback from the Tiny.
Sure.
And that could be disastrous for the next fight. But the problem is that your supports don't have the BBs.
Yeah.
So no Habibis for you, my Habibis.
Yeah, 3v5 situation. Yes, they will march up to this high ground. Now, there isn't a God Strength for another 20 seconds here, but that's not going to stop them from starting to pressure this out. Flea, getting the mines down.
Oh, there's that optional Gale Force coming out from Skyward.
So bloody
Anything
annoying.
to buy time.
Yeah, Skyward. It's going to be enough, it seems like. They choose to TP away and address the lanes instead. So, I mean, even though they force a tiny buyback out, they win the fight, sure. They get a couple of kills, but it's not on the cause. And Kukaracha, looking to be in trouble here, has the BKB, but not for another 1 second. And he just gets picked off. Either. Yeah, he doesn't have it for what?
He will have it in a minute. It's fine. As MKid picked up the DD.
Okay.
Oh, and he has Rattle Cage as well.
Yeah.
MKid's also tanky as hell now.
Yeah, I mean, I feels like he's been tanky. It's just that the amount of damage coming out from Degen Dinos probably doesn't make it feel that way.
No, to be fair, you're the one that plays more core than I do for sure. Would you rather go for the extra armor or do you? I mean, yes, obviously, I know that you don't play it much, but if it would come down to the choice, would you rather go for? Oh wait, Shifu? No, okay. There's nothing to talk about there.
Okay.
Would you rather get for the extra armor or would you go for the evasion?
I think he went for the Rattle Cage in the previous fights and he realized like the damage and resistance that it's giving him is not worth it. So he's just going to opt for the evasion instead because there isn't really any true strike on this Wind Ranger or the Invoker either. So I don't mind this too much. I mean, even the Parasma doesn't really give you that type of benefit.
Yeah,
Roshan
that's my
is
thought,
up again.
exactly.
This is going to be the fourth one.
If that is the advantage you're going for, I'd even build a butterfly.
Yeah. Let's see what they choose to go for. We are well and truly into the late game now, and this Roche is going to drop quick. It doesn't seem like
we are going 60 minutes, boys.
It seems that way. I mean, there will be another Aegis, so maybe Degen Dinos look to put an end to all of this before we reach that crazy stage of Dota 2. We still have a full day of Dota ahead of us, by the way. It is kind of crazy to think about with how this game has gone. It feels like we've lived a couple of lifetimes just watching this match alone.
DD online.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Okay, there's still like 30 seconds of it. No, okay, no, less. 20-ish. Skyward pushes on forward.
Oh, this is scary. This is scary. They are perched up on that left side. Shifu, you can't afford to die like this. Straight in. Here comes the spin, but the decrep, it doesn't matter because of the nullifier. You need to buy back on your Invoker and come back into the fight immediately. Muzi, he's trying to BKB, buy the time for the Ravage to come through. Cataclysm, straight from the skies. Can it melt down anyone? Not for now. The Sven goes down and he doesn't have a buyback. Skyward, trying to navigate this fight right now, but Nicola, he is a big problem in the thick of it all. With all the ghosts and the blade mail, he just can't be touched by Shifu. He's made his way back into the fray. Silence balanced up for now, though. Nicola just has his number, just being controlled on the sidelines, but you need to get your Invoker out of here. He can't afford to die back. He's been the big playmaker for the squad, and he will go down. 2 minutes without him, and Nicola is still unaddressed. Kukaracha back into the fray. You talked about the 1 minute on
Tony.
the buyback. He is back in the picture. Tony trying desperately to find Flea, but he will find his own depth instead. Bloody 9 and Skyward up against the 3-man unit of Cope Dow. They are chasing forward.
Jeez.
They want to find more. In comes
Give him
the
the
shot. The
cheese.
silence up as well. Nicola, he just can't be stopped. This Death Prophet from start to finish has been such a big problem. He'll come through with the claw of the Earth Spike, send the finger of death, but Flea under the cover of his glimmer. He has so much resistance. This Techies has AC, for Christ's sake.
Solar Grass Techies flee. Oh no, you can't do this to me, man.
6k gold change in that fight alone, and the Death Prophet by herself does close to 9,000 damage, upwards towards 10. Nicola, you just do not have the options to deal with him. You need a Skadi. You need something to put a stop to this madness, but he's just able to stand his ground, and the ghosts go ravenous in these fights. There's still 60 seconds without your Invoker, but maybe just the presence of Skyward alone will be enough to prevent Nicola from pushing any further. But that Aegis timing just gets slammed shut by that perfect positioning and ward outpost set up by the side of Cole.
The awkwardness of these fights, you know, the decision of when the Ravage comes out or when the second Ravage comes out, if it can't come out.
Yeah.
This is just so hard.
It really
I don't
is.
blame Lucy at all.
You gotta feel for the guy, right? Because
I really feel for the guy.
He just has such an impossible task because the Ravage doesn't really feel like the be-all end-all anymore. They come through, start to shackle up. It's a lot of damage onto this fan. He just came back into the picture and he'll be out of it.
20 seconds for
out.
Shifu.
You're looking at Nicola. You need to address this problem, but he pops the BKB and has the TP out of here. The Gleipnir can't stop that. It's Flea.
Flea?
Nice little dust. Muzi had that in the pocket and does manage to tag up the Techies.
Oh, that's another Force Staff. Flea's just
He's
buying
trying his
so much
best,
time here.
yeah. I don't know whether it's enough. He does have a buyback, so it's not too consequential. But the fact that your spend is just out like that, like a light. 70
All
seconds
three
about
lanes.
him.
All 3 lanes pushed out. You're absolutely confident here. If you're Cope Dow, yeah, we have the time. We are okay. You know,
Yeah.
our high ground has not been breached. We are prepping for this high ground pressure
Yeah.
with the bombos and the funny Bomberman, you know, setting up the Hurt Locker here and
Yeah.
the Radiant base. This is bonkers though.
Oh, shoot. It is,
33 seconds from tier 5s.
Dude, Tony's about to die. Like, Tony's dead on my screen, I think. Like, he's gonna walk up into this triangle and just get completely clapped by the bomb.
I don't know if he'll walk up there.
I hope he
shouldn't.
does. It'll be hilarious. It'll actually be hilarious.
Oh, we should start making bets for it. Okay.
Okay,
If
what if
Tony
he
dies
blinks? What if he
here,
blinks?
okay.
Does he have a
Ooh,
blink? He
dude,
does, right?
he does. He has it in 3 seconds.
Yeah, he's gonna try and set up vision in the triangle or something because
Oh,
he knows
no.
that. I don't know.
Okay,
I feel
if
it-
Tony dies, I'm buying you a pint in Birmingham.
Okay, word.
Word.
If Tony,
But if he doesn't, you get me a pint, and it's got to be a
That's
Guinness.
such a low percentage, man. That's not worth it at all.
What do you mean that's not worth it at all?
Oh my god, you should go work for 1x bet or something with the way you're making these stats. What am I supposed to do? I can't win. The house always wins, and you sound
Well,
like the
you
house
know what
right
is
now.
that? I would love to see him
Shit,
blink
right?
up there.
Yeah, me too. I would love to, but I'm not trying to lose instantaneously. Okay, let's see. Come on, Tony. Come on.
He doesn't die though.
No, it's fine.
doesn't
It's
die,
fine.
though. Okay,
He
you're
wakes up
still
and I'm
getting
like,
that beer.
Oh,
Moosey's like, I got this.
yeah.
I got
Lucy's
this.
taking a
Chill
lot of
out,
damage.
brother.
Oh yeah, Tony.
God.
Tony, just relax, brother. You know, you don't need to do all that. You can just chill. What the hell? It's scary stuff. But yeah, like you mentioned, Cope now, they actually have a lot of time to work with, right? They're not too concerned. By the time their Sven respawns, he does have the Godstrength and the BKB back up again. And it doesn't seem like Skyward was in any position to connect. So,
Exactly.
fine. Skyward, basically 6 slotted now, working towards that disperser and has sold the boots, just perma win run mode. I'm not
Oh, tier
concerned about it at
5s,
all.
baby. Let's go.
Yeah. 60 minutes. Here we
Shifu has one.
go. Okay. we gotta
Mirror
keep an eye
shield.
out.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good one. That's excellent. That is ideal. Can you imagine if he spends Stormhammer exit and then it just sends the Invoker flying back
Well,
into
if
the
it
end?
sends it back, that would be huge, though.
That'd be hilarious.
Disperser about to be finished on Skyward as well. Muzi has his on the other side. Force boots. I love that choice. Really good one. Double force staffs. Hell yeah. And of course, since you gave up your boots due to the fact that you are the Wind Ranger and you have the Aghanims,
Yeah.
this is an excellent choice on Skyward's side. As M-Kid, maybe he doesn't have a good one. He goes through the Giant's Ring.
Yeah, I don't think that's too bad. I mean, your other options might be the Apex just to amp up your damage, but
Even
Giant's
a bigger
Ring definitely
target,
gonna...
you don't mind.
Oh, Nicola. That was a little bit awkward. Spotted him out with the sentry there. And immediately pops the BKB. So of course, does have the refresher, so can bring that back, although it's gonna be weird. And you still don't have your full set of tier 5 items just yet, which makes things a little bit awkward.
Ooh, I love Muzi's choice as well. Exorcist Starmer on the Tide Hunter.
Yeah.
As Jer's about to get his...
Dude, the damage reflection is actually gonna do a number on this Sven and Tiny if they're not careful. Oh, running
Skyward.
through! You might just have to pop that BKB, turn around, the Shackle's not gonna connect. M-Kid with that movement through
Look
the
at the
trees.
way Skyward moves. He's just flowing on the map. He is water, my friend.
Yeah, Bruce Lee would be so proud.
Although it's supposed to be the Wind Ranger, not the Water Ranger.
Yeah.
Weird.
I mean, it's not even... I mean, you can flow on the wind.
Jur with the Stygian does. Oh, okay. That's
Okay.
I'm gonna keep an eye out on the spells pop turret. I got your back.
Yeah. He has that Kanda complete, so he's chunking out a lot of damage. But the question is, can he find the little pocket of trees for him to throw? We've seen sometimes, especially on the high ground, when Tiny's angled towards low ground trees instead, there's just not enough ammo, right? And then it becomes this kind of awkward situation. Looks like they just use the Cataclysm.
Okay, triple meatball.
Okay.
No, I think it was just a regular Sunstrike, not the Kata.
Okay.
Although, to be
Aghanim shot
fair-
EMP. Now you pull them to the center.
Oh,
Very awkward stuff.
yeah, I forgot. It's
Yeah.
the MP pull instead of the triple meatball.
Yeah. Alrighty, Subway. This guy is the Subway employee of the month with the way he's laying these out in these fights. I mean,
Right, he's
it's
about
Shifu,
he's about to get his level 30 talent as well. You know, Quas X
that's gonna
Exor
be
passive double. It's just so good.
ooh, that's gonna be nasty. He's gonna be
I mean,
quite a factor in terms of
14%
fight
spell amplification just because you're an invoker.
testing. Gross.
I choose that every time over the radial deafening blast. It's just so good. The extra
Often do you play
7%.
Invoker though? Are you a big Invoker player?
Not anymore. You know,
Okay.
back in the Dota 1 days, I used to a lot. But,
Yeah, but this talent is new, right? I feel like I've only recently started seeing it. The 2 times
it
cross
used to
where
be
it's so fast.
different. It was something. It was radial deafening blast, and it wasn't the passive effects doubled. It was an extra point to each of them, or something like this.
Something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Any given day, you ask me to name a single Invoker talent, I could not tell you. The fact that Pop Tart doesn't have this open right now, I forgot all of them. I'm sure there's a tornado cooldown somewhere. I literally have no. Okay, yeah. See, tornado cooldown. Nice. At least I got one. Hell yeah. As things have gotten hairy for sure now. As Skyward just continuing to fish around in this area. Looks like they have Flea in the immediate vicinity. This is a weird one from Nicola, trying to commit up to the high ground. He's very tanky though, able to pop the BKB, turn around. In comes the Sven, diving straight onto the backside. Bloody Nine in some trouble, starting to get chopped down, and the Lion doesn't stand a chance in this situation. You're still trying to find an opening to actually get any sort of a kill. Ravage onto nothing. Muzi, not the move, and he's just gonna get punched up to the sky, punished for it. Turn around the Hex out onto M-Kid though. With that movement over the tree line, he's able to just run away from the Invoker though, and just hit back, kill off Muzi, and a very awkward situation for the Degen Dinos. Nicola just walking out all willy-nilly. He's just not scratched at all.
I don't think he activated the Arcanist armor on time.
Yeah.
I generally
such
think he
a-
missed it.
I don't know. It kind of felt like Muzi was just standing around hoping to buy enough time to find a good opening, but just they never gave it to him. Cope Dao. You're in the stage of the game where the Ravage just kind of feels like unless you get a crazy surprise jump on all of them grouped up, they all just have their own staggered tools to manage that. We see how
Yeah,
big of a
also-
factor the Giant's Ring is as well on M-Kid, right?
Yeah,
Even though he gets hexed up by
exactly. The way he moved in the unapproachable area, it
Yeah.
messed with Shifu's head. perfectly.
I'll be honest, I didn't even see Sheepstick in that fight. Like, I didn't actually know how he was going to enter the engagement because it's so tricky.
He was just sitting on the Sven as much as possible, trying to hex him up and cold snap him. But, you know, with Skyward not being at the perfect position, they can't shut down MKid there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. I'm worried that Skyward... I'm
Nah,
worried,
he's just going to be KB. See ya.
KB immediately. Okay, this is kind of awkward though, because they're TPing responding in this area, and it's right as Roche is about to spawn. So it's coming up right now. Flea was spotted out. The bomb is going to go off, and with this Sunstrike, they have the vision as well. The entire side of Kokdao has just TP'd out of this location. This could be a very good opportunity for Degen Dino to actually set up in this area and get some sort of advantage. Looks like Skyward, he wants to hunt for more, but no vision means that the Techies is able to get out scot-free.
What's truly awkward is the 8 buybacks we have on the map right now, 67 minutes into the game.
And this is going to favor the Degen Dinos, right? Because they have that outpost so close to the pit, they can just TP back at any time. You have to watch themselves, though. There is a gem available on Cucaracha, and he could just clear out this vision and make the fight so difficult. Stun up immediately onto Tony, holding the spell in place. But a beautiful soul ball save straight into the Ravage. This is what they were waiting for. Mosey, where's the Cataclysm? Just auto-attacking through, and they've killed off the Sven already. Nicola, he's starting to go to work with the Ghost, though. And the BKBs, all the defensive maneuvers, they'll buy back on Tony for now, trying to hunt down Skyward. Too evasive, running away, killing off Cucaracha as well as Nicola. He just can't get into the middle where he needs to be. He's gonna get focus fired down, and this time where Kokdao tried desperately to reach forward, they grasp nothing but straws here. As Tiny, he's gonna get found out as well. You talk about the buybacks, but they just can't come through to this location and back their squad up. They lose all the key members, and Skyward is able to disengage and create the distance. A big fight, 6k gold exchange. Actually, if you add everything up, close to 7.5 and straight into the Roach Pit, this will be our 5th one of the game. If you believe that, Dodai.
Nope, it's absolutely a lie. I don't. It's just such hard to approach these fights from either side. It's hurting my head to think about it. As Flea's gonna get next up.
Shifu getting a solo, looking like it's gonna be a freebie onto Flea. No, he's able to just hide his way out. The reactive taser. Oh no!
Tony
gets found by Tony.
Tony.
Heads up, Lil Cats there, Tony. He's been the subject of aggression for so much of this game. How is Flea so bloody tanky, bro? He has Arcanist Armor, Lincoln's AC, Solar Crest. This guy's the most armored techies you've seen in your damn life, but it's not even gonna matter. Now, there are buybacks on these 3 heroes who have the longer respawns. I don't think Tusk will need to use it, but they might just try and force it out of the Tiny. Shifu already approaching this high ground, swarming in now. Degen Dinos, they've waited a long time for this. Gotta keep in mind that even though it doesn't show, Degen Dinos are 1 game up. It was a very fast game 1 victory on the back of that Skyward.
You can't die. You just can't die here.
You need a buyback. Get your Sven out of there. Successful for now. Muzi being kicked back into the fray, starting to get chopped up, punched into the sky, and he's gonna Death Ravage out of here. He's still fine for now. The Cataclysm coming through, but Muzi does go down. Has the buyback, but nowhere back to connect in the fight. Tony starting to drain away all these little rainbow lines. They're creating enough space for Kokdao. Starting to jump in here. In comes MKid, still for the chase down, but Hexed up, turn around. Shifu looking for the return. Bloody 9 is dead though. And I think Degen Dinos, this wasn't the opportunity that you were looking for. With that Aghanim Scepter Walrus kicked back into an uncomfortable position, Muzi, despite that buyback, wasn't able to pop the cheese in time. And somehow Kokdao, even though they lose their ranks that they hold.
I don't know who I'm rooting for. Like, my brain doesn't even know who's in the lead. I see 32k net worth lead on Degen Dinos. Oh yeah, they're supposed to be winning.
Literally, who cares?
Exactly. Like, this is all gonna be about the buybacks, and Kokdao actually now only have 1 on Cucaracha, and that's it.
Yeah.
So for the next 5 to, I'd rather say, maybe until Nicola has his. So like for the next 5 minutes, we're gonna have to chill down if we're Kokdao. You know, sit back, farm a bit more, get to 8th and 9th items
Look, I have
on the board.
I have a read on the game, and I don't know what you're gonna think about this, as we might have to just kind of break out of this at any moment. But I can't help but feel like every single time one of the teams aggresses, they lose the engagement. Both teams have completely itemized and gotten themselves into the mindset of counter-initiating instead, and that has worked out so much better than just reaching forward, trying desperately to clean up on these kills that there's 4 staffs dodges away on. You know, it's just tricky. And
Oh, Shifu's. Was that his refresher chart?
that is
Or-
his refresher. That is his refresher. That
Oh,
is painful
no.
stuff. I mean, that's the
no.
result of the smoke, I guess. So
Oh,
you're not gonna have that
Shifu
for like.
denies the wisdom rune instead of picking it up. Like there are people who need that wisdom.
Yeah,
Okay,
not too sure about that.
I see that's how it
he's
is.
Maybe he doesn't want to commit himself that far forward. And I mean, technically speaking, the partner and the line are already that close. So I'm not very
They
sure how
saw
much
the
it
whole
matters.
team and the triangle.
Yeah. I no, they did. There was no
Yes.
vision there. They were smoked up, no?
Oh no, this is a radiant ward. Okay, I see it now.
Yeah.
My bad.
I think they had no clue. They were just scared, you know. I mean, it's a 70-minute game, Dodai. You know, the pressure's high. Coped out. They are 1 game away from evening out the score and pushing it the distance. But for now, Degen Dinos, they understand that they're in the very same position of just a, I don't know whether you can even call it fast track anymore, but just direct admission to the grand finals.
I think Skyward is kind of putting Degen Dinos though in a very peculiar position because
Yeah, Divine
there
Rapier.
is that Divine Rapier on the Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
So all focus on Skyward in this
Yeah.
engagement now. It's not even Muzi anymore with the Ravage or Shifu with the Invoker.
We'll see whether that ends up coming back to bite them because Shifu just has been such a significant factor in these fights. Almost feels like you need to take all his spellcasting and team fight impact out of the equation to stand a chance. So far, the focus has been clear, right? Coped out, they just go straight for these supports. Bloody Knight and Tony, if they're allowed to stay alive in these fights, we know how good oil money is. These guys are right there with them, right? Like the amount of impact that you can have. It's getting to the point where I can't help but feel like if Degen Dinos choose to step up to the high ground, they are literally going to lose. I don't think they can afford to do that. But Coped out aren't going anywhere either. What?
I just need one more thing to happen. I need to have Flea have the Aghanim Scepter as well as Bloody Nine.
Okay.
That would be the perfect item board.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Because everyone else has the shard and the Aghanims already except
Yeah,
for them.
right. Yeah, I get you. Okay. Yeah, finish it. Like you
Finish
know.
it. Like get
Like
hurry up.
achievements. Finish the set, bro. We're collecting here. What do you mean we're playing Dota? What's the ancient? All I know is Aghanims.
Exactly.
This is such a tricky high ground to push into too, right? There's so many things you need to be careful about. The blast off can come through. You can never 100-0 Nicola. He has that heart. And he's just doing so much with all those little goals thanks to the Aghanims as well.
So all
And
those
you
level
can't really blame
30s
Degen
coming out,
Dinos.
man.
They keep like circling around this outside area, but there's no way in hell Cope Dow are coming out there.
The unspellable win run now. This is insanity now.
Yeah.
Well, what's your nullifier doing, Mr. Sven? I guess he's gonna use it on Shifu instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's still really useful on the rest of the heroes, right? Like the Wind Wakers, the Lincolns, all your little Aeon Disc situation, but Mirror Shield on Lion.
Okay,
CS on the
Shifu's
top, man.
about to get his courier back, so in 30 seconds he'll have Refresher Orb,
Cool.
along with the double TP boots.
Yeah, so this is gonna be crazy because what he can do to break us out of this deadlock situation is he will cast Forge Spirits, refresh, cast them again, and he'll have 4 Forge Spirits. You hear me, Dodai? That's gonna be crazy. He's gonna do at least 20 damage to the opposing.
You're making fun of me right now.
I'm not. I'm
do
just
it.
saying. I don't know what it does in this game. I don't.
I mean, double katas along with the big split push movement.
Yeah, I
that
mean,
can
if you
do?
get a fight, which Cope now are not giving to you at all, right? Like I do it. Okay, let's sort of try and get back on the same page here.
Okay,
Do
okay.
we both agree that going high ground would be suicide?
Exactly.
So all you can do is Forge Spirit push because who else can do it? You don't have any Book of the Dead. Your partner shows up to try and nether blast a tower. He's deceased.
True.
You know, like you just have to go for this ridiculous slow push on the Forge Spirits, which is gonna be like the lamest thing ever. And that's what they're doing. They're just sending the Forge Spirits in like every time it's off cooldown.
Skyward doesn't have the range to focus fire off the tier 3s. Yeah, I kind
doesn't.
of understand what you're saying.
It's just funny because maybe Tony just has to do all these weird like
Exactly.
blink
Just,
in,
you know, blink
Wind
in,
Waker
another
out.
blast, Wind Waker.
Yeah, Wind Waker out. That's the only
That's
option. I
exactly
really
what's
don't know.
happening right now. Like, look at
Yeah.
it. There's another blast, and he's just running back.
He can't. He has to.
Get
He's
me
so
outta
scared,
here.
dude.
I'm kid. Nah, he's gonna be
Okay,
fine.
tower
This Tony's
secure.
just gonna
Tower
do it
secure.
again.
Tower secure. We're on to something, baby. Let's go. CS Stone, he has the cast range. Yeah, I mean, Poplar's gonna point that out. It's quite ridiculous, actually. He's able to keep
Oh, this
quite
is
a
good
safe
though.
distance.
Goptao cannot run out of the base, and they will find him, kid.
They're gonna try start out onto Shifu, but that is not what you wanted. The Mirror Shield gonna buy him some time with the reverse snowball, and in comes the Cataclysm. They've already killed off Flea though. Starting to run down to Bloody Nine. Nicola, he's in the middle of the mix again, but Muzi, he's just acting as a giant meat shield distraction. You're not killing off this Tidehunter yet. Skyward, he's still jumping around in the fight, controlling up onto MK. Just needs to wait for the Sven to show himself. Seems like Skyward's going elsewhere. Back down to the low ground, force staff down. And now Nicola, he's in a very awkward position.
Oh, Tony.
Jar! So quick on the blink with Tony.
Let's go, Tony.
How? Hang on. There's only
What?
one person died in that fight?
Yep.
What
I
the-
mean, 2.
what?
Bloody Nine and
can't-
Flea.
Okay, I mean... Okay. What are these fights, man? You know, late game team fights are always like massacres and shit, and then it's like everyone's somehow alive because you got 1,000,001 like survivability options. I'm not gonna lie, Dota. I'm gonna level with you. These fights are getting way too crazy for me. Like, I don't even know what's going on.
Welcome to NA, bro.
Oh my goodness.
This is
Now
true
maybe-
Dota time.
Yeah, true.
As I'm kid. Oh, once again with the catch onto the Sven.
He's
Hex him
fine.
down.
Next time,
Catch
they're getting
him.
the control just starting to throw in the trees, but it's not a lot of damage. Nicola, he's committed the EXO here as well. They're looking for Bloody Nine, but he's hidden under the cover of the Glimmer Cape again. You're gonna be able to force boot yourself back to the high ground on Nicola, but this is the EXO being used. You can't just afford to wait this out on Degen Dinos.
Uh-oh.
At the back.
100 seconds without
Here
the
comes the
exo.
Forge Spirits. They do nothing because there's a backdoor protection. And now the
There's
Invoker has
another
to wait
wave.
another 3 seconds for his next Forge Spirits. It's gonna be crazy.
Wave Gush versus Spirits versus another blast.
Okay.
It's just trench warfare all over again.
What is going? This is the worst. This is actually the worst. The way this game is starting to end up, it's unironically like net worth doesn't even matter anymore.
Chaos.
True. Are
Nah,
they
this
going
is-
for the 6th Roche of the game?
To be honest, if you think back, you know, let's be a bit of little historians here. EG,
Sure.
you know, have proven that NA are just so good in late game fights because generally the region plays towards the late game.
Yeah.
So a 50 to 60 to 70 or even an 80-minute game is just not an unusual thing for these guys.
Smoke.
They have
Smoke.
endurance
Smoke.
like not any other region as smoking kills, but not in this case.
I mean, Mike just they're still sticking around. I don't. You don't really have your buybacks on Degen Dino, so you really got to watch your set. But Skyward, he's just dancing around them, playing. Jer can't get the connection. Very awkward.
Lucy?
Nice little connection on the back lines. The Cataclysms can't do enough. The Gale Force actually pushes them out of the Sunstrike range. Very awkward as Bloody Nine goes down already. MK desperately trying to connect, but he just can't hit Skyward. This Wind Ranger is basically invulnerable at this point, and Nicola gonna try and connect with the Spirit Siphon, fear away
Jer.
him, but he's moving at max move speed. Being controlled up right now. Pop the second BKB. Working onto Shifu now. Pressure the Invoker out of the fight and kill off Muzi. But he has so many tools. The Windmaker from Tony helps him get out of trouble. And they're just controlling Joe on the sidelines. The support
Kid is
being allowed
coming.
to live in this fight will be their detriment. As Nicola, he's still standing his ground with the Ghost, but he'll be turned into one shortly if he doesn't get out of here. The crits, the Divine Rapier just being put to work here as Flea. All the armor in the world, but he can't transfer that over to Nicola. Just getting out of the
Espresso.
great escape.
Yeah.
He is so fluid.
Oh no, Skyward!
Skyward!
It's
He just chases
fine on
the
the
ball, Divine
fine
Rapier
on
on the
the pick it up,
ground.
go, go, kid! Run,
Not
run!
like this. You need to try and get out of here, Nicola. But you have that Divine Rapier M kit. They don't have the detection. He's gonna be able to crawl out of trouble.
Come on,
It's a
Jer, you got
4v5
this.
situation. MKit, can he find the opening to just get the jump surprise? He doesn't have God Strength for
needs God
another
Strength.
4 seconds, but he can find them. Jumping
Whoosh.
straight in. Is he the superhero? Is he gonna
10
get
seconds
clapped
beat
here?
to the
Straight up
BKB.
into
Let's
the
go.
sky. Pounds the God Strength. Trying to run onto Muzi. Straight into the sky as well. Kukaracha being lifted up, but Nicola still doing a good job holding them back. Tony, he's just buying space, but disarmed
MKit,
arm and
he's got the Divine,
MKit,
no!
he's gonna go down the Divine Rapier back on the deck, but Nicola, he just slides over and he might just pick it up. Has he freed up?
Everyone's in the air.
Meanwhile, Skyward still able to do work on the front side of the fight, forcing the BKB out from Kukaracha, and this task is gonna go down. Nice little
There's a
ravage.
Ravage.
Probably controlling up Nicola. The snowball just buying some time, but the Death Prophet, not long for this world. So many members of Cope
Come
now
on, Nicola.
die back. And Skyward, despite losing that Divine, will reign supreme. The tips come through. And Shifu, he knows it. He has done so much work this game in comparison to the Tiny, and that really is the big difference maker. They will just mop through these remaining buildings as Nicola. One
Against
last
the
Hail Mary
world.
attempt, one last try. 1v5 situation, everything and the kitchen sink.
One more
Now,
buyback.
not even just the kitchen sink, all the appliances, the whole damn renovated house. I don't
You're
think the
tanky.
Blade is even going to do
You're
anything.
beautiful.
You're tanky, but Meatball served up. Nick's on the platter. Is this Death Prophet? You might just try and bait them in the
Red
fountain,
Siphon.
but I think Degen Dinos,
Use it.
they know they have this game. They know they have their ticket to those grand finals. And GG is called
Oh,
Shifu,
the smile
smiling
there.
from ear
Oh,
to
the
ear.
GG
He's
PM.
feeling good. He's out of here. He's ready to gear up for this best of 5 that we have up against Degen Dinos, because Sporkface, I mean, they're up next on the chopping block.
Oh, Shifu, you cheeky bastard, right there at the end. You gotta respect it, or disrespect it in this case. I'm not gonna lie, Perma that was one of the closest games in this patch I've ever seen,
Woo.
if ever. Like, yeah, we've seen some crazy stuff from, more prestigious leagues. Who the hell cares about those? This is NADCL, dude. Like, have you seen a game that
No,
nuts?
not for a while. That was crazy. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't necessarily think that Cope Dao would have that much left in them in the tank, especially if how difficult the fights were for the Sven. And even though we were quite convinced that it would be a Cope Dao victory, and they had what they needed in terms of tools, it's just, it's so tough. I mean, you see Wind Ranger become basically invulnerable at a certain point in the game, especially if that Wind Run undispellable, and it feels like from there they just never could get the touch on her again. I really gotta give
think
props to
there-
Shifu though, because I think he played out of his mind.
There was a very, very late mistake there done by Miskid. Honestly, if you don't overextend with the Divine Rapier, you can have like a better time. But
Yeah.
the fact that MK went so far ahead, they found the control on him, and then it was over for him. But
Dude,
yeah, like at this stage of the game, the amount of insanity on the map is just you can't think of all these moves. If I do this, they do that. It's not that simple anymore.
I sincerely, before I of course send it off for this series at least, I just need to say that Wind Ranger did 118k damage, and if you think that's high, the Invoker beats that by 1k. So that just goes to show to you how much work Shifu did. But what a series! That first one, I think they showed their strength on both fronts, not only in a stomp but in a very tight one as well. And I'm very interested to know what Eagle and Bart have to say about it. Take it away, guys.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for that awesome cast. Just want to shout out to Permasneeze and Dodie. Those guys were spitting some absolute heat. That game was so hype. I remember one of the lines. It gave me goosebumps. That Permasneeze said. He said, "Looking less like a god and more like a false idol." I had to write that one down. That was something really great. So I think we're we're gonna be getting into an interview here with Skyward soon once he's ready. But man, Bard, talk to me. Talk to me as a player. How do you calm down from that? Oh, great. We actually have Skyward here perfectly, so I can ask him that question directly. Skyward, how you feeling, man? That was such a hype game to watch.
Honestly, I think we're pretty collected.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it was like an 82-minute where it was kind of all over the place, but I think we kind of got away with we found our bearings in that game. I think in the early game was when we felt the most pressure, where we were falling behind. Game wasn't exactly panning out, but the game kind of just got easier and easier. And even though the late game fights were chaotic, it felt like we controlled the chaos, you know? Like we were the ones throwing out the Ravage, the Cataclysm, the Invoker was casting spells on everybody, right? Like we were the ones that were making the game confusing for the enemy. And so we made them play our chaos. And I think that kind of is why we were able to pull it out at the end.
Yeah, those fights were just so many things were happening. It's hard to follow all at once. From a player perspective, what do the comms look like in that situation? Is everyone kind of screaming like go, 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 or use this spell, or does everyone understand what their role is in these fights?
I'm pretty sure much of our comms during these like kind of hectic fights are all about like target selection. So like you know, we'll be starting the fight like, or we'll use the last fighter for example, where I'm like scouting heroes and they're trying to use spells on me. We're like, okay guys, 3 heroes here. You know, look for the tiny and the techies. These are our prime targets. You know, we burst those targets, and then once everyone realizes, okay, these guys are dead, move to the next target. Okay guys, you know, use spells on DP. One person like, you know, it's there's some chaos, but it's all really about making sure that our target selection is correct. And I think especially hats off to Shifu, because he was the one person who the comms never really applied to just because of how much he was doing, you know? We'd say target the DP, but he's hitting a tornado on 2 heroes and deafening blasting 3, you know? So he honestly just made the game so easy for us by just owning on the Invoker. So hats off to him for sure.
Yeah, he played a fantastic game. One other question that I have for you before I kick it over to Bard here in a sec is it seemed like a lot of the fights were taken on the Radiant side of the map. And that, you know, even if they would win these fights, it was really hard for them to advance the game state because EXO would run out or, you know, you get a couple kills and they really weren't able to advance, the state of the game and take those objectives. Was that a planned thing coming into here? Or was that just kind of how the game shook out?
I think it was kind of mainly how the game shook out. You know, their heroes are good at taking objectives when they have their spells, right? So a lot of this game was kind of like bait them in, use a spell, and then back up, you know? So a lot of the fights, it was like, okay, commit. If they try to jump back on us, we Ravage, we disengage, you know, we wait for the EXO out, and stuff like that. So much of the game was really just, we felt in control. Even though it went 82 minutes, it didn't feel like we were ever really losing within those 82 minutes. We knew eventually they would make a mistake, and that's kind of what happened there in that last fight. We just played the window.
Even after that first Roche fight went a little off, you never felt a little jittery about that?
The first Roche fight was a bit iffy, but I think we had confidence in our ability to scale. I'm also not a believer in this Sven hero. I think this game kind of emphasizes that like he didn't really have anything to do. You know, he was kind of just a Warcry bot. You know, he's just getting kited, disarmed. So we knew that once the BKBs ticked down, the game would just be really easy for us.
Yeah, and especially with those Aegis choices too, right? Sven had that Aegis, but he doesn't come back with God Strength, and your ult still persists on him through the Aegis, so it was kind of a tough choice for them. Yeah, Bard, what questions you got?
Skyward, you're a bit of a bully, man. That Sven just couldn't play the game. Every single fight, you know, you're focus firing him, and he's just dead in like 10 seconds. It feels like. I don't know.
Yeah, so last time we played against these guys, their carry player played pretty well. And I was playing. I played a combination of Zeus, Pudge, and Abaddon. And I'll be honest, I got bullied that series a little bit. I was having a pretty rough one. Game 1, my Zeus got like hard countered by this Huskar, and then game 2 and 3, I just didn't play that well. So this series, we kind of wanted to put the shoe on the other foot here. I Brood. I know this guy's picking Muerta. I'm like, okay, Brood versus Muerta is unplayable because I had like also 200 Muerta games. And so I just bullied him in that game. And then game 2, I see this guy playing Sven into Windranger, and you know I just bully him again. So I kind of want to give him a taste of his own medicine from our first series.
Yeah, for sure, that makes sense. I want to talk about the draft of game 1. That last pick, Broodmother. I feel maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that pick just pretty much single-handedly won you the game. Going into it, are you like, do you know that you want to play Brood in these sort of games, or are you like waiting to see how the draft pans out and then it just turns out that like a last pick Brood is good?
So I think how the comms went in that game, we were keeping the idea open about picking the Brood because it worked pretty well last time. And obviously it's one of my most played. And I don't mean any disrespect to the other team because I don't think it's necessarily their fault. But when we're playing against Kopdow, the Brood pick was more of a test to see how their macro game is as a team. Because I said, look, if these guys are a good team, they're going to be able to punish the Brood. And they didn't. Right. And so game 2, we were honestly ready to just straight up pick it whenever because we didn't think that their macro game was good enough, that they felt disjointed as a team. And that's kind of what you saw. They were smoking on me. They missed 2 kills, and Alk is free farming, and my mid is free farming, right? And it's all about it's just whether or not I, as a player, can outplay their macro game. I think the next series we're not going to have the luxury because that team is extremely sound on all positions. They have a good captain in Fade. Henry's communication is good, and they have solid roles all around. So the Brood is definitely going to be harder to execute. I don't want to leak too much, but yeah, I would say it was definitely more of we were confident that they were too disjointed as a team to kind of deal with it.
All right, yeah, that makes sense. Another drafting question I have for you is I don't actually know if it was you guys or Coped out, but the Ricky got banned out both games. Can you talk to me a little bit about this Ricky hero? Because I feel like I haven't seen it that much, but it got first phase banned both games. So.
Yeah, so in the upper bracket, first round in the upper bracket, I picked a Ricky, and I went 34-5.
Gotcha. Okay.
And ever since then, honestly, I don't even know why Coped out has just banned Ricky. In all honesty, I don't even play that much Ricky. My Ricky's okay. I feel like banning for me is kind of weird. I feel like my hero pool is I play so much Dota that I have 8 heroes that were 7 heroes that are level 25 plus. So it's you could try to ban me, you're gonna ban Ricky, but I'll play literally anything. So it didn't really work out for them today. We were a bit more prepared as opposed to last time. And I think we kind of just started winning these games at the drafts.
All right, cool. That makes sense. Eagle, I don't really have anything else. If you have any questions.
Yeah, no, man. We'll go ahead and let you go here. Congrats on the top 2. Best of luck moving forward. Somehow I have a sneaking suspicion we're not going to see that Brood. I think that'll get first phased every time. But best of luck in the grand finals.
And we'll see how it goes. And just one more shout out to the squad. Honestly, my team has been. We've been through some adversity. We dropped lower bracket right there after the second round, and we've kept our composure. We made it back. And Shifu and Muzi especially have just been getting better with every single series. So I think we're at the point where I think we're ready to give Sporkface a nice series. See what happens here.
Yeah. I guess one final question. Any words for Sporkface if they are watching the stream right now?
Last time we played them, we were missing our mid laner in game 1, and then we weren't able to finish up. We just FF the series because we were it's kind of hard. They're a good team. So I think it should be nice to see the 1 and 2 seed. We should have been the 2 seed, but seeing the 2 best teams in the league finally get a nice BO5 series. So hopefully it's entertaining for you guys as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Go ahead and talk with your team and prep for the grand finals, which is starting here pretty soon, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. Always a pleasure, boys. Have a good one. Thank you.
Yep. Best of luck. All right. Thank you to Skyward for that interview. I know there was a lot of questions, but man, he's always great to have on the panel. He's so insightful about the game and is willing to divulge a little bit about his team strategy. So always great to hear from him. So let's talk about this previous game, Bart. There's so many different data points that we have, but I want to talk about some of the high level concepts here. So I think early game we saw from both teams, especially both offlaners, some over rotations, and it resulted in some of the T1 offlane towers being alive a lot longer than they should have been. We saw initially the Death Prophet TP down around the 10-minute mark, used Exo, but was not able to translate that into taking that tower. And then we saw some counter aggression at the top lane where we saw the Tidehunter TP up to try to save that Wind Ranger. And then as a result, they weren't able to convert their catapult wave at 10 minutes into the top lane tower. So that's something that I felt like a little, little bit of inexperience from both teams, but they definitely evened it out over time. So can you talk to me a little bit about Degen Dinos and kind of their struggles early game, especially fighting without the Ravage? I felt like Jera was able to kind of abuse that long cooldown for a bit and take those fights or get those support picks when Ravage was on cooldown.
Yeah, for sure. Tidehunter is one of those heroes who, when you have Ravage, that is the team fight spell. But whenever you don't have it up, he kind of is just a tanky hero who doesn't really do a whole lot. He doesn't provide a ton of disable. I think his most useful spell is, I guess, Gush with the minus armor. So Coped out definitely did a great job of taking advantage of recognizing that Ravage cooldown and making some plays on those supports, like you said. We mentioned in the draft, those 4 ranged heroes all being very weak and very susceptible to Jur's jump with that tiny. So
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Another really key point I want to touch on is the vision. So that first Aegis fight, you know, DJ and Dinos, they were, you know, they were killing it. They were doing pretty well. And then we see Coke come in unsmoked, and they were able to steal it away with Flea's beautiful jump into the Roche pit. They end up silencing everyone. They're able to, you know, get a couple kills, get that Roche steal. Jero was able to get the Aegis. Can you talk to me about the importance of vision, especially in those early game fights?
Yeah, so vision is what wins team fights 95% of the time. Uh, we saw it quite a few times there with that Roche fight, like you said. Uh, Coped out easily, just able to sneak up and take a great fight on their terms. They knew that all 5 of Degen Dinos were grouped up in that pit, and Degen Dinos just didn't see it coming. So having vision on those supports and placing obs around important objectives such as towers or that Roche, very important. And Degen Dinos just kind of lacking, and that's why they lost that first Aegis.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. You mentioned they lost that first Aegis. That was when, you know, again, Wind Ranger was able to ult that Sven, and Sven really couldn't get away. And they had the dire side, DJ and Dinos had clear vision of the entire fight. So they could see the Sven walking up slowly. And I think he had Blink at that point in time. But, you know, they were able to see him approach, and that Wind Ranger was able to effectively get on top of him and position herself to where she couldn't get counter initiated on, but she was able to bring down that Sven over the fight without putting herself in danger. And that's really the importance of the vision that we talked about. And then one of the last things I want to talk about here is Kokedao. Again, I think they struggled a little bit with reacting so much instead of making their own pressure. For a lot of the fights that we saw, they were on their side of the map. They're on the Radiant side of the map in their jungle. And they were oftentimes so drawn out that they couldn't use the Death Prophet ult Exorcism to effectively advance the game state or take objectives. So they'd win the fight, but these fights were lasting so long, and they were on their side of the map. The creep waves were so shoved in that even though they won the fight, it didn't really change anything about the game because they couldn't get towers. They weren't really able to effectively translate into a Roche kill, and it was just really, really hard for them. And that's one of the questions I asked, you know, Skyward about. So, you know, as a player, how do you kind of get out of that mentality of reacting so much and creating your own pressure on the enemy side of the map?
Yeah, so Exorcism is a bit of an awkward spell, right? Because it's so good at too many things. If you use it for a team fight, it's going to be a one team fight, but then you don't have it afterwards to take objectives. Or if you pop it for objectives, then you don't really have it for the team fight that breaks out afterwards. So from a player perspective, I think you really just need to communicate with your team like what your goals are with your spell usage. It felt like a lot of the time Kokedao wasn't the aggressor. I felt like they were reacting to a lot of Degen Dino's plays, and as a result, they were never able to like use these spells for objectives because they were just like farming, and then they get caught out farming, and then you have to pop that exorcism to like win the team fight. But then it's just kind of awkward afterwards because first of all, it's early in the game, so the enemy team respawns in like 30 seconds. So you don't have a very large window where you're able to like make a lot of pressure on the map. So saving some of these tower taking spells is, you know, it's hard. So I think Kokedao struggled a little bit. I would have liked to see more of them like on the initiation or on the I don't know what I'm trying to. Death Prophet should have been like posturing in front of towers, trying to take objectives, and have that tiny plus support duo behind her ready to jump. And that's how they want to take team fights, rather than getting caught out by like a Ravage or a Windrunner pickoff.
Right, exactly. And it can be really scary pushing into that Ravage. But at the same time, if you take a fight on your side of the map, even if there's a bit of exo left, you have to push the creep wave and then walk up to the tower. Instead of if you're on the dire side of the map, you can immediately just walk up to the tower when the creep wave is already there. So it's, you know, just the small little things, but they really, really add up over time. So the last thing that I'll talk about here is this Death Prophet play. You know, some of the itemization was really, really inspired and not some traditional current, you know, items that we see. We don't see like a, you know, Shiva's Rush or anything like that. We saw a first item Guardian Greaves. Can you talk to me a little bit about what, you know, why that player chose the Guardian Greaves to go first and why that was such an effective choice?
Sure. So Death Prophet is a great hero at baiting people with her HP, right? Like you get this hero to 20% HP, and all of a sudden everyone wants to go on her, and then she just gets off 4 siphons and is back to like full HP almost instantly. So a good way to counter this is with the Vessel, you know, reducing some of that HP regen, and the Greaves acts as a great dispel to the Vessel, so she's able to bait even harder. And this is kind of what I was talking about before with any time Degen Dinos were the aggressors, it felt like Kopdau was winning most of those fights because this DP was so good at going in, tanking up spells, and just using her HP to bait the enemies in, and then is able to heal back to full with the Greaves and the Siphon.
Yeah, awesome analysis. And we also saw that blade mail come out, which again is not really a standard item for Death Prophet. So that blade mail is kind of an awkward pickup at first glance, but was really effective this game. Why was it so effective?
Yeah, if there's one item that counters Windrunner, it's blade mail. There's a concept in Dota that people talk about sometimes called uncontrollable damage, which is where like the damage is just going to be output whether you like it or not. Radiance is kind of an example of this with it's just doing AoE damage all the time. And Windrunner's ultimate, it's very hard, like our casters were talking about, to have the state of mind to remember that you can like cancel it and stuff. So once Windrunner casts this ultimate on the DP, you just pop Blade Mail and it's a free kill. So I think Blade Mail is necessary on a lot of cores when you're playing up against this Windrunner. And I honestly would have liked to see one on the Tiny as well, even though, like you said, with Death Prophet, it's not really a conventional item. It's just so good in this sort of game that I think you have to go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. So before we throw to break here, I really want to talk about Kopdau for a bit. They had a very, very strong group stage, and they made it all the way through top 3 to this tournament. We're sad to see them drop out. And before we say goodbye, I want to talk about their draft strategy a little bit. It was kind of unconventional. They spent a lot of gold in the player auction on a support player, Flea, which kind of hamstrung, or theoretically would hamstrung, their abilities to get effective core players to position around Flea. But we didn't see that here. Jer was someone who went for a very, very small amount of gold, but I felt like he was one of the top mid players in the tournament. So he was someone who is way undervalued that, next season when it comes around, I'm sure he's going to go for quite a bit more. And we also saw Nkid. He had a lot of positional flexibility and a pretty wide hero pool. We saw him pull out the Muerta so many times to such great effect. I felt like he went for a lot less than he will in the future because people didn't really, know who he was. But now that they understand him and his capabilities, they're really, really going to, value him a lot higher moving forward. And Nikola Jokic, I don't know how to pronounce that correctly, but, we saw his Death Prophet this game, and that was for sure the MVP on the side of Kopdau, even though they ended up losing the game. He's been a really, really stable and effective player for them. So I think there's a lot of really good players on Kopdau that were historically undervalued as part of this previous draft, but next draft, I think they're going to be, a lot higher. And as an owner, I'm kind of always looking out for those things, who's undervalued, who's overvalued. So, Jer, Mkid, and Nikola Jokic, next draft, I think they're going to go for a lot higher. So be on the lookout for them, when next season comes around.
Yeah, definitely a lot of players making a name for themselves who you wouldn't necessarily expect to be making it top 3 of the Division 1 NADCL. And something I think is very important that you touched on a little bit is beyond just drafting like one really good player with like your gold, drafting a really good leader, regardless of what position they play, I think is very important. And I think Flea plays that role for Kopdau, and we saw Skyward on Degen Dinos. I know you weren't around for it, but when we had Budster on here, he was talking a little bit to Skyward's character and how this guy is able to stay completely calm, even in an 82-minute game like we just saw, and sort of keep his team, focused. And just having that strong voice in comms can be very important for like keeping all your players on the same page. So definitely we'll see some of these players maybe valued a little bit higher next season in that draft.
Yeah, man, that's what NADCL is all about. So we're really sorry to see Kopdau go, but we're excited to see this grand finals between Degen Dinos, B9, one of the old hats of the NA scene, but such a stable player. Skyward, always a really, really smart Dota player, very calm, as you mentioned, a great leader, versus Sporkface, who were previous champions. Fade, real leader and captain of that team. They also play a pretty mean brood mother, so I don't know if we'll be seeing that hero. I think both teams value that hero quite highly. But yeah, man, I'm really excited to go watch that game a little bit later today. Is there anything else we should be on the lookout in regards to these two teams moving forward?
I'm not sure if Babatich the Sporkface mid laner is going to be around. I know he's been missing for the past like few weeks, but if he is there, then I think Sporkface will definitely have a strong advantage going into that game. So Degen Dinos definitely have their work cut out for him, but it'll be a fun finals to watch for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a best of 5, so we got a lot more Dota for you folks. But really excited to see where this series ends up. But we've talked for long enough. That's it from me. Bard, you got anything else?
Nope. Just happy to watch a great best of 5 coming up soon.
Cool. Yeah. Well, we're gonna go ahead and throw it to a break now, but stick around. I'm sure we'll get this lobby up soon, and we'll get this grand finals kicked off. Hey, folks, we are back getting ready for this grand finals. Bard, can you talk to me a little bit about this this Sporkface team and what can we expect from this series?
Yeah, so Sporkface, ever since week one after the player draft, everyone had eyes on these guys. You know, everyone thought that they were going to be league winners. And sure enough, here we are going into grand finals, and they've made a pretty convincing upper bracket run. You know, this team, they won last season. Now this season, they're prepared to do it again. They've got a Fade on the offlane. I think he's a very strong leader for them. And the rest of the players, obviously, very high MMR, very high skill, and they all just kind of merge well together. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I know you mentioned that Fade is kind of their captain. It's kind of non-traditional, isn't it? That you have a 3-position, player who's the drafter and also the captain making these in-game calls. Isn't it typically a 4 or even 5 player?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the time it's the support, and that's mostly because carries, they are focused on their own game for a lot of that early game, and supports are a lot better at taking a step back and looking at the macro level and seeing how like everyone on the team is doing, and they're able to rotate and help other positions depending on how the game is playing out. And offlane isn't really one of those roles. For a lot of offlaners, let's just take like Broodmother, for example, or something, kind of an extreme example. She wants to just sit in her lane and not really play with the rest of the map. So it's definitely impressive to see Fade in that offlane role, which usually is more of a static role, able to incorporate all of his teammates and make play calls for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think we're going to see any Fade mid here? I know he kind of switched back and forth in that earlier series with Coke down in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, so that comes down a lot to their drafted mid laner Babatich. Whenever he's on the team, he's always the mid, but unfortunately he hasn't been able to make it the past few weeks, so they have a stand-in Leem, and Leem is comfortable in both the mid and off lane. So depending on how their draft is playing out, we've seen Leem and Fade able to sort of swap positions. So I'm sure if Leem is here today, we'll see a bit of that going on. But if Babatich is here, which I'm not sure if he is, I feel like we'll see him in that mid lane.
Gotcha. Man, I'm just so excited for these upcoming games. I can't talk about it enough. I talked about it a little bit beforehand. The Brood, each team values this hero pretty highly. We've seen Fade play that Brood. I don't know if we saw it mid or offline. I can't remember. But obviously we've seen Skyward in his, disgusting acts on Brood. He can really take over a game. Do you think there's any chance that goes through?
So we heard Skyward talk about it a little bit in the post-game interview from the last series. Brood is extremely good at abusing teams who aren't able to like take a step back and look at the map as a whole, right? Like Brood is one of these heroes who is very good at punishing other teams' map movements. But here in the grand finals, I feel like both teams have a pretty good read on how to play at the macro level. So I'm not sure if we'll see it.
There it is. First pick Brood. We're seeing it come out here.
Yeah, so what do I know? But
I think we're catching up on the draft here a little bit. So we see Fade on his Broodmother. We actually see a Crystal Maiden come out as well. We see an Elder Titan. These are some unconventional picks coming forward from Sporkface. Can you talk to me about this Elder Titan? I don't think we've seen him before.
yeah, so the Elder Titan, we've seen it once. I remember KK played it. I'm not sure what team he's on, but teams like to pick it as a counter to the Meepo, which we see from Degen Dinos. That game, it was played as an offlane, and it just took over the game. It was able to like one-shot a ton of heroes. So I imagine that's why they picked it here. Obviously, we see the Skyward Meepo from Degen Dinos. So just a very good counter pick.
Yeah. I mean, we got cancer on cancer here. We got Brood versus Meepo and Viper. Looking at this draft, I think we're a little bit delayed here. Do you favor either lineup against the other?
I'm seeing the Dragon Knight from Sporkface, and every single time I've seen this hero, it wins like 90% of its games. So we don't have a lot of time to analyze it as we throw it over to the casters, but as of right now, I think Sporkface, just with that Broodmother and Dragon Knight, have an advantage.
Yep, fully agreed. Let's see what we got from our casters here, boys. Great work on the previous series. Looking forward to this best of 5.
Is Permasneeze awake?
I don't know. That's a good question. Mike, you there? That's an interesting idea. I know. I think I might have lost Permasneeze at the same time. I do believe either Popter or Eagle could shoot my dude a message. It is 6 a.m. in Singapore, so I don't really envy him for the situation that he's in. At the same time, I do believe I have my good friends Eagle and of course Bard here with me.
Yeah.
I do agree with Bard, guys. This is going to be an interesting situation, but of course it's the DK, right? The Dragon Knight usually gets that level 12, and then the transition into the Aghanim Scepter is just flawless.
Yeah,
Although,
yeah.
So something
what
I
do you do
wasn't
with
able
the Smeepo? Is my question.
with the Meepo, I feel like he's enabled a bit by his supports this game and the Lion and the Natures. The Nature's obviously a very mobile hero with that teleport. So I think we're gonna see a lot of early game rotations from Degen Dinos trying to make space for that Meepo. Maybe try to get him involved in a few kills early, but on the side of Sporkface, they have some hard to kill cores in that Brood and that DK. Brood obviously being very elusive and DK just being a tank. So
Yeah, absolutely. So we're seeing these kind of lanes shape out. We're going to see the Viper versus the Brood Mother mid lane. Can you talk to me a little bit about how that matchup is supposed to go? Who has the advantage here, the Viper or the Brood?
Ooh, that's a good question, though. Like, honestly, no. Why am I answering this? Bard.
well, if I try to get into the heads of the players a little bit, I imagine that Degen Dinos picked this Viper as a counter to the DK in lane, but we're caught a bit off guard by the DK safe lane. So I must admit the Broodmother versus Viper mid matchup is not one I have seen too often, but I imagine the Viper is going to be able to kind of bully the Brood here, at least until level 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see that Nature's Prophet top 2 as well. We know Meepo can sustain a little bit. Can we expect any early rotations out of this Prophet?
The Prophet leaving lane definitely leaves the Meepo susceptible to a lot of ganks, but I would like to see him go bot a little bit and try to kill this Enigma, because Enigma, like I talked about in the draft a little bit, similar to a Brood, kind of wants to just sit in his lane and take that tower. So a rotation from the Natures combined with this DK and CM definitely leads to a kill.
I think Nature's is on the other team, the Dire team.
You are
do you
correct.
think do you think the CM is especially vulnerable due to the Nature Sprout?
Yeah, obviously CM being one of the weakest heroes in the game, health and
Although, hold on,
armor-wise.
Bloody Nine's gonna get scratched in the back at the same time.
Yeah, they don't have a ton of catch after the Crystal Nova comes out. After that slow, I imagine the Enigma is going to be able to bring in the Eidolons and sort of force Sporkface back a little bit to protect his Lion there.
I don't think Thana can make the rotation bottom in time to react to Tony. I absolutely agree. Although, to be honest, I'd first make the move with Bloody Nine coming on over to the top lane, and then basically react to that from either side. Well, whatever the outcome of that fight is. I think that's the approach, although never give up. Throwing out the Crystal Nova, but doesn't get the Eidolons just perfectly. This Breathe Fire, though, it could do some damage to either the heroes or even the Eidolons.
Yeah, absolutely. Are the Eidolons kind of gimped a little bit in this lane because you have those two big AoE abilities with the Crystal Nova and the Breathe Fire? It might be able to one-shot some of these Eidolons.
I think Eidolons in general have been gimped ever since you need to spawn them from your own HP. But what do you think, Bard?
We've seen some of these heroes like the Nature's Prophet or the Enigma being able to summon little guys to help them out in lane. And one of the advantages that Nature's Prophet has is if you're not as good of a player and you're not able to perfectly micro the treants, it's okay because they don't give that much golden XP. The Eidolons, on the other hand, give... I don't have numbers off the top of my head, but I know it's more than Nature's Prophet trees.
14-ish or something like that, I believe, compared to 8 on the treants.
It's mostly the XP, in my opinion, though. The Crystal Nova and the Breathe Fire. If they're able to farm up a lot of these Eidolons, get that early level 6 on DK, I think Sporkface will be able to make a nice movement with that DK ultimate and either take the top or bot tower, hopefully around the 10-minute catapult timing, if not a little bit sooner even.
General,
Yeah.
I gotta be honest with you. I'm really impressed how Fade is still surviving on this lane. And even outlast hitting Shifu, who's Viper, by the way.
Yeah, I was about to ask that. Viper is traditionally known as a lane dominator, but here we see Fade up in in last hits and denies here. Is this how this lane is supposed to go? It seems kind of surprising that we see Viper kind of losing early like this.
Is it the Web? I think it's the Web.
The web, being able to just have like higher move speed and being able to run up and down this cliff, I guess he's able to just kind of outmaneuver the Viper and run in, get a last hit, back up, and not really get punished for it too much by that poison sting.
Yeah, and
Thought
we
it was
see
gonna be Thana, but Tony goes down first as Skyward gonna get a back scratch as well.
yeah, we see him go down before we see that second Meepo come out. That's kind of surprising, no? As Elder Titan kind of scales with the additional heroes, but we don't see that second hero come out yet. We still see that first blood.
Yeah, I think
briefcase boy.
I think it might have just been a little bit too aggressive from the Degen Dinos. This Meepo hero is basically useless until level 4. You don't want to be making any moves. And down
There's
bottom, we see the Crystal Maiden go down to that
Yeah,
early
there's that rotation to the CM as well. I don't know what Dragonson is trying to do here. This insinuation will be punished immediately by Blade 9 and Tony.
Yeah, this is what I want to see from Degen Dinos. Sporkface, we've seen him be super dominant, and I think the place to beat him is in that early game in the laning phase. And so with supports like Nature's Prophet and Lion, they're able to group up, move together around the map, and get a lot of pickoffs on heroes like this CM.
If I'm Tony, I wouldn't even be leading the lane. I'd just get on top of never give up again.
Yep.
But yeah, this is the 6-minute rotation, as is usual. You know, that first power rune is what everyone is looking for.
Yeah, we
1
might
second to
see
counting.
the Nature's Prophet try to TP mid here, although he doesn't provide much utility ganking a Broodmother. Obviously, Brood just walks right through the Sprout, doesn't care. But we'll see the double damage spawning bot in favor of
Yeah, I'm Bloody
Dinos.
Knight just guarding it. That is perfect for them right now. As he comes before the wraparound in with the Earth Spike, sucking him off for the mana. And Tony, yeah, that Sprout does exactly what you just mentioned.
instead,
Bart.
he will be-
Oh, no.
Get wrecked!
Yeah, we see Tony go down there with a counterplay from Thana. It's really not what you're hoping for after you grab that DD. And we see bot lane. We see them going on to the Enigma. Since the Nature's Prophet, the Nature's Prophet rotated away, and Radiant really took advantage of that.
Yeah, I think Broodmother was a great pick here, not only for the reasons we talked about of being able to like take over the map, but also just against Degen Dinos heroes. They don't have a great way to like punish her. Their best bet is like a Blink Hex from Lion, but if he does that, he's just dead to the spiders. And then they don't have a ton of follow-up until that.
Oh, Fade, look at the damage. The spiders are just coming in. Viper, you gotta get viped.
This Broodmother definitely taking over the early game, showing why it's such a dominant hero in the right
How is
hands.
this a thing in this region? Why is the spider so scary? Where's the AoE control?
I think, at least in my experience in NA pubs, we just don't see the
Oh, hold
Brood that
on,
often.
never give up. Just gonna catch on Tony. The spiders, they don't even care about your trees.
He tries to get the neutral creep deny there, but unfortunately the damage from the arachnid just too much. And I think we're gonna see
here
mid tower
comes-
fall pretty early here.
Here come the children. They only come at night. Yeah, Fade is just absolutely shutting down this mid lane as Muzi gonna get punished for picking Enigma in 2024.
We see Thana on the Hoodwink trying to scout for this Viper. And
Oh, hell
he's
yeah.
gonna find
Even
him, and the
finding
Brood
it.
runs over.
Goodbye
And
with the
that's
bushwhack.
kill.
As it's even this Viper strike,
Meepo,
it's cute, but in with the connection from the Meepo, no insatiable hunger from Fade, but just walking through the Sprout, still surviving. As
Yeah,
never give
Sprout
up
being
with the
absolutely-
slowdown, will save the Brood.
This Broodmother hero, man. It's just in the right game, it's so insane.
Skyward just really wants that Earthbind, but I don't think he'll find it. Good attempt, but it's not good enough. And with the turnaround, here comes Fade.
gonna be
One
fine.
more time in with the spawn spiderlings. Thana just finds the connection, and they will take down Skyward. Well, you don't get the spider, you don't get to punish the spider either.
So if you're Degen Ginos here, what are you looking to do? You see this brood kind of just rampaging around the map. Are you trying to group as 5 and try to kill it, or are you trying to create pressure somewhere else? As we see mid, they're going on to the Nature's Prophet and ends up getting a kill. It feels like anyone they bring anywhere in the area is just getting run down by these spiderlings.
Yep. So counterplay to Broodmother, you've got two options, right? You either bring 5 heroes and kill the spider, or you just split up in the other 2 lanes where the spider isn't, and you need to dominate those 2 lanes. And right now we see Degen Dinos attempting the first option, just sending a hero mid, and unfortunately they're not bringing the numbers. Obviously Enigma doesn't have that black hole up yet, so he's not really able to participate. So it's just free food for the spider.
So we see bottom lane, this DK starting to pressure the tower. It's really, really hard for Dire at this point. You've got this DK with Corrosive Breath hitting the tower as we see them go into Muzi here. He's got the black hole, but
he just hit 6 and he's not even going to get to use it. This is a great play from Sporkface.
And so with the punish, it comes the Sprout, freezing through from Never Give Up, trying to hold on. In with the sharpshoot as kaboosh! And 2 down, Fade. He's here to save the day. Nice escape with the poof, though, from Skyward himself. But yeah, another tier 1 tower is going to go down after 3 go down as well with the tower. This is absolutely worth it for Sporkface Killaz.
Yeah, this Broodmother is way too big at this point. It's 10 minutes in. He has 6,000 net worth, 2,000 above the next highest. Just like, you need to black hole this Brood and bring all 4 other heroes and just focus them down.
I don't know if it's going to be enough, as Muzi going to get caught out once again. Black hole himself. Although maybe they just shoved the spiders up his black hole, as Tony and Skyward, they're just got to get on the run, man. It's webs all over. It's Lord of the Rings 3, but the movie version. It's an absolute nightmare, as the Meepo just does not connect to the Hoodwink. The Eidolon's trying to make a work about on the Squirrel. They will get that one, but Fade and Never Give Up. Can they make a turn? They are trying to put the pressure with the numbers here onto the 2 of them, but I don't know if Bloody Nine or Skyward, they will actually catch him. I don't think so.
Yeah, we heard Skyward talk about in the last series against Kopdow about how teams don't know how to play against this Broodmother, so it's able to just abuse them. And we're seeing that Degen Dinos, even though they know how to play it, looking like they don't know how to play against the Brood, as it is just taking over the map here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see them going on to the Lion here. I think he's going to be able to get away.
Maybe not.
He's in danger. He's in danger. We
Scratch
see the tree coming in.
Hit shot. Will hit, but at the same time, so will Viper Strike as Fade, turning it around on to Shifu. But, of course, yeah, Master Shifu. Of course, we all watched the cartoon. He's going to survive. But a rather bigger question. If Skyward gets that Ags, do they have a chance? Maybe that?
Yeah.
I mean,
or do you need the Blink and the Ags?
It'll be a save, but the problem with Meepo Ags is it definitely is good at keeping this hero alive, but it doesn't provide that much offensive potential. I don't know if it's enough to really, like, it might be enough to send the
Hold
bleeding.
that thought. Smoke on smoke action does never go up. Will become a frog for a second. Bushwhack will catch as Thana finds a bit of control. The black hole, it gets spiders, but not really kills. As Never Go Up and Thana die. The backline is gone. The DK will not join the fray, as Fade will just skadoodle out of the fight. Okay, maybe not. Still, the Echo Stomp does not connect on anyone. It does deter the Meepo from connecting.
Yeah, we see the Enigma's first black
Oh,
hole.
hold on. I'm sorry. At the same time, Bard, you gotta witness his Dragon Sin. He just used the DK form, but the Dragon's form, it's gotta be a perfect play with the freezing field. The damage is there. They kind of control onto the Meepo. Skyward will go down. Fade from the other side, though, gets Master Shifu down, and so will Bloody Nine die. That is gonna be 4. No, the DK didn't even die there. That is perfect. I'll take it.
Yeah, we saw Brood able to take over that mid game or that early game, and now is struggling a little bit as he's not quite able to fully 100-0 these heroes. But that's where the Elder Titan offlane comes in. He's online. He's ready to start one-shotting heroes.
I mean, gentlemen, I think that another thing we haven't talked about. This is the organization, supposedly the org that is the champion of season 5. and they are a double threat this season. You know, they are in the championships in Division 2. Of course, follow us on Twitter for extra information on that one. But obviously, just give me a second. Yeah, Badger is the one casting the Division 2 finals of NADCL, and there, Sporkface Killaz are in the finals as well. What do you think? Is it just better org control, Eagle, you as the owner?
Yeah, I think
Overall?
part of it comes down to the franchise tags. They were able to franchise tag Fade and Babatich. Obviously, Babatich isn't playing right now, but Sporkface, they've been there. They know what a winning culture looks like in NADCL. So they have that experience. They have the stable players who have experience with each other. Fade and Thane are old hats. Hold on here as we see the stomp over on that Crystal Maiden. Oh my god.
Never give up, never surrender, maybe die, but at the same time take everything from the enemy. As Muzi and Skyward die. Another 2 cores in the back, 20-7 on the scoreboard for good old Sporkface Killaz.
Yeah, it's looking real rough here.
In a lot of these trades, Degen Dinos is able to get like 1 or 2 kills onto a support maybe, but this Broodmother, this ET, and the DK, just unkillable cores.
Absolutely. And I want to talk a little bit about Fade's build here. We saw a first item phylactery, which is kind of not what we've seen in the past. We've seen Skyward rush that Bloodthorn. Can you talk to me a little bit about what the phylactery provides over, a first item Orchid or Bloodthorn?
Conda. I think Fade was listening to the first series, to be honest. And I suggested Skyward build the item. And Fade is a smart person and listens to Hungarian play-by-play casters. So that's my theory. But I'm curious to what Bard thinks about this. Yeah, Muzi will survive with the Night Pulse.
Almost.
The sharpshooter. With the Spawn Spider and he's on and Fade with the wraparound. He is going to become a frog just for a second. He will get Earth Spiked, but will he? That the turn. The damage with the push. He gets the double. Fade, an absolute monster. 22-8. Bard, so why did he build the Conda? Is my question to you.
When you're this far
as
ahead,
Skyward is about to die in that freezing field with Fade, these guys have 0 chill on the board.
Yeah, so I think what Fade is thinking right now is that he can build any item he wants and win the game. So Conda, obviously a lot of damage. Doesn't provide the control that Bloodthorn does. But who needs control when it's 23-8 and you have a 12k gold lead at 16 minutes?
I kind of want to see them die. I guess, yeah.
He's just going for the flashy play, the one-shot build.
They're at the point where Never Give Up is picking up the haste rune just to get a bit faster to that tier 2 tower. As Never Give Up, it's an absolute menace. Yes, you get a bit of control onto the CM, but Bloody Knight is going to die to the spiders. And even the CM surviving as Skyward with an attempt, but one Meepo will be picked off. You have no survivability without your Aghanim Scepter. Let us spell it out for you one more time, Skyward. As Muzi about to die, the web of lies is just surrounding them as a Viper strikes Shifu with the attempt. Echo Stomp just to catch out the Viper. Dragonson coming with a wraparound. Dragon Tail onto the Viper, and the control is huge as Shifu will just die at the end of the day, as Muzi with the last inch of HP will also go down. I think this is a GG. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you don't see any counterplay coming out from Degen Dinos at this point? Even around that black hole, maybe?
I don't know. Even if you hit like a 5-man black hole, I'm not sure if the follow-up is there to really burst down any of these significant heroes. Sure, you might get the CM or the Hoodwink, take out some of that disable from the side of Sporkface, but it's really these cores who are dishing out the damage. And if you don't take them down, I think every single team fight's a loss. So,
yeah,
I'll never
absolutely.
give up. Also looking for that initiation once again. Fade with the webs as they find Shifu. In with the play, Black Hole onto Lean. Yes, you might get the Elder Titan, but Tony finding the vision with the Sprout as Skyward joining in, but the freezing field and the insatiable hunger working in favor of the Spider as Bloody Nine Tony, at least 4 of them will manage to stomp the Arachnid out just a little bit. But the carry, Dragonson's still alive.
2,000 gold for that Fade kill.
They're still okay with this. even with a 2k net worth lead. Switch as Dragonson, just gonna head straight into it. We'll try and get out, but yeah, Mate Slayer and Yasha, that's not gonna be enough for you. As Never Give Up, going down to half HP. The CM is gone, and I do believe my play-by-player is here. Oh wait, hold on. Thana? No, okay, no catches there. Mike, you there?
So apparently I know nothing about Dota, as Degen Dinos manages to kill all 3 cores on the side of Sporkface there.
They're
And
staying
they
it
are
down with the Viper Strike.
Clean up the supports as well.
Hold on, the chaos does not end as Gleam will get caught out. Another play with the Astral Spirit and the Earth. Oh my god. Down goes the Elder Titan, and it's a 1-by-1 feeding spree from Sporkface. Killaz as Bloody 9 keeping up the control. They see all the TPs in as Never Go tries to join the fray. Dragonson is here as well with Dragon Tail. They might just find the control onto Skyward and Bloody 9, and it's a turnaround coming out from Sporkface Killaz one more time, shutting it down with the 12k lead.
Man, this is such an action-packed game. We've got, what, 48 kills in 20 minutes? This is wild. It's such a fun game so far.
It's rather rare.
It almost looked like Degen Dinos had a chance there, but they went a little bit too far, and Brood, with all those TPs, punished them hard, and now they're definitely going to lose their bot tower as a result. And we see DK pushing mid, too. They've got this kind of split map pressure, which is really hard to address with a single hero from Degen Dinos.
I mean, honestly, as soon as you have that personnel advantage, yeah, just this constant pressure coming out from the boys is Never Give Up. We'll get caught out here, but this time there's no spider to protect you. And the Crystal Maiden going down for her sins. As Permisnes, I do believe he's back.
I am here. Is it weird? Am I intruding at this point if I come back in like this? It feels out of place. I mean, I'm just sitting back enjoying the show at this point, you know. I'm not like locked out. Yeah, I mean, it's been a really rough game so far, and you know, quick look at the Broodmother. Skyward has to be feeling very, very sad about this, right? You know, there's a certain element of bitterness when you're already crushing a game with a hero, maybe just what 1 hour, 2 hours ago, and then to have that turned on you. Fate has been a monster this entire game so far.
Yeah, as I mentioned, thank you for the backup from our lovely panelists, but oh wait, the action doesn't stop it with the black hole. The CM will go down as well. Let's fade Muzi, and with a takedown for the Enigma as Bloody 9 with the phylactery. Oh my god, that counter build. As I said to our lovely panelists, and of course my fellow casters for this game number 1, I think Fade was listening to our casts of game number 1 of the day. You know, I just mentioned the stupidity of Konda working on the Broodmother, and I think he's a Dodai dumb build enthusiast. But of course, it mostly comes down to the net worth advantage that he got during the laning stage against the Viper, which is so unexpected for me. Like, how does a Broodmother beat a Viper on the lane?
It's not really even a dumb build, right? With how it's working right now, it looks amazing the way that Fate's piloting it. I don't know whether you can even call this a meme anymore. Like, he's just
Oh my god! What have I done? I created a monster.
Yeah, Fate is we already sort of predicted that this Broodmother would have high contention or maybe just taken out, but I think the panel correctly mentioned as well, even before we got into this series, that it will be a very highly contested hero, and here it is. So I don't think I don't know whether Degen Dinos moving forward, they want to sort of take the risk of even leaving that in the pool, because clearly, you know, Skyward can play it, but Fate's Broodmother is a whole different type of beast.
Yeah, I'll let you take it back as is originally intended, but man, it was an awesome early game here. I don't know if an interesting question in my mind is if Degen Dinos get this Meepo up and running, what is the next randomization after this? As
I'm not gonna lie to you, I respect you, because I don't know how we're still considering this game still going on. People just gonna get beat down. This kind of feels like one of those games where, very similar to the first game of the lower bracket, you just kind of throw your hands up in the air and you go, we got broom mothered. If anything,
Hold up.
Skyward should know this better than anyone else, as Muzi is just going to get run down here if he just dares to show his face.
I really want to see Skyward come up with a solution item for this. He's played the Brood Mother so many times. He must think of something to counter this.
Is there
But-
anything like? I mean, he has the Mega Meepo, right? And even that.
Mega
doesn't
Meepo
really
and
feel too
Sheepstick
good.
is the only thing I can think of. But
Yeah.
maybe even that is just not good enough, you know? As
Yeah, I mean,
Dragonson,
when you-
he's got the Ags now, and he's only level 17. He's about to get the Black Dragon up as well.
Yeah, and Liam just goes,
with
ham.
the briefcase, man, dude.
He doesn't even care, dude. Like, it's at the end of the day, Skyward's picking a Meepo into an ET. So you're already sort of countered there. You're hoping for like Muzi, insane black hole into full focus down, and like everybody on the side of, I guess, Sporkface just suddenly doesn't know how to respond to that situation. Like, that's really the only angle I can see.
18k up, and we're leading into it. 25 minutes in, it's gonna be a chain smoke with the Degen Dinos.
Yeah.
Maybe Beatdown Dinos is a name change incoming.
I respect it because it feels like they still think they have a chance in this game, even though, you know, I think I'm rarely someone to say, you know, just call it. But looking into this situation,
That's
this
what I would
doesn't
do.
just-
As Fade is just running into the 5, jumping straight up on Shifu. This BKB, he doesn't care about your Neurotoxin or even your nosedive. Yeah, nosedive back into the fountain as Muzi gets taken care of Liam. He's just gonna do the Dragon Ball Z move like Goku. Just get on your ass and hit ya.
Is that the Dragon Ball Z move? Get on your ass and hit you?
Or wait, was that the Kakashi move from Naruto? I forget.
No, I think the Kakashi move from Naruto is copy what you're doing, and that's exactly what Fate has done here. I mean, some might argue that he sort of was the precedent setter for this Brute Mother, definitely played it a lot more throughout the season, but this isn't something that should be new to the Sporkface fans, right? Watching Fate dominate like that on the position 2, I guess, in this particular
This
case.
Bluzzy 9 gets sharpshooted to death. The Broodmother will just take out the racks like it's made out of paper. This Bloody Nine is just trying to run around for his life. Leroy Jenkins from Skyward, though, in with the play finger to... No, you get dead. As
Black
Near Finger
hole,
of Death does
straight
nothing.
onto the
Lean with the
Broodmother, but there
Echo
is
Stomp.
no
Just shut
follow-up.
that down. Shut it
Yeah,
down.
lol.
It's over. There's the GG from Skyward as 45-17 and 26k net worth lead. It's gonna be Sporkface Killaz. Well, that was a drive-by.
Yeah, this entire time you think that maybe, okay, Degen Dinos, they got knocked down to the lower bracket bright and early. They finished this crazy climb all the way back up, going through tough series after tough series, 2-1ing opponents, clawing it all the way through. I mean, even in that lower bracket finals, it was a hard-fought victory for them, only to get smacked down. I mean, this is where I feel like Skyward's stability as a captain and what we talked about, his ability to remain calm, is going to be very important, because starting off a grand finals like this, when you've already played a series, you know you're going to be in it for the long haul, and you're up against opponents who have just essentially 2-0'd just every single other opposition that they have so far. That kind of feels like a tall mountain to climb, and you got spiders all over you. So you need to peel that off first, shake that sticky feeling, and try and come back with something fresh.
I feel like I created a monster perma sneeze, but I think I'm gonna throw it back to our. I think we should throw it back to our lovely panel here.
Yeah, our panel, who we haven't heard haven't heard from the entire game. I wonder what they think about this situation.
Yeah, thank you, folks, for standing in there. You know, we had a bit of a sub-tier cast with me and Bard standing in, but always appreciate Doty and Permasneeze for the work that they do. Hopefully, it wasn't too painful for y'all. Let's talk about that spider, man. I'm surprised we saw it. We know obviously Skyward can play it to great effect. We just saw Fade stomp it again. You think we're seeing this spider at all? Any of the other games of this series?
No. I think Brood is a first phase ban, no matter what, from both of these teams. Obviously, we saw Degen Dinos dominate with it in the last series, and now Sporkface showing up doing the exact same thing, maybe even a little bit better than Degen Dinos were able to. So I'm not sure if Sporkface will have the respect to ban the Skyward Brood, but Degen Dinos, I imagine, are first phase banning this hero in every game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really, really interesting to see what they let through because you still have that Sporkface Chen. Henry plays such a fantastic Chen, and they are undefeated on that hero so far. So it's a really, really hard draft puzzle to solve. Whew, man, it felt like there was a glimmer of hope there for DJ and Dinos when they were turning stuff around, but we saw some really low moments there. Black holing the spiders felt pretty bad, but at that point, what can you do? You gotta use that cooldown, but at the same time, who are we hitting? We are going to be joined soon here by the Tusk God himself, Hames. I'm really excited to see what he has to say about that game. Other than the Brood, can you really take anything away from that game if you're DJ and Dinos? It felt like it was just kind of a 1v9 at that point.
Yeah, so obviously we didn't get a proper look at the draft, but just looking at the final outcome here, I feel like DJ and Dinos just got outdrafted. Obviously the Brood did her thing, but even without the Brood, Elder Titan able to counter the Meepo super well, Dragon Knight being one of the best heroes in this patch. So I'm not sure what DJ and Dino's bans were, but I feel like they missed on whatever they did ban out.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have Hames here. Hames, talk to us. What's going on?
What's up, guys? Hello. Thanks for having me here.
Yeah, glad to have you here. Curious to see from your perspective, was this really just all about the Brood, or was did the other players come and contribute? We saw Thana play a fantastic hoodwink as well. What is DJ and Dinos looking for other than the Brood ban next game?
I wasn't really watching the game, but I think the draft, it's either Sporkface gonna snowball here, or Dyer's gonna have a good late game. But I don't see the Dyer draft winning actually, because Meepo got nerfed with the disperser, and then this Viper can't do anything with the. Why did they pick Viper against Brood? They don't have any lockdown on this guy.
Yeah, can you tell us a little bit about that? We saw the Broodmother actually win that matchup, but Viper is a traditionally lane dominating hero. Is that how that lane matchup's supposed to go? Brood beating out the Viper?
I think it's no, cause Brood can just farm on the side camps a bit, but I don't really know. This draft is, I don't know. It's so bad
Yeah,
for Dinos.
I definitely agree, Hames. I feel like obviously we saw the Brood take over, but even if the Brood was any other mid laner, I think the other 4 heroes from
Yes.
Sporkface are enough to win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And so from the DJ and Dinos side, looking forward, you have to ban the Chen, right? 100% win rate. Now it looks like you have to ban the Brood. Who are you letting through as a result of having to ban out these really high priority heroes?
I think you just let Chan go in, and then they can maybe prefer something for that. They can maybe pick Doom or something. They can. I think if it's either who's gonna have the first pick here. They can, cause Skyward plays Brood, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's gonna be a contest against Brood hero, cause Fade is actually a good Brood player. I played with him, and then he's so good with it.
So if you're letting through that Chen, we saw some teams try to shut down Henry by smoking early to the enemy jungle and blocking out both of the easy camps. Was that something that you're looking to implement as a strategy? If they do let that Chen through, or are they going to do a more kind of traditional smoke and try to prioritize their runes over blocking both those camps?
I'm not really good at playing against Chen, but I think most people know how to play against it. So maybe you can just body block it and then block your own camp, I guess. But either way, you're gonna have 2 more camps under your tower, right? Like both sides. So I don't think blocking it is gonna do anything, but it will actually help for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from they're really looking to block the electric spell that is so annoying to play against, that spawn in the medium camp from the Harpy. That is the really, really lane ruining spell. I think Kopdow had that idea, but ultimately it didn't end up working. It did ruin Henry's early game when we saw a less effective Chen, but they did still end up winning that game. But I'm curious from your perspective, Hames, are we going to see a Tusk in this series? What do you think?
I'm the only TAS player here, guys. Nobody can play TAS better than me. But yeah, I think they should ban this brood so they don't have to worry about it. Then just focus on, because this Degen Dinos is good with the Alk hero. They can flex it with Skyward and Muzi. Plus Muzi can also play. It's I can see here. It's actually a good Lycan. Did they buy it last game?
I don't remember the picks and the bans here last game, but moving forward, is that something that you think they should first phase, or you think that's something that should be banned around a little bit and second phase it?
I think they can pick it like 18 or 17, but they cannot actually first pick the thing. But also, this Degen Dynasty is good with TA. So TA, they can just focus on TA, Kunkka, and then TA, Kunkka, and the other guy, Lycan.
Okay, gotcha. So you want to see them move a little bit away from the Viper, because we know
Yes, yes.
Shifu can be an absolute game-wrecking Storm Spirit, but we kind of saw him on someone that doesn't have that kind of same mobility or same playmaking potential as the Invoker. We saw him on the Viper, which was an interesting attempt to counter the Brood, but I think he's really, really shining when he's on these mobility or playmaking type heroes.
Yep.
So if you're on the other side, Sporkface, what are you kind of looking to walk into this draft with? Because I think they'll have a pretty good idea that Brood's going to get banned. They still have that Thana Hoodwink that they could potentially first pick. He was super effective that game. What other heroes do you think they're going to be looking at? With Fade playing that mid role, you obviously have the DK with Dragonson that was really effective. You could even go back to that Leshrac mid with Lean playing yesterday. What are your thoughts on what Sporkface is looking, given the pivot in the draft for Broodmother?
To be honest, they just have to treat Fade like Amar. Just ban all his hero, then I think this team can't play anymore. Cause I don't even know. They let even DK they picked it with Brood, so DK is still good this patch, and I don't see Viper countering DK. So maybe they just ban all Fade's hero, then they can win this series.
Okay, gotcha. Bard, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, so as far as last game goes, I'm not sure if there's that much to analyze gameplay wise. I think it was just a clear outdrafting from Sporkface. And Degen Dinos, if they want to improve in any aspect, it definitely has to be in that draft phase, like you guys were talking about, banning out Fade's heroes and trying to just shut that guy down, as he's too versatile. He has too many heroes that if you let through, he can win the game 1v9 on like 10 different heroes, it feels like. So
yeah, absolutely. Do you think Degen Dinos are going to take a bit of a different approach? Because if you do ban out Fade's heroes, you are letting that Chen go through. Obviously, you're going to try to ban out that Brood as well, but you're giving Thana that Hoodwink that we've seen him be so effective on. And then you're also giving Liam maybe the Brewmaster. We saw Liam play a fantastic Broodmaster. I can't think of Brewmaster. I still got Brood in my head. We saw him play a fantastic Brewmaster yesterday, and he's known for playing that hero. So you're giving him over the comfort picks. Is that a trade-off that you're willing to accept, trying to ban out Fade's heroes?
I think so. We've talked about it before. Fade is the star player on this team, and I'll be 100% honest. I haven't watched a ton of their games, but the ones that I have watched, it's always Fade, like 1v9ing. It's always the Fade game. So I'm not sure if the other 4 members of Sporkface really have that ability. Obviously, they have their star heroes, but they're not gonna like single-handedly win you the game like Fade is.
Yeah, absolutely. And while Fade, as fantastic as he is, he's also kind of the single point of failure too. Whereas if he doesn't have a good game, he's not the driving force, they can struggle a little bit. So if you're on the other side, Hames, I'm curious about your perspective here. Would you kind of draft heroes that can ruin Fade's game? Like you have a Tiny that goes and rotates mid and just sits there and is super annoying and ruins his lane. Would you kind of prioritize that? Just tilt Fade a little bit, see if you can shut down his game, not only from the perspective of him being the best player, but him also the captain. If you can do that, maybe you can kind of find an opening there. What are your thoughts?
I have a plan here. I have a plan. They ban.
All right.
They don't ban Chen. They ban all Fade's hero. Then they can pick Lycan. So maybe Lycan is good against Chen. He's gonna eat him on level 6, and then they can't do anything anymore. But the lane, they need to secure the Lycan lane here.
So what are you
Plus,
kind of looking to pair with that Lycan to secure that lane?
maybe like some Lion or still the Hoodwink from Tena, and then they can also pick TA because TA is good against Chan, and then TA can siege with a Lycan if they gonna stop the game, so it's gonna be easier game for them.
Okay, gotcha. So if they ended up picking that TA in their Lycan, is there any worries about space? You know, Lycan obviously loves to get that early item timing, but you also want TA farming, so it might be kind of awkward at first. Do you have any concerns about that?
Um, and if they can flex TA, they can just pick Invoker for Shifu because Shifu is like a Grandmaster Invoker player, and they can have a mid who rotates early, and then they can that can help like other lane and hunt some supports. Then they can snowball.
Yeah, absolutely. Bard, what do you think if you saw Lycan come out? What do you think the response from Sporkface looks like? Obviously, we know that Chen can be kind of countered by that Lycan. So if you see that Lycan come out, at the early part of the second phase, what are you kind of looking to respond to that with?
Sure, I think Doom can be a decent hero against it. If Lycan goes for the Helm of the Dominator, you're able to just eat his creep, as well as if you're able to sneak up on him and get that Doom off before Lycan pops his ultimate, it's kind of a useless hero. So I'd maybe like to see the Doom come out. If not that, just something who's able to lock him down. So we've seen in the past maybe something like a Windrunner who's able to like focus fire plus shackle shot and just try to kill this Lycan before it's able to cause too much damage in a team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw Skyward's Wind Ranger. That is a dangerous thing to play up against. He is an absolute beast on that hero. So we're still loading to the draft here, but the one other thing I wanted to touch on is that this grand finals is obviously a best of 5, and I think from the Degen Dinos perspective, they wanted to let the Brood through to make Fade and Sporkface prove to them that he's worthy of a ban. We're just starting to load into the draft now, but it's super important because they're not looking at elimination now. They still have some wiggle room, and they can experiment with some of the draft ideas like that.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to even before the draft, I feel like first pick is stronger than second pick in most games. But I almost would have liked to see Degen Dinos prioritize second pick just to get that one extra ban in the first phase. Just because we've talked about it on this panel multiple times, just how many heroes Sporkface are proficient at. So having that one extra ban for maybe like the Chen would have been good to see. But as we jump into the draft here, we see Degen Dinos with the first pick, taking out that DK. Obviously a very strong hero, able to be flexed between mid and offlane, and just super dominant.
Yeah, absolutely. We see them take out the DK, which is interesting. The counter response to an Alchemist. We still haven't seen that Brood ban yet. Do you think it comes out first fade, Hams, or do you think they're gonna wait?
No.
To ban it?
They're gonna wait for who's gonna ban it. Each team. They're gonna ban it on the last ban for each team.
Gotcha. So they're not worried about it being first pick because it does have some of those counter matchups.
I mean, on for Fate, I think they have to ban for Degen Dinos if Sporkface not. Who's gonna first pick Degen Dinos?
Yep.
Interesting.
So Sporkface are actually the one to ban out that Chen because Degen Dinos have that first pick. So it seems like they're also worried about the potential Chen from B-God. Or for Bloody 9, excuse me, not B-God.
I get
Chen,
those two heroes confused a lot as well. Those two players.
they play Chen on each team, right?
Yeah. So it's going to be a contested hero, just like Brood.
I don't think, cause his Skyward is a Grandmaster Brood too, so maybe they can actually first pick it.
Oh, you think so? You think they're going to be able to first pick it and get away with it?
I think so. I think Fade is gonna. I don't know. He has something ready for Brood for them. Maybe.
Yeah, for sure. But looking at the bans now, we see a DK ban, we see a Timber ban. Does that indicate any kind of potential pick that they're protecting on the DJ and Dino side? Is any one hero that's weak against both DK and Timbersaw?
No. They banned Timbersaw because Timbersaw is good against Brood. And so yeah, they're trying to push Sporkface to ban Brood.
Okay, gotcha. So it's a little bit of mind games here, saying we're
Yes,
gonna
yes.
ban the counters to Brood and force you guys to ban the Brood. Otherwise, we're gonna take it. Interesting. Whew. So we see the Kunkka ban come out from the side of Sporkface. I know Jer plays a really mean Kunkka over on Coped Out. That's one of your recommendations. Do you see that same strength over on the Degen Dino side from their mid player from Shifu?
Um, like I said, Kunkka, TA, and Lycan is good for Degen Dinos. They're really good at flexing those heroes. So I think it's a good ban, and let's see if they're gonna ban Brood here.
Yeah, really curious to see. They are eating up a little bit of their reserve time here, trying
Oh,
to
they
pick it up.
ban Magnus.
Oof. So seeing the Mag and seeing the Kunkka ban, does that indicate that Brood is an okay pick here on the side of DJ and Dinos?
I think Brood has a pretty good game now here. They have to either ban or pick it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And is Sporkface kind of threatening to first pick Brood because of the bans that they have? So they're putting DJ
Yes.
back in that corner. Interesting. We see that Hoodwig ban come out, and
Okay,
there's
they
the
first
Brood.
pick.
Exactly. It was a great call. So on the side of Sporkface, what are you looking to pick now? A couple of the counters have already been picked out. So what are you kind of looking at to make sure this hero gets shut down?
I mean, Mars is decent against Brood. I mean, Tiny also is good because you can catch him.
Yeah. Do you think this is going to be a core Tiny or support Tiny, or is it kind of a
It
flex?
can
pick
be a
at this
flex.
point?
It can be a flex.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you looking to ban to protect this Tiny because it's a flex, or are you just kind of leaving it wide open and force them to try to pick a counter to it and then shift it before?
I mean, as a Tiny player, I really like Tiny because it gives you big armor. So you don't actually care if you get counter here, because they can still flex it anyway. So you don't ban for it. Just ban for anything good with Brood.
Gotcha. So what's something good with Brood that that you think that they should be looking at?
+1 with a stun that can secure his lane. Maybe a lion.
Yeah. Curious to see the line kind of slip through the first couple phases here. We know he's been a previously really high prioritized hero. Got a little bit of a nerf in the letter patch, but we're still seeing him picked quite a bit throughout this tournament. As a 4 player, what are your thoughts on the lion nerfs? Is he still kind of worthy of that first phase pick ban, even though we didn't see it right here?
I don't really like lion as +4. I really like it as +5, but if they pick lion here, it's good against Tiny. Plus, it's good with Brood, so it's so hard to draft with these both teams. They have a lot of heroes.
Yeah, it really is. Bard, I'm curious on your perspective here as well. Do you think that that this lion is going to be an effective counter for the Tiny? Can you kind of talk to me about why he counters Tiny so well?
I mean, it doesn't counter it because once Tiny got the blink, he can just burst Lion unless Lion got the shard.
Right.
It's gonna be hard for Tiny to catch Lion, but it depends on the positioning actually. It's a good matchup for both heroes.
Okay, interesting. So we see the CK or the Centaur and the DP ban. Does that indicate to you what the next pick for Sporkface is looking like?
Oh my god, it's hard, bro. Maybe I don't know. They banned center when I guess they're not thinking on picking TA here anymore on Digen Dino, so they actually just ban it because it's actually a good pair with Tiny.
Yeah, absolutely. We see a really curious Rubik ban. Does that indicate that they're going to pick any teamfight heroes as we see this Crystal Maiden come out, like an Enigma potentially?
Oh no, Crystal Maiden is good too against Brood. Plus Crystal Maiden this patch is really good with drums. So they have more cash for this Brood. But Tekis Tekis is really good pick too.
Yeah, Bard, can you kind of talk to me about how Techies compare with this Broodmother?
Yeah, I imagine the we talked about a little bit, the Lion would have been like a point target stun to set up for the Brood to go in and get a kill. And I think Techies fulfills a similar role with that blast off. Obviously, it's not quite as reliable as like a Lion stun, but assuming you're coming from out of vision, whether it's smoked or sitting in the trees or something, it's definitely going to be able to get on top of a target and allow the Brood to move in there. And with
Yeah.
the Grimstroke Inkswell coming out as well, it just kind of doubles down on that. You know, having an initiation that's like a stun from out of vision, and then Brood is able to go in and clean up.
Yeah, absolutely. And it can be so annoying to play against that because you can Inkswell one of the spiders. They walk up to you, put a ton of damage down, and then you're stunned and still getting hit by those spiders. So it can be really frustrating to play with.
Yeah.
Let's see what the response here is. We see a Naga come out.
Oh no, Naga. It's good against Brood also. They have all Brood counter here. Fade is so really ready with this Brood pick.
Yeah, can you talk to me a little bit about why that Naga counters the Brood so well?
Because you can just use your net or use your ult once they initiate with you with the dire. And then Naga is really good on clearing these Techies bombs, so they don't really have to worry about it. And they don't have any catch up for Naga here. It's actually a free Naga game now.
Yeah, absolutely. From the DJ and Dinos side, are you looking to pair anything with this Grimstroke? You know, like a Doom or a Lion or something else that really takes advantage of the double ult?
I like Lycan here for Muzi. Lycan kinda beat Naga here on lane. But he got CM though, so it's gonna. But he got Techie, so maybe Techies can secure Lycan's lane here if they're gonna pick.
Yeah, we see the Beastmaster come out. Is that also kind of a bit of a counter to the Brood with the AoE from the
Of
Wild
course,
Axes?
bro. Plus he's just gonna go Aghanims or Dominator Aghanims, and then he's so unkillable.
Right, exactly. It seems like the DJ and Dino's team is lacking a little bit of burst damage. They have the leap from Techies, but Brood is kind of like a poke hero with the spiders, and it can be bursts a little bit if you have a bunch of spiders grouped up. But at the same time, I think they're going to have a really hard time bringing down some of these heroes, especially before Song gets up.
Something I'd maybe like to see from the side of DJ and Dinos here is something like a Brewmaster who is able to use split, try to win him a team fight, and obviously he's able to just lift up that Beastmaster and sort of nullify what he would be able to do to the Brood spiders. But instead we see an axe.
Yeah, so talk to me about this axe. What does he kind of provide for the side of DJ and Dinos?
I think it's just kind of a solid laner, I guess, against Naga, but I don't see exactly what it's going to do in the game as a whole to push forward Degen Dino's lead.
Is there any chance that this axe can kind of run around with +1, like he gets an Inkswell, he goes and picks the Naga, or is Naga, do you think, going to be too far ahead by the time he gets, a Blink or a Vanguard or whatever his item choices are?
I mean, that play with the Inkswell plus Axe definitely can get kills. I'm not sure if Naga would be the primary target of that, just because we have seen Naga be able to get pretty tanky pretty fast. But onto something like maybe the Beastmaster, but probably more likely one of the supports, awesome. Like a Crystal Maiden.
Great. So we see that last phase Primal Band come out here. They're thinking, what, a mid for Sporkface?
Probably.
Yeah, I believe Sporkface is probably looking for their mid here, and Degen Dino's their carry.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at Sporkface, who are you? These bands are kind of indicate a little bit what hero they're going to try to protect from their mid lane. They
want to ban Puck here.
Interesting. Yeah. Puck band comes out. They've got a couple melee heroes on the side of Sporkface. Is that at all concerned with the axe coming out, that you have a melee Tiny, a melee Naga, a melee Beastmaster?
I don't think it matters too much. I feel like the picking axe into a 5 melee lineup was sort of an old school thought. Nowadays, just with power creep, these melee heroes are able to get tanky enough, and a 5-man axe call onto 5 melee heroes isn't as devastating as it used to be like a few patches ago.
Absolutely. And we see that that Storm is still in the pool. Do you think there's any chance we see a Shifu Storm here?
Potentially. I don't see a lot of what we would call like batteries for the Storm. We don't see a Pugna or a Lion. So it wouldn't be able to stay on the map forever, like we see in a lot of perfect Storm games. But obviously, when it comes down to games like this, picking comfort heroes is
They just go
always a good
Ember.
strategy. So
Oh,
go
Leshrac.
for the Leshrac.
Leshrac comes out. How are we feeling about that pick?
I like the tower push it provides. I feel like they were lacking that a little bit on Degen Dinos.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So if you're Sporkface at this point, Hames, what do you think in response to that, Lesh? Is there something that can kind of address that brood, but also kind of counter Lesh in lane?
5 seconds remain.
They need a mid or post for here, right?
Mid or
Yeah.
Phosphor, wherever Tiny doesn't go.
Oh,
Ooh, we see an
Enigma,
Enigma
whoa.
come out.
It's
Very
mid
interesting.
Beastmaster, I guess.
Mid Bismarck or support Enigma mid Tiny?
Any chance to see a mid Enigma here?
I'm not sure Sporkface knows.
No, they're putting Tiny on Leshrac for sure.
Okay, gotcha. Is that a counter that Tiny can just kind of burst a Leshrac?
I mean, maybe he doesn't care too much with the thing, but I think Tiny can just farm his blink and then he can be active. Oh no.
Fade Enigma. I think we're seeing it mid here, boys. I think we're seeing it.
Mid Beastmaster. Oh.
I think it's going to be a mid Enigma, maybe. I don't know. I can't really tell. I know Fade obviously has been playing mid most of the time, but
Leam as well, though. He is able to flex to that mid lane, so
very true. Very true.
it still isn't
So,
100% sure.
looking at this lineup here, boys, what do you think? Who you got?
5 seconds.
Sporkface's lineup is just too weird, I feel like. Obviously maybe they have some plan going into it, but I see Skyward on the Brood. I see how he was able to destroy Kopdao. I've got to go Degen Dinos.
All right, Hames, what do you got for us?
They have a lot of answer for broods, but Leshrac kinda have maybe a good game here, unless he's gonna get stumped or killed by Fade like 2 to 3 times. So maybe I'll go Sporkface here.
Okay, you heard it here first. 2-0 Sporkface. That's what our analysts think. I think I'm going to disagree here. I'm hoping for the 1-1. I'm hoping to get the full 5-game series. I believe in the Skyward Brood. As much as I love the Fade Enigma, I think Skyward Brood is going to even this series up. But you've heard enough from us here. Thank you so much, Hames, for joining us. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to the casters. Let's see what y'all think.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm actually here this time, and so are Degen Dino. Skyward bringing the Brood back out. Looks like we'll have a mother-filled grand finals, don't I? Do you think this is gonna be enough to even the scoreboard?
I don't know if Faye can pop off in time, my friend. It's gonna be an interesting question, Get that BKB up, and if there's no BKB Pearson stuns, you're kind of stuck and dead in the water if you're Degen Dinos. But of course, the Axe and the Grimstroke combo, as our lovely panelists have said, is a formidable component of the draft. And an interesting question in general. There's a lot of fight reset capabilities on the side of the Sporkface Killaz, and I think it boils down to executions, right? If you think about it, first of all, you start off with a primal roar,
Sure.
maybe a big target. Of course, chase the Brood, because you are countering the Brood with your draft, as Hamus said. And then you would most likely come in with the Axe Call and the Inkswell. Then comes the order of the Black Hole first. If the fight goes bad, you reset the fight with the Naga Siren. And then you have another round as Sporkface Killaz. So, in terms of warfare of, who has the bigger stick, I think Sporkface Killaz should have the 2-0. So I'll agree with the panel this time. I do hope for the 1-1. And I really, really like Degen Dinos' approach to the game, or to the draft, Oh, you want us to pick the Brood? We'll pick the Brood. And Skyward has proven to us in game number 1 of the day that he is more than formidable, for sure.
Yeah, confidence testing here, and I like this approach. Every single time, they're willing to sort of give it a try at countering it. This was the old school way of getting draft supremacy. Skyward, unfortunately, getting full focus up. This is looking like a first blood, but a beautiful blast off from Bloody 9. It won't be enough to stop the Beastmaster from chopping down the Brood Mother. And Liam will be able to walk this one off. So Fade
Ooh, so
putting the
close.
Eidolons to work there, and the level 1 with all your techies blast off is not going to be significant enough.
Come on, Bloody Nine, you got him. You got him. 2 more right clicks.
A blood grenade!
Oh, blood grenade.
Blood grenade!
You're dead, bro. Goodbye.
Oh my god. What an item. Blood grenade. Holy shit.
You just gotta love that DPS from that item. No, I sacrifice HP, you lose HP. Perfect trade. As Bloody Nine. No, he can't get this ward. Oh, I mean Ruin, and he'll get it as well. That's the 2-2. That is perfect.
Okay. First blood. Going the way of the Sporkface Killaz, of course. So I don't think they'll be too sad about that.
No,
and
they're
Liam
okay.
gets to go back into the lane with full resources and whatnot after that tussle. I mean, either way, I think even if he lives there, he would have walked back to base. But it's actually a mid lane Beastmaster. So the panel talked about this already. Liam, as much as he's been playing the position 3 throughout most of the sort of time he's standing in for this team so far, he can flex to that mid. We just haven't really seen it yet. How does this matchup go? Because I presume it's actually okay for the Beastmaster given the stacking X damage.
It's absolutely decent for the Beastmaster. Another strategy I've seen in South America, actually. Lesser known player, so to say, but close to my heart. Mr. Jeans usually plays this.
Lesser known?
Yeah, I'm just joking, you know. But obviously. So Mr. Jeans plays from time to time, and he's proven to us that these former strength, now universal heroes, are rather competent on the mid lane, and Beastmaster being one of these is just, you know, very versatile, can keep their distance with the axes, and you know, just for the last hits I'd go Inner Beast, but he will go for the Call of the Wild on Liam, which is more, you know, the off lane kind of direction of where you want to go, but this is like getting way too analytical. So it boils down to personal preference, and this rock paper scissors type of playing with your players, I think it just boils down to comfort. So if Fade is more confident with the Enigma on the off lane, you put him the Enigma into the off lane. If Liam is more confident with the Beastmaster, he'll get the Beastmaster, but he'll take it mid, no problem. You know, as he'll never give up.
Top side. Easy little pick off there. Bloody Nine and Muzi putting the pressure on. Now, the Naga CM lane is actually one that has quite a bit of kill pressure, but up against the Axe, who can clear your illusions very easily, it's not quite as potent.
I don't think so, yeah. That is an interesting question. I don't know how you want to utilize Riptide at all against Muzi right now, as Bloody Nine will also just easily take care of your illusions for now at this point of the game. This Dragon Sin will still go in for the wave cut. There's a blast off catch as well.
There isn't really much to sort of go off on here. You want Never Give Up to be in a position to actually maybe get a Frostbite out or hold them in place for the Naga to start using the Riptide. But like you mentioned, not really going to come to fruition. And this is likely going to be a very quick first item for Muzi, regardless of what he chooses to go for. Tony is dead. Just a matter of time.
Yes, he is.
That was the slowest and most insidious death ever. It's like just having those Eidolons slowly rock up on you. That's painful.
I mean, dying to Eidolons in 2024, dude. Feels bad. As ooh.
That's the Tony experience right there.
Absolutely.
Okay, so safe lane Broodmother, I think, you know, having this overall last pick and slicing up the lanes in this way, obviously Sporkface had a decent idea about this is what they'll be going into. Where do you think the Enigma stands out against the Broodmother? Because I understand no BKB cancel for the Black Hole other than the call, but other than that, I'm not really seeing the picture.
I think it's rather just a combination with the Tiny, as you can see, you know, Fade just forcing out spells from Tony, as Muzi will take care of Never Give Up top. But the action doesn't stop on bottom as we flies Tony into
back.
the air.
It's
Tony
so hard for
experience
Tony
continues. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So it's rather boils down to the combination. I don't think Fade or like the Enigma is an overall better core on the lane compared to the Broodmother. It's just that the Tiny is just so much better than the CM.
Mid lane
So-
wise, Shifu is doing pretty well in terms of the CS. Up against the Beastmaster, still holding his own, so not necessarily pressured out. Blast off in this top side as Muzi calling the Naga Siren back into the creep wave, but surely they can't get this kill for now. The early level in the net holding Muzi in place. Nicely done by Dragon Sin to escape that tricky situation.
I'd still turn into Bloody 9 if I were him.
Oh, they're
But
still chasing him
not
down.
this way.
Yeah, this is looking a bit dicey. Just gonna get killed off. And yeah, never give up. Just busy, you know, trying to make something happen in the bot side, but nothing to be found, unfortunately. And they will just lose their Naga. Meanwhile, mid lane, Shifu able to just run down the Beastmaster with that earlier level 6. Just getting the advantage in terms of the CS and the EXP, and will put it to work.
To their top tower.
It's looking pretty good as Never Give Up coming in for the gank.
Yeah, this is what they were setting up for. Toss back skyward. Ingswell will try and break him free, but too much auto attack damage between 3 of the heroes as well as all those Eidolons. Fate is on a killing spree. So at the very least, seems like Sporkface they're able to strike back, even though they kind of lose the 2 other cores in both other lanes.
Yeah, and Tony can't do anything here. Like, he'll keep his distance, but he can't counter all these heroes. It's just way too much pressure for him. As, yeah, overall, you know, the Tiny's just giving you so much value here. Shield Room will get caught out by Shifu. So getting that 6-minute power rune up is very important. As up top, once again, action.
Trying to go in onto Dragon Sin again, but this time they brought the cavalry, tossing back Muzi. Gotta be careful though, one more spin and maybe Dragon Sin is dead, but not enough procs for now. Rooted up with the Frostbite, Bloody 9 gonna try and turn around the sticky bomb. Oh, catches Dragon Sin lacking there. Bloody 9, what a play. I mean, he might have to pay for it, but I think he's gonna be completely fine with that.
I killed the carry and I liked it. That's what Blood 9 is gonna say. But yeah, 7-minute runes coming up. Muzi, you gotta hurry your ass up here if you want to get Thana here.
Yeah, and Thana doesn't have any mana, so no such thing as the avalanche sort of interrupt as well. Yeah,
I didn't think this through.
Easy rundown.
Thana didn't think this through.
Thana's dead. Very sad. So freebie over to Muzi. You gotta respect the move, the attempt from Thana, but clearly, you know, Degen Dinos were onto him.
But yeah, overall 7-6. It's a pretty even Steven start for both these teams compared to what we were expecting as on the mid lane.
Dasov set up straight onto Liam again, and he can't even have the chance to put out the Raw. A TPO coming from the Tiny post-death, but Never Give Up already being run down. It's just an absolute stampede for the Dinos right now, off the back of how strong this Lesh is. It's already making good headway towards his Kaya. And oh, Fate in the bot side. Was that a black hole being used? Okay, chaining that out with the Vlad's timing as well, just amplifying the damage coming out from those Eidolons and catching Skyward off guard. So very, very nicely done. And you just know that Fate, especially with how strong these Eidolons are right now, he's just going to start racking up that net worth.
I do like Skyward sticking to his conviction, but eventually he will need to start leaving the lane, which is not something you like doing with as the Broodmother. You want to assert dominance on the other team, but I don't think you can do that in this lineup right now. Like, either you go up top and just start pushing out that wave, take care of the enemy jungle, as is, you know, the comfort zone of Broodmothers. Just look at Fade. He's just going to invade your area, take over your jungle area, and the Dire is just going to bleed into the Radiant, as it tends to do. I really do believe Skyward should start going up top, get his Orchid as he usually does, and then start killing the Naga and everything that comes up here with Muzi.
Yeah, it's just tricky, right? Because if Skyward decides to migrate his whole set of, I guess, webs up to the top side, it's so easy for Fate to just TP up here. We already talked about the Broodmother and the difficulty.
Hold up.
With
Dragon
setting up
Sin.
home base. Yeah, Dragon Sin. Getting squared up upon here by Bloody 9 and will get chopped down. Doesn't stand a chance up against the damage of the axe. But meanwhile, mid lane taking advantage of this flat timing to just hammer in on this tower, the Eidolons. Tanking as well as doing quite a number on the objective. Skyward trying to trade that out. by sending the Spiderlings into the bot side, or at least harassing Fate just a little bit. Look at Fate. He knows that with the Tiny backing him up, he has nothing to fear.
No, absolute control here from both sides, you know, just no overextensions. But yeah, of course, Degen Dinos knew exactly as they went on to the Naga that they're going to be in trouble, as Liam's going to be in trouble here.
Yeah, sticking around for far too long, maybe feeling a bit confident after pushing down that tier 1. But Degen Dinos answer back in kind. So back and forth here as both teams continue to trade out in different areas on the map.
Very early tier 2 pressures about to come up in my eyes. Due to the Beastmaster, the Enigma, you know, I think Chaos should erupt soon, which we really, really enjoy in this tournament.
Yeah, I guess say Chaos already has been erupting, right? We're 11-7 in a 10-minute game as both teams just kind of butting heads on all fronts. Shifu would love to finish off that mid lane tower with the help of the catapult, but with the defense coming from Liam and no vision on where the supports of Sporkface are, he's gonna play it safe, hit back into the triangle, and farm up this nice juicy stack for himself.
I still find it so weird that you would get Bloodstone on the Shrek. I know, yes, spell lifesteal and all, but I think was it Tortellini or Immortal Faith? I do forget. One of them did advocate for Octarine Core instead, just for the Split Earth and Diabolic Edict, and I absolutely agree with that statement. But we still tend to see the Disco Goats go for the Bloodstone, as I think Thanos did.
Yeah, chase down a bit too deep on that Tiny, trying to find an opening. Will in fact be that opening now for Degen Dinos to probably just roll up to mid and finish off that tier 1. Lee might just opt to just deny it, given that he knows Degen Dinos are coming straight for it. Yeah, you might as well. Think about it. Wait until the last moment. Okay. There we go.
Yeah, Dragonson about to hit that Manta style, which will pop off the Naga's farm. But yeah, Fade. Already having the Ogre Seal, the Ogre Seal Axe. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Dota. So the Ogre's Axe up and running from the BKB and then on to the Mithril Hammer. So yeah, once that BKB hits on the Enigma with this Blink and Vlad's, I'd be scared to be Degen Dinos in this game.
Yeah, Fade is ramping up big time, but really, he's still kind of behind the other heroes on Degen Dinos. Sure, they've made Skyward suffer a little bit on this safe lane Brood Mother, but the other two cores are having a swallow time, and I think they alone are going to be sufficient in terms of tiding over this rougher early game. The Naga isn't really going to be ready to fight for a while more, so comparatively to Skyward, who can really push these towers quick.
It's just that I don't think you'll have any answers, because if you just sit on the axe, as Fate is already doing, it's just a good control on from Muzi.
It's an ultimate up here, but Fate, he's dropping low. The chop through, Muzi is fine. The Battle Hunger just kills him off. You'll roll up onto the Lash, but the Lash is looking okay too. Turn around, there's so much damage, and Muzi's just gonna slice them apart. Not respecting the Lash damage and survivability with that just soul booster. And dude, that is a big miss. That gold lead just ramps up to 6k right now. Meanwhile, bot side looks like there's a song coming out for Dragon Sin just to try and survive. Things are not even as Skyward. Like we mentioned, the potential for this Brood is so much higher than the Naga in the early stage, and they're taking advantage of that by squaring her off in the lane.
I think Faye should just stop listening to me. I did suggest, you know, the Conda build on the Broodmother. Yes, once in a lifetime I might be right, but yeah, going on the Axe might not have been the best idea with no backup. You know, you're just baiting your team into bad moves in general.
It's probably just a bit of pressure as well, right? Because Fate, I'm sure he's well aware that he's the strongest hero on the map right now, and he needs to put a stop to the Axe, because the Axe is the one thing that's stopping Naga from having freedom on the map. You're always worried that you just get kind of like quick blink call out of nowhere, which Muzi has made a great time towards.
But yeah, that's the only BKB piercing stun on Degen Dinos you need to stop. So
yeah,
I don't think the Enigma has any other choice than to jump onto the Axe, you know?
Yeah.
That is a big problem.
Fate obviously just wants to slow down the game coming out from Muzi, but Muzi's doing very, very well for himself, all things considered.
Absolutely.
I mean, you look at the heroes. This looks on paper to be a very difficult X game, but he's having to swallow time for now.
Exactly. Yeah, you're absolutely right. 'Cause even in our predictions, I was going for Sporkface 2-0, but they're having a swell time on the Degen Dinos right now compared to last game for sure. that was
Yeah, we don't talk about last game with Degen
Right.
Dino sort of supporters
right.
here. We just let that pass by the wayside. Funnily enough, this game, the trajectory that we're having, this CM that's supposed to be a strong tempo early game support has completely been squished up here in this top side. One of the CM's weaknesses just being run down, and Skyward in the area to potentially run her down Shifu. Well, fine, never give up. Easy stun, easy kill. Very sad CM game if I've ever seen one.
Still finding that control onto the CMIC. But yeah, Dragonson going for an Octarine Orchid of his own, which I don't know where to put. Silence the Leshrac. Good luck. Like how does that help you?
We'll have to see what the idea is here, but clearly it's not really gonna come through in time. I think the big sort of struggler for me is Liam, right? Who has just completely been eclipsed by the Lash. You take a look at the Beastmaster and some of his early priority in terms of, going for that Call of the Wild skill up first. Maybe this is why we're seeing Liam sort of throughout the entire season so far be more catered towards that position 3 because he just isn't really able to keep up. This Lash pick is quite formidable into the two cores that Sporkface were presenting until this point in time, and nobody can really stop Shifu for now. You don't really have a vessel builder. You're really just relying on the black hole to control him. But you kind of need that for the Axe and the Brood Mother as well.
You really need that inner beast to farm properly, in my eyes. Like at least that one value point, you know. Now he's gonna get it because he's already got, you know, the 4-on-4 on the wild axis, along with the Call of the Wild. But Skyward is a huge problem now. Having that Orchid, and it is a worse timing than in game number 1 of the day, as Liam's
Here they
about
go
to die.
straight onto Liam. They see him thanks to that high ground ward blinking in from Muzi. The setup, it's an easy chop and an easy kill. Muzi is level 14 on this X right now and doesn't fear a thing. They continue to take control of this area. And Never Give Up is being very annoying, hiding out in this tree line here, pushing the wave. But I'll say Muzi is somewhat onto it. We'll sort of clear out the creep wave so that the push can keep coming.
Oh, and he's got the BKB now.
Oh, what a timing. That's ridiculous. Muzi's having such a great game.
Never Give Up is just sitting there. I love it.
Yeah, I mean,
Kind of reminds me of my own pubs. You know,
Damn.
see him sitting between the trees.
It's always the person with the most PMA name who like just kind of decides to find a spot in the tree and AFK. But of course, that's not what Never Give Up is doing. He is in fact living up to his name, just trying to find an avenue or opening, set up some vision where maybe Degen Dinos won't expect and catch them out that way. We'll just TP out though, understanding there's nothing to be found in this location.
A lot of people just underestimate how much one cut of a wave will actually do to impact the game. As Thana, Muzi will meet, but disconnection on both sides. Muzi trying to shake off the mirror images. Look at the way Skyward and of course Dragonson is just macroing back and forth. I really enjoy it at this level of the game. Just beautiful rotations around each other with the wraps. And yeah, Fate just doesn't have the BKB yet. I don't think Sporkface should, Forkspace should just take this fight right now.
This game kind of feels like a slow crawl in like the worst way possible. Quite similar to game number 1 of our lower bracket as well as the previous game, where you're slowly getting eclipsed in terms of the net worth. Yes, your heroes have their own ability to farm, but you're kind of relying on a crazy, I guess, counter black hole initiation that feels so far out of reach. You're gonna try and make a move towards Shifu right now. The ward that we talked about, helping them out here as Liam with their Aghanim Scepter completed will roll out, but Bloodstone already popped, and this Lash is healing up. They're gonna commit the black hole onto him, and the rest of the team can't come through in time to help Shifu. I thought he was gonna live there for sure after that one, but no. Blast off in, as well as Liam just getting killed off. You force the song and try and escape. Dana will be able to make it clean, but you lose 2 for 1 here. Mid laner for mid laner, and Skyward has just killed off your tier 3 tower.
No, the pressure from the Brood needs to be addressed. It's sometimes even more important than team fights, but I think Sporkface might have dropped that ball.
I don't really know how else you sort of approach it though, right? Because you kind of need to bring the full force to deal with Shifu. They successfully do so, but it just keeps coming at an increased cost. Inflation really go crazy. And Degen Dinos, they are taking full advantage of this. They understand that the sheer amount of resources Sporkface need just to get anything done on the map, and they're splitting it perfectly, right?
Yeah, no, they have a good approach to the game. I absolutely believe in it. But until Liam gets his BKB, this is going to be tough.
On Skyward, just heading into this Roche, taking advantage of that Bloodthorn. All the little spiderlings doing so much work onto this bad Roshan. The second round.
I really love to see him try and do the Conda build, though. I like the combination of the Bloodthorn and the Conda is what I'm trying to get at. When initially I said it in game number 1 of the day. And it boils down back to the spider for both of these series now. And it's just wonderful to see, you know, like people deviating from the patch, deviating from what's the norm, what's accepted. And I think that's where NA truly shines. Innovation in its beauty. Like, you know, just think back into the 2015 era where, you know, AUI, he just brought out the techies. He's having fun. The other 9 people are not, but maybe Bloody Nine's just suffering the same thing. He might not be having fun, though.
Bloody Nine's having a swallow time, you know? I think ever since, okay, maybe not right now. Maybe in this specific moment, no. He's not really having a good time. Gonna get chopped down by Dragon Sin. Nice little wraparound play there, catching the techies by surprise. Look who's at your front door. Liam does have the Aghanims like we mentioned, but you're gonna have to bring the full force back to try and defend and clear that creep wave. It doesn't seem like Degen Dinos are too pressed about forcing the issue.
Yeah, if you just think about the second game of the day, you need to have some kind of catch for the enemy carry. There's just no address for Skyward right now. No Gleipnirs, no nothings. As during the Tormentor's steal, Tony will sacrifice his life for the cause. But, you know, overall, no one's itemizing for this Broodmother.
Okay, what is the itemization though for the Broodmother? Like, what can you even get that will help you in this situation against Skyward?
Anything with AoE control. So, like, the Naga is a good counter. Hamies did say that. But, you know, Brood didn't come to your lane, so, okay. Now you think about the Enigma and the Tiny, right? But you still need some kind of lockdown. It's unconventional, but you can go for, like, some kind of blink. And I want to say something stupid, like maybe an ATOS, you know, just to lock him down. You need to have him in one place. So either you address the spiders or you address the hero itself. In this case, since Skyward is playing so aggressively, I'd address the hero rather. And as I'm tiny, I have tree grab, so I can take care of the spiders. So it falls onto the tiny, it's not to the Enigma, because the Enigma needs to focus on the axe.
Okay, so all that's cool and all. So who's killing Lash?
Who?
Who is killing?
Oh my god,
Lash?
there's a mid laner on the enemy team?
That's
Damn.
what I'm saying.
No, but for that, I would.
He's the noisy guy spamming voice lines in case you missed it.
Shifu's in this game? No.
Yeah.
I think that job falls to Liam, and he's fallen extremely behind compared to what we expected him to do with this mid Beastmaster, for sure. As jokes aside, this is brutal for Liam. Like, he lost the lane, and then slowly but surely, you know, he's getting grinded down minute by minute, step by step. And he got the Ags by European standards, you know. 3 minutes late, he doesn't have his BKB up, and he doesn't have the blink to relocate, to, you know, just reposition himself in a fight. Like, he has one Aghanim Scepter, and he's tanky as hell with that Drums of Slum, but it's not enough.
So I'm wondering, you mentioned that this Beastmaster is trying to get that BKB, and of course the Nagas are meant to complete BKB complete for Fate as well. Is this the timing for them to maybe try smoke and get a fight, or are they just playing it chill, waiting on high ground and biding their time?
No, I pressure this bottom lane and then move back to that mid tower. If this is not punished at all, like to see how Skyward is just defensively positioning, taking care of objectives as much as possible. This isn't punished. We're gonna go back to the mid lane, keep pressuring it out. As once again, never give up, just doing a wonderful job cutting the wave. FYI. And yeah, the CM's impact and the tiny, playing these risky plays is the only reason Sporkface Killaz are not crumbling, so to say. And losing one lane, as dumb as it sounds, is not the end of the world. Like, I do hear a lot of people, just straight up Alt F4. I think there's some very famous player back in the day. It starts with an E. The second name is an E as well, whatever. He used to do this. Like, when the first lane was gone, he just quit. Holding on to one lane of super creeps is child's play when you have a Naga or a Beastmaster or an Enigma, and you have all three of those. So basically, letting go of that lane is not the end of the world. I think Sporkface Killaz would welcome the fact that Degen Dinos would go a little deeper into the enemy play. But the fact that they let a wave go through here, never give up, doesn't want to risk cutting another one here. This could be bad. So 2 lanes, though, is not the way you want this to go. So there's that fortification instantly coming out from the Sporkface.
Yeah, I think you need to sort of come up with a bit of a strategy here, because Shifu, he's just going to run back up here. You're trying your best to use the Naga illusions to cut the creep wave, but as long as Skyward is in the area, he can help with clearing those out and allowing Shifu to come back to that high ground.
Yeah, Degen Dinos are really clumped up together, though.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes onto Fade, but he doesn't seem to be interested in coming back at the moment.
He really wants that Ags, and I absolutely agree with him. That would be huge.
That's a bit of gold off for now. Time is bought, though. And Degen Dinos, even though they are 10k gold in the lead, there is still going to be that potential for the crazy team fight. Could be an option for Dragon Sin to set up with a song beforehand as well and let Fate get into position.
All eyes on Muzi. That is when craziness will happen, when the axe is near the fight.
Oh.
Until then, it's just never go up, dying all the time. But yeah, he's got them. I like this approach from Skyward. Damn, Mjolnir. Oh, there's Eidolons, there's Boars, there's mirror images. Who cares? I have an item that kills illusions and bounces on your stupid units. I love this. Like exactly. Address your problems, Asthena. Well, he's got a few problems ahead of him as well.
Yeah, the problem is that he's just dead. I mean, you toss up Muzi, but this should be a very easy chase down. At least clearing off 1 kill from the map, preventing even more creep cutting. Just kind of cutting some rocks right now. Thena will go down as Muzi is unstoppable. Now, this could present an opportunity for... Oh my god! Oh my god!
No god, just Gaben.
Osfrog? Is it honestly at this point just... Can't the teams just ban this brute? Like, why are we... Haven't they learned? Like, why do they think they can counter this? This timing is ridiculous. The Beastmaster just dies. That's your mid Beastmaster. You talk about the brute not really being a bug, more of a arachnid. Well, clearly it doesn't fall under the classification of a beast because that guy did not have any control of that situation. That was rough. Just kind of got eaten alive there. That's kind of his whole shtick. Getting the fellas to do the work for him, but that's what Skyward is doing right now. And I don't really see the angle. You're still waiting for Fate to find an opportunity. Just soft poking with some Eidolons here.
Yeah, and Shifu is also, of course, the one man addressed to these illusions. Straight up illusion counter of the spellcasters.
Yeah. Degen Dinos, they just have such a vice grip on this game right now. But I like that they're sort of taking it slow, right? Even though they understand that they're hit, they know that Fate has the potential for this comeback team fight that he's been waiting for.
It's a war of attrition, right? When you box in the enemy, it's just a matter of time that your cores and even your supports get so much farm. Yeah. And this is just like a vital move, which you really need to learn. And
Oh, Skyward on the high ground, gonna break that
Oh
smoke,
my
and the
God.
CM is dead. Bye-bye. Okay. That was a cute try at a move, and right now you might just need to watch how you chase here. Muzi running forward, but they think better of going into that high ground.
Oh,
They don't really
don't
have
care
vision,
about
but
the
they have web
illusions.
scattered around the area. Shifu might just lead the charge, just blink up to the high ground. Looking for
CM
someone here.
buyback.
The buyback immediately from the CM. They want to get an engagement out here. But Degen Dino's just not going to give it to them.
Yeah, your team fight basically matters if you're Sporkface, because your team fight matters in a way that you really need Dinos to initiate first. So it's really essential for your team fight to work out that Degen Dinos overextend. And Degen Dinos have a very easy solution for that. Just don't overextend. You know, Skyward is making these cheeky plays, but every time he does it, you see either Bloody Nine behind him, or even just, Tony just hanging about. And that's all he needs. Just an extra person that can take off the pressure off of him as Bloody Nine.
Getting caught out in the tree line here, tossed up as well. There aren't any enemy allied heroes around the area. How is he still alive? Greaves and Glimmercape, he is surviving. Able to blast off. How is this techies? What in the shit? Oh, dude, this is illegal. Like they are clocking you at this point. Degen Dinos, I think Skyward was able to clean up the Tiny with another Bloodthorn and just slew of spiders again. This has got to feel awful.
As soon as Sporkface Killaz initiate, they have so many reactions on Degen Dinos. Almost as many as Sporkface Killaz have, but as soon as the Roshan screen comes out, they're like, no, we can't initiate because we have less people.
Yeah,
but
a
this
little
does
bit
give
awkward
it
because the Skyward spiders all die to a Roshan smash, but it doesn't even matter. He still gets smacked.
It's fine. As at the same time, this gives good old Sporkface Killaz a bit of time to just relieve pressure in general on the map, and you'll do anything to relieve that pressure because it's coming. It's laid on thick.
16K.
With triple C's.
Yeah, 16K levels of thick is what we're dealing with right now in terms of the net worth lead, 25-9. On the bright side, Sporkface have managed to drag this out quite a bit, right? Lasting until 30 minutes. Most of the time when you get this crazy of an advantage on Degen Dinos, you sort of expect them to end the game already. But they're playing very conservative, playing it slow. Like I said, not in a rush. Always wary that fate might be detrimental to their success here.
Yeah, you gotta realize that the enemy still has a Beastmaster. So as soon as you lose a fight, you're losing a tier 2 for this. As Liam, I think he's gonna lose his life here or not. No BKB Pierce. Bye-bye.
Yeah. He's gone.
Uzi was too far away. Well, he would have been the answer for this.
This is gonna start to get annoying for the side of Degen Dinos here because, clearly, Sporkface, all they need to do is keep sending these Naga illusions, keep sending the Eidolons, getting people to cut waves, and it becomes something that you need to send someone back to address.
I don't know if I would put Skyward for this job.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's not his job. It's not his job. He took someone's job for that. It's not his responsibility. You can already see, they were taking Roshan on Degen Dinos and this tier 2 tower up top. It's already at only 100 HP as, the Tiny's in trouble.
Okay. Well, he's just going to go down because Skyward just jumps his way over.
Yeah, we do have a bit of technical issues, but we will turn it on to radio mode.
Yeah, it's okay. You're just going to have to listen to our voice here as Bloody Nine is on the high ground, putting bombs on Tau. And yeah, no, they're just pushing the racks here. Doesn't seem like there's anything that the side of Sporkface can do. The Aghanims complete for the Brute as well. So the Spinner Snare is just going to be even harder for them to navigate in their own base. Starting the setup onto Dragon Sin here. But Shifu, he can just act as this thick frontliner that Fate has to somehow find an opportunity to work through.
Remember, I told you it's really a matter of if Muzi can have that control. If they find the control onto Muzi, the fight is basically
Okay.
over in favor of Sporkface Killaz. But Muzi just not even committing.
Okay, we're gonna have to go like full narration mode because I think the technical difficulties are a lot more difficult than we expected. So I'm just gonna be highly descriptive. As it seems like we might have a stream back shortly. It looks like Shifu, he's in this mid lane alone, but there are 4 members of the Sporkface Killaz surrounding him,
There's a
starting in the
roar?
raw, and it's more than enough damage. No, the last bit of healing from the Inkswell, he turns around with the Bloodstone. He still has the second life, and he's able to keep standing for now. The rest of the team of Degen Dinos connecting from the
Dragonson.
top side, blast off from Bloody
Right.
9. They found Never Give Up, and even with this solo pickoff, they had a full undisrupted 20 seconds where they're just hitting Shifu, and it doesn't even matter. Now Sporkface, they're trying to run. Thena tries to TP out, but gets caught out. And Degen Dinos just swarm back over their opponents. They were looking for an opening, but that proves to be a costly mistake.
Ooh, this
Buyback
could be
now
game
from the
here.
Tiny because they need to address Degen Dinos being on their high ground. Shifu still exercising this first life. And the power that comes with it, stunning up onto Dragonson. You need help and you need it now. Tossing trees on the sideline thing now with the Aghanim's. But it's just a support Tiny. It's not really feeling quite as impactful at this stage. And Fate, with all his
Shifu's
items, with
absolutely
his
okay with
Aghanim's,
this.
we still haven't seen a proper black hole in the team fight. Okay.
That's lean.
So it looks like we're
But-
just going to have to narrate this for the rest of the game as Shifu back on this high ground, still feeling confident. 20 seconds left on that Aegis.
There's
You
Nick's
toss the
there.
trees from the sidelines on Thena, but Skyward, he's found the Tiny and just kills him off. It's a 3v5 situation, and I'm still looking at Fate. He's cowering beside his tier 4s. He can't find an opening because everyone on Degen Dinos is just hiding conveniently away. There's nothing they need to really present other than the Lesh himself. And the
I don't
Naga
know
Siren
why
song
Liam
will
is not
come through.
calling.
Dragonson trying for the
Dragonson.
setup. BKB
Not the
from
move.
Fate.
Not
But
the move.
this is so awkward. He's gonna come through.
This is
Black
so
hole
bad. And
on
there's the
Shifu,
call.
but it just gets cancelled. The call.
Instantly with
Muzi
the
was
call.
right there, and you can't do anything about it. Chop down 1, chop down 2. GG is called, and this Enigma strat did not work out the way they were hoping for.
I don't know why they committed out on that high ground like they were from the Rohirrim, and this is the Helm's Deep siege coming out from Saruman himself. That was horrible move. As Degen Dinos, they will even up the series here. We're sorry for the technical difficulties. I do believe before our panel comes live, we will try and show you on a small window maybe the last few minutes of the game. If that's possible from production, we will ask.
Yeah, we're gonna
Yes.
try but okay, just the kind of talk you guys do because you guys didn't get to see it, of course. Long story short, it started out with Shifu basically being at the front line. They already managed to kill off Thena because Thena has that Aghanims on the Tiny, right? So he's trying to repel the push, trying to use that just tree barrage to damage them. But that's where Brood Mother just walks up to the high ground, kills you off. And in that moment where your Tiny is being run down on the sidelines, you're like, okay, surely we don't solo Black Hole or respond to this Brood Mother. And that's exactly what happened. They didn't. Thena goes down. CM can't even exist in the fight. It's 110. And from there, it's a 3v5. Enigma, despite his good start in the game, just never could find an opening. The Beastmaster Enigma combo just didn't really work out. And I don't know. This game ends up being very far from what Sporkface Killaz probably expected here.
Yeah, I think maybe all 4 of us can just basically talk on over it because we did cast him with Sneeze, but I do believe Eagle and Bard want to get in on this one along with Hamies as well. If that could be set up.
Okay, let's see.
Cool.
Okay, yeah, so we're getting a sort of look at the ending stages of the game there where it just kind of feels like after this Aegis take, Shifu is just able to stand his ground on the front lines and basically be untouchable, right? I just, it feels like there's no option or no angle for the side of Sporkface.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so tough, right? This game was so hard from the side of Sporkface because of the drafts. I mean, we've seen we've seen both sides have this brood, and it's just been so devastating. Even though they have different ideas about the hero, different builds, but it's just been the macroeconomic game is just so difficult to deal with. And throughout that game, we saw Sporkface try to address it a little bit differently. We saw them try to outmap control a little bit. They were constantly shoving waves. We saw the Crystal Maiden at times pop out of the jungle, CM ult the wave, and then go TP home. And obviously with the Eidolons and the Naga illusions, it seemed like they were trying to cut the waves in half at the river and never allow them to step foot across. But with those Aegis timings and escorting the waves, and then also Muzi running around being an absolute beast on his axe, it was so hard for Sporkface to really play a game of Dota.
I don't know, because we called it play-by-play of what they need to do on Sporkface, but running around, you'll see it in about 3 minutes-ish, ladies and gentlemen, because I find it absolutely baffling that they had the build, they had the strat, but then for some reason, Dragonson runs out, full committing onto the lift track that still has Aegis, FYI, and Lean not using the Primal Roar for the shutdown.
No, I mean, it just kind of starts off in a weird spot, right? Because actually, we've been talking about how we think, okay, maybe it's going to be a 2-0 with the way that they draft. Fate clearly has an idea. But I think at this point, I'm still kind of unconvinced, especially with how the lane went with the Beastmaster. If I'm not wrong, maybe the panel can refresh my memory, but this was a Beastmaster mid that was picked into the Lash.
I have to go back and look at the draft to really see. I think that Lesh was
is correct.
And
I think because the Beastmaster was last pick, so clearly Liam's like, okay, yeah, I can win this matchup. Was never the case. And then your Beastmaster essentially feels like a bit of a glorified support. This Axe build, the amount of damage you're doing is so negligible to Shifu, who's healing up through it all. And we didn't even mention the craggy coat that he had as well, further decreasing all that physical damage coming through. And you'll see what happens here. I tried my best to describe it, but at least we'll get a bit of a visual. Essentially, I don't think Dragon Sin really is even at fault here because Thena, with that Aghanims just tries to repel them, but it's so easy for Skyward to just find him.
This is not the run out I was talking about. This is the very, very GG moment, though, was very weird to me. They're just so adamant about getting Shifu. And this one I agree with, this approach. Primal Roar him, catch him, and this is heal back that you casted was insane.
Yeah. The Inkswell, Tony breaks him free right in the nick of time, and it's from there they actually just don't have any more gas in the tank to kill him.
Absolutely, popping that Bloodstone and turning around there is such a devastating move from Sporkface. Not getting that kill is just that's effective with the game at that point, right?
And now with the numbers advantage, they'll just turn it around easily. Yeah, the Tiny does return with the buyback, obviously.
Yeah, that was like the one opportunity to do it too, and this is where it kind of gets to the end of the game where the Lash, even though his Aegis timer is really low, he just wants to juice it to the fullest. And take a look at where Skyward's position. He's just playing on the side. The Naga has to just kind of back up because the trees are coming through, but then you see Skyward's ping, he immediately realizes, okay, Thena's gonna take this position. If we can just kind of compress and like squish him into this area, they're gonna have to fight on that corner, and that's gonna be an awkward black hole no matter how you look at it.
Yeah, because you know exactly what Muzi's gonna do. Just blink and call and you're done.
Yeah.
And even if you execute yourself perfectly in the black hole in the middle of it, you can still get called. That's the problem with black hole.
So see here, Thena starting the tree toss out, but already Sheepstick is there, and Skyward is there, and you're looking at him on Fade, and you're like, I'm not solo black holding this group
But look at this, look at this. Primal Roar is up. Why doesn't he initiate on Shifu?
Because there's still an Aegis. Like, what do you even do? Because you know that.
Oh, so you want to lock him down? No, just kill him at least once so they back the hell off.
I understand this last move because they're basically trying to time it with the Aegis expiry, right? That's basically the game plan. But like you mentioned, there's Muzi. If you call instant cancel, it's way too hard. So I get where the side of Sporkface were coming from.
They would have just backed off, man. Oh, the disappointment.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's so hard. But yeah, well, with that, I guess we'll take a little bit of a break, right? Sneeze.
Yeah,
then...
I'm not too sure. It sounds like Pop Tart's gonna put us on to have a little
No.
discussion as well.
It's Eagle and Bard, I believe.
Okay. Let's go with that. I will trust my voice to the hands of my director. I'm sure he'll figure it out.
Yeah, Eagle, whether it's a bug, a beast, or an arachnid, this broodmother, we've seen it be abused by both teams now. And I don't know, we saw some kind of trickiness there from Sporkface. They were trying to let them have the brood on purpose and then draft the counters, but it didn't work. And the brood was able to push through that bot lane, get in early racks, and then we just saw the rest of Degen Dinos show up.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why these best of fives are so important. That extra game gives you a little bit more breathing room. If it was a best of three, we might have seen that brood ban come out. You really don't want to test it again. And it's also why the pick order is so important, because of that brood first pick. You're forcing the team with second pick to really either ban it out and waste one of their bans early on that, or you're faced to let them have it. And we saw how that's worked out. As you mentioned, both teams that have picked a brood have won this game so far, and it's really just, it changes the way Dota is played, and it is so difficult to deal with this hero, especially once it hits that level 6 and gets the early item timing, whether it be the Orchid or the Bloodthorn or the Conda that we saw effectively utilized by Fade in game 1. It's just such a hard hero to ban out. So, I think we're going to see a little bit of mind games going back and forth. It's kind of similar to what we saw here, where you might see a Timber ban, or you might start to see the really hard brood counters banned out, and they're almost tempting or daring the other team to, hey, go spend one of your early bans on brood.
Right.
Talk to me, Homson. Sorry, what do you have to say?
I was just going to move on to a different point that I wanted to bring up.
Yeah, go for it.
I think the itemization from Dragonson on that Naga, one really good thing that played in Degen Dino's favor is they had that Axe Blink call to cancel the black hole, right? And part of that is on Enigma. You need to make sure that when you're casting black hole that it's in a safe position that isn't going to get canceled. But another part of that I think comes down to Dragonson. He didn't go Radiance on Naga, and I think Radiance would have been great this game. Obviously, it helps propel you in farm, but also being able to send out those illusions and try to cancel the Axe Blink, I think would have been extremely useful in setting up this Enigma to get easier black holes off.
Yeah, absolutely. And another big piece of that also was the shard from Grimstroke. We saw a couple times he was able to purge off whatever was going on, and it really helped that Lesh get out of some sticky situations, getting netted, whatever have you. And Lesh is able to just hit the Bloodstone button, press R, and then starts just healing back up off of the illusions, off of everything else that's in that fight. And it was so hard to deal with because they had that hard dispel from the Grimstroke shard.
Right. I think after we saw Liam's mid Beastmaster not work out exactly how they wanted it to, I think Sporkface needed to recognize that their game-winning potential is that black hole spell, and I just don't think that they played around that black hole enough.
Yeah, totally agree. Hames, Hames, are you here? You got any insights on this game?
Guys, why pick two offlaners, guys? Oh my god. I don't know, guys. I thought the Naga's gonna is fine, but the Leshrock pick is actually good. But I don't get the I know I vote for Sporkface to win the game. I mean, they really punish Broodmother's lane, but the Shifu, bro, it's just too good. They didn't counter it. They decided to just let Lim eat the Leshrock. I mean, they let Lim lose mid with the Beastmaster against Lesh.
Yeah,
They
I
didn't
think
answer.
I think the Beastmaster pick, it had some cool ideas there, but I just don't think that it was the right pick this game. I don't think it addressed everything that Degen Dinos was gonna do. Sure, it's good against the Brood, but you're just setting up this Lesh to have a free game.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Was there any kind of item build that you think they could have gone differently? Maybe the an early Vessel or a Shiva's or a Scotty that would have prevented this Leshrac from really snowballing the way he did? Or do you think it would come down to the picks?
I mean, I think everything you just said, a Shiva's would have been great, a Vessel would have been great. We didn't see either from Sporkface. So this Leshrac was able to just get all the lifesteal in the world. He wasn't punished at all this game. And, he didn't have the greatest scoreline. Kill-wise, he went 4-1, but he was just able to pump out so much damage in these team fights, being the highest damage hero on his team. And a lot of the kills that he would have gotten were stolen by the axe, greedy axe players with that ultimate. But yeah, I think Lesh just owned this game. He wasn't countered at all. So
Yeah.
and picks or itemization.
I think they should ban this brute so we can watch really decent Dota here, guys. I
Yeah.
don't know. It's just boring and it's just getting boring now with the brood pick. Maybe whoever gets the second pick, they just ban brood and then we're gonna watch a normal Dota game.
Yeah, I agree. We often see in these best of fives a bit of a migration away from the meta. Obviously, having more games in the series gives you more time to try out these weird, wacky picks like a Beastmaster mid or something. But yeah, I don't know. I think this grand finals is a bit of an opposite of that. They both started out kind of weird, and they need to just ban this brood and go back to picking normal heroes.
I agree.
So talking about the normal heroes here, do we know who has first pick and who has second pick in the next game? Is it flip flop?
I believe it'll be a new coin toss. I'm not
Yes, every third game is a new coin toss.
Okay,
even in a
gotcha.
best of 5 though.
So third game gonna be a coin toss and then game 5 gonna be a coin toss.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
we have the draft live here. We can see Degen Dinos do have that first pick on the Dire side. So Sporkface having 4 bans in the first phase, would not be surprised to see them take out that brood.
Do you think they're gonna ban brood for early? Okay, there we go. I was gonna wonder if they were
Oh,
gonna wait.
finally they banned brood.
Normal
Oh my
Dota.
God.
Perfect.
Now we can read the draft better, guys.
Yeah, we can all take a deep breath. No more brood games. We're playing real Dota here, boys.
Now, last thing I want to see for this to be a perfect draft is a Chen ban, and then after that we can fully analyze,
No, Degen Dinos doesn't want to ban Chen here.
You don't think so?
Because it's either they can pick Chen or they can let Sporkface Chen, then
Yeah,
they
I
pick
think,
Lycan here.
I think Sporkface bans Chen.
Interesting. We still see that
His
Timber
Bloody
ban come
Nine
out, even
plays
though
it.
Brood is banned. Is that, just because he's a strong hero, or do you think they have a specific person in mind that they're banning for?
Yeah, Timber mid, very strong. We've seen it be very dominant. I know just from my experience in Div 2, Timber is a very contested hero, regardless of the enemy draft. So
The thing on banning these heroes is because Alk, DK, and Timber is a flex pick, so it's really good ban. I am guessing Sporkface gonna ban Kunkka and Chen here.
Okay, gotcha. And that's just because of the strength of the heroes that we saw last week. Interesting. So, if you're Degen Dinos here, what are you kind of thinking for first pick? We actually see a mag ban coming out on their end.
I think Tekis is still good because Bloody Nine is a good Tekis player.
Right.
yeah,
Right.
I see like Techies or Hoodwink or Chen or Lion. Any of these supports who we've seen tested time and time again, and
Okay, they ban Chen.
I like
Do you
that
think
Chen ban.
Do you think there's any chance they pick Pugna here so they can maybe set up the Storm Spirit later on?
No. I think they're just gonna first pick it's either Kunkka or Tekis here on Degen Dinos.
Is Kunkka still kind of the flex pick? Can you really play him 2 or 3 at this point, or is he kind of just locked into one particular role?
I'm saying Kunkka because Degen Dinos, Muzi and Shifu really loves Kunkka. Plus it gives you I think the hero is still good with the Aghanims and BKB. A lot of control.
Yeah.
And he can sustain his own lane, he can manage his lane easily. And his farm is actually decent.
Yeah, it's just a very solid, it wins lane, it farms, it wins team fights.
Okay,
And
Kunkka,
there
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 you
you
go.
go. You called it. Great call. So is there anyone that Kunkka really doesn't want to lane against, like a Huskar maybe, that can kind of ruin his lane? How are Degen Dinos going to look to protect this?
Huskar is okay in lane. I don't know if you are confident enough to first pick it on Sporkface. I'm
I
not
don't
sure I'd
think
like to see it come out here.
Huskar beat Kunkka here. Maybe it's a 50-50.
Sure.
Dinos turn to bat.
Let's see who they
See
end
the
up with. They
Rubik.
actually first faced the Rubik. Interesting.
What?
Do you think this is a block pick of sorts, trying to block DJ and Dinos from picking an Enigma so they don't have to spend a ban on that?
I don't know. Maybe because this is bad first pick though. Rubik.
Yeah,
Maybe they're.
it seems kind of awkward that they would first pick Rubik, but also first phase ban Magnus. I feel like if you pick a Rubik, it's also kind of a block pick for that Magnus as well. So it
Right,
seems like some
right.
inefficiency here.
Yeah, Lion in the pool as well. I think I would have liked to see a Lion picked up before a Rubik.
Right. We do see that Techie's ban come out from the side of Degen Dino, so they're not only not going to pick it out themselves, they're going to go ahead and straight up ban it from that pool. Is there any advantage to kind of picking this Kunkka so early on that you're hiding your support duo from Sporkface? Because now they have to make all these bans, but they're kind of walking in blind because they don't have any supports.
No, it's every first pick should be a flex. It's gonna make your draft better. It's gonna make your team draft you can think a lot more heroes before anything else because having a flex pick is like making like a mind games against your enemy, right?
Right.
So they don't really know who to pick or who is he gonna lane against. So having a first pick flex is really good, but this Rubik is kind of grief for me.
Yeah, I agree. I almost never like first picking a support unless it is insanely dominant. Just because if you can pick a flex or a core in that first slot, it opens up a lot of your draft more like later on.
Interesting. So we see this AM ban come out. That's someone we haven't really seen picked a ton in this league so far. Why does the Rubik pick suddenly warrant an AM ban?
10 seconds.
I don't really know.
Is
Maybe
there anything
guess-
about Rubik AM as a lane, or even as like a way they play the game together that makes it warranting of a second base ban?
The thing that I see is maybe Degen Dinos is trying to set up for a Storm Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as how AM interacts with like a Rubik, they're not going to be laning together 90% of the time. So
Okay, so they pick Rubik for better lane with Bro, I guess.
yeah,
Okay.
I like this lane from Sporkface. Brew Rubik. It doesn't necessarily have the highest kill potential, but it's also very hard to go on between the Brewmaster Slow and the Rubik Lift, as well as the damage reduction from Rubik. I feel like it's just kind of a steady, we're going to win our lane and not feed. So
Yeah, absolutely. And you have this Brew come out. We've seen Liam play an absolutely excellent Brew. Is there any concern on the side of DJ and Dinos that he just owns the game and kind of moves forward?
Brewmaster is rarely a hero who's able to 1v9. He usually needs at least one other core with him to sort of dominate. The thing that I like a lot about Brew is in his ultimate, that Storm Panda, being able to lift one of the enemy heroes and just take him out of the fight. It's very nice. But this Disruptor pick from Degen Dinos, a little bit questionable for me. I feel like we haven't seen this hero too often. And we've seen Sporkface obviously very good in the laning phase, and Disruptor is one of these heroes where if you start to fall behind, it offers very little to your team. Disruptor can be a very good support when you're playing from ahead, but they're going to need to pick some very strong follow-up heroes if they want this Disruptor to work out.
Yeah, absolutely. Is the Disruptor a direct response to the Brew? As we see the Nature's Prophet come out. What can you disrupt her ult right before Brew ults when he gets low HP, and is that kind of the thought process behind DJ and Dinos, or is there something else driving this disruptor pick?
That could be something, just having some sort of control to try to not let this Brew get his ult off, because the hero loses a lot of its effectiveness if it's not able to get that ultimate off. So
right,
I like the thinking from Degen Dinos, but I don't know, it's a bit of a risky pick this early in the draft, in my opinion.
I think Disruptor pick here is just because he's just gonna disrupt this Brew and then he's gonna be forced to use his ult. Then, and also they can burst him with just a static storm. Then I think Disruptor is really good pick here, and NP. NP is good against Rubik. Rubik can't do anything against him if he got caught in ward.
Gotcha. So is the strategy from DJ and Dino side to lane the NP against the Rubik, or have the NP? Oh my gosh, we see.
Oh my
Pudge
god,
come
we got a
out. Here we go.
punch! Punch!
Talk to me about this hero, Hams. I know you're so excited.
Uh yeah, it with the 3 heroes from Degen Dinos, maybe it's a good punch game.
How so?
Unless Degen Dinos gonna pick Lycan here.
Interesting. So what about it makes it a good Pudge game?
Because they don't have anything to kill him once he got his like a lot of items. But I'm guessing this is Tena Pudge, right?
That's a good question. I don't really know. I don't know if Fade or their one position Dragonson plays a core Pudge. It's a good question.
Because Tena played Pudge against us on group stage, and then he's actually really good with the hero. Like he's becoming like a core.
Yeah.
So I think this is a plus 5 for Henry Rubik, and then but Pudge and Brew on lane is kinda, I don't know. But maybe Tena gonna make it work.
Dire must choose.
Interesting. Let's see who they get. Oh, Morphling. Interesting.
You know, I've seen the Pudge be played mid a little bit here and there, so
Does
it could
Lim
also
play
be
it?
that. I don't know if Liam plays it specifically, but
Hmm.
10 seconds.
So if you're looking from DJ and Dino's perspective, you definitely need to pick another core here, and you see at least 2 cores in the Morphling and the Brew come out. Are you really looking to counter the cores or the supports of Sporkface at this point?
I think you need something for the Morphling here.
Gotcha. So what kind of heroes are we looking at?
Just go Lycan here, guys, and then mid Kunkka. It's over. This game is over with Lycan, bro.
You think so? Is Lycan a really bad matchup for Morphling?
It is Dire's back.
I mean, he's gonna maybe have a free game at least. On when he got level 6, he can just kill this Rubik and Pudge. They can't do anything. But Pudge is really good on killing the Dominator on Lycan, so maybe it will be a grief.
Also, the Pudge ult to hold down the Lycan.
10
Yeah, that's a good call. We see this Puck pick come up from DJ and Dinos, and the interesting thing is we've actually seen this Puck play both 1 and 2. I know Skyward in the past has played the core Puck. So this is also a bit of a flex pick. We don't really know where this is going.
Yeah, it's
No.
Kunkka and Puck is still a flex. This is a mind game now.
The pause 1 Puck, I've seen it here and there. It is a very greedy pick if you do go for it.
5
I feel like this hero as a carry, as a mid, it wants to be like rotating around to side lanes and getting kills with its coil off cooldown. But from the carry role, the playstyle is a little bit different. You have to AFK just farm a lot more until you get a lot of these like items such as Maelstrom plus Ags. So
And
Interesting.
Puck is also good here for Brewmaster.
yeah, the extra silence, the coil.
5 seconds.
It's pretty good against the Morph too, right? Because he can't escape the coil once you're in there. He can't waveform away, which is traditionally his escape or mobility spell.
Yeah, if you're a god tier morph, you can run out of the coil and manta dodge the stun. So we might see that here, but probably not.
Absolutely. And we see the bands come out from the side of Sporkface. We see that Ricky band come out again, and we also see a Lifestealer. Are we protecting the Morphling here, or are you setting up for your last pick?
Dire's turn to pick.
The Ricky, I think, is to protect the Morphling, the Lifestealer. I guess just a strong carry right now. They Lifestealer would be Brew in lane, so
Interesting.
just kind of protecting what they have so far.
Interesting. And on the flip side, we see a Night Stalker come out, which is a really interesting band. I don't know if we've seen too much of that come out. Is that really just to protect the Puck in this situation?
It's really
Yeah,
a good,
I think so.
good NS game. Plus, Fade really plays it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and-
think so.
A Night Stalker would be able to feed on
Oh,
the
Weaver. Oh, it's a good
Oh.
pick. They have no catch for this Puck and Weaver.
Yeah, I know Zor is salivating right now looking at this this last Weaver pick. Do you think this is going to be a Weaver 1? How do you think they're going to
I
organize
think it's
this?
a Weaver one already.
yeah Weaver 1, Puck 2, Kunkka 3.
Does Weaver still have the shard when you second skill, and then after your second skill you're gonna hit everything that you hit?
Yeah,
Then it's
if you
good
touch
against
him,
Brewmaster, I guess.
if you touch them with Sakuchi, then for 5 seconds,
Oh my
they're
God.
marked.
Yeah, and we see this Slardar pick coming out.
Okay, that's
That's
a good
where-
Slardar pick too.
Yeah, and Fade's playing the slaughter. As we're moving in here into the game, who do you guys got?
I've got to say Degen Dinos, Puck and Weaver, two very elusive cores, and I don't see a ton of lockdown for it. And
Degen Dinos has
even if you
decent
do
lane.
have a bit, you're able to hold down maybe one of them, and whichever one you don't pudge alt just has free reign in the team fight. So
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm gonna go on the side of Sporkface here, just to be contrarian. It worked for me last time. We'll see if it works this game. I believe in the Lean Brewmaster. I think he's gonna be the really key cog on the side of Sporkface that is gonna drive this draft. If they're gonna win, it's gonna be because of Lean Brewmaster. If they lose, it's gonna be because Lean Brewmaster gets countered or shut down in lane. So I think he is really kind of the fulcrum upon which this game rests. As we're getting ready to head into the game here, any final thoughts, boys?
I'm going Degen Dinos. The
Yeah.
Skyward game is easy here.
yeah, I am as well. We're gonna have to see the Puck and the Weaver. I think Sporkface is gonna have to find a way to gank these heroes early, try to shut them down, or else both of them just have a free game.
All right, perfect. Thank you for the insight here, fellas. We're gonna hand it over to our wonderful casting crew for this third game. Good luck, boys.
I don't know about you, Mike, but I gotta agree with Bard and Hamy's take here. I'm not gonna lie. This Puck and the Weaver, they're just gonna pop the hell off. I don't know if Dragonson has enough in him, to take the Weaver's form and start massacring the back line. But what are your thoughts there? I think your mic is muted, my friend.
Yeah, you're muted.
You're absolutely right. Here I am, though, and here are my thoughts. Okay, best of three
Not
down
asleep, dog.
already, and I just gotta say, Fade Slada mid. I don't think you can doubt that. Like, yeah, Skyward, Shifu, they have free games in their own right. Yeah, sure, cool. But there's a reason why this Slada mid was such a hot topic for what feels like a good 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You can still get a really quick phase boots into a really quick blink and a shard, and whoa, what the hell am I watching?
I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, the rave between the tier 1 and the tier 2 is over.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, okay.
No,
Well,
it's
that's
actually
over.
not the techno we should be singing. It should be. I don't know the Swedish words to it. The Dota song from Bassmaster?
Oh my
That's the
God,
one
yeah.
we should be listening to.
Yeah.
I'm just
Gotta cue
aging
that.
myself right now for the chat.
Okay. Well, literally after that weird ass move into the middle of the dire tier 1 and tier 2, nothing happens. It's
What
two
were
for
you
two.
expecting there?
I don't
Like,
know. It looked like Dana was gonna angle for hook.
Are we Southeast Asian and too European for this, Dota?
No, I mean I think with their movement, they were
Yeah, it's most likely
insinuating.
a Pudge Hood. Yeah.
They were insinuating some action. Unfortunately, nothing happens, and we'll see Muzi playing this Kanka in the off lane. Now, you say you're with Hames and Bard here that you like Degen Dinos. I'm gonna sort of join up with Eagle and play a bit of the contrarian here. Nice little hook, grabbing Muzi. Ooh, trying to block for the tower, but just imagine if it was any other safe laner other
Bloody
than
Nine?
Dragonsin. Yeah.
Going for
Bloody
the
Nine just
TP with
able
the
to
extra
trade.
damage, though.
Yeah, might come to regret that because Thena is a very thick body to trade into, and you got another. Wait, yo, what the hell?
He's a master
You can't-
hooker.
Oh, you can't TP out that one. That's gonna sting. But yeah, lane under Dragonsin Tower, and that's gonna be something that's very important for this patch throughout this early stage, right? Where the lane position is, because that's gonna enable him to get these moves. I think to a certain extent, I'm not even sure if you mind this hard camp being pulled, because it's gonna ping pong the lane back into very awkward territory for this. I guess this Kanka Nature's Prophet eventually.
Yeah, for sure. Thana's just following the U.S. military guidelines. Just basically leave them wounded, don't kill them.
Is that the U.S. military guidelines? Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Okay, what?
It's
I've
actually,
never been part of the U.S. military or remotely in contact with the U.S. military, so I am not really sure of the guidelines
That's
of which
just
you
basically
speak.
a strategy. Is up top, we have more strategy going on.
More, less strategy and straight up just leaving them dead, not following the military guidelines. Very, very bad.
Not this time. Not this
No.
time.
No, the brigadier general or whoever the hell is in the military will be very upset with this behavior.
You know, when it comes to conflicts, there are times when you have to take the kill, but you know the idea is that if you have people wounded, then the medics are that leaves 2 people occupied on the war zone that need
Sure.
to take care of the person. In this case, in Dota, it works a little differently. You need to get HP back so that you can get back into the action for trades. As Dragonson can take a lot of trades with that attribute shift.
Yeah. I know this is gonna sound a bit deranged, but I was kind of hoping that the Slada would be in top side other than the Brewmaster, instead of the Brewmaster, sorry. Because I kind of feel like the Brewmaster doesn't really do much into this dual lane. Liam is just going to essentially relinquish a free time to Skyward up here. I can't really
What does
pressure
a
him.
what does a Brewmaster do against the puck, dude? Besides feeding.
Survive.
I was thinking another variation, actually. The Pudge going mid, and
Yeah,
Brewmaster
right. And
becoming
Brewmaster plus
5.
4 or something.
5, yeah, 5,
Yeah.
because that's the Chinese strat. But
Yeah.
you know, we don't sell cheap shit here. This is NA Dota.
But
As
it's-
the connection's not made there. Lucy.
TP in the top side though means that Liam is gonna go down. Nice rotation from Bloody 9 to make that happen.
Damn. Is this the Dino strat? It's working. Like I can't disagree with this Permasneeze. This is just working too well.
Yeah, well, you were in favor of this. I mean, this is something you thought was gonna work. So I'm not sure why you're confused. Why are you confused about? You are a believer.
I never believe in myself.
Okay, well, Muzi, he's going to at least buy some time by tossing them up in the sky. Maybe just buy himself a ticket out of here. Nice hits at TP out. He should be home free. Oh wow, that TP took forever. It must have just been Bloody 9 coming
Went to the
back
tier
in.
1.
Yeah, what the hell?
Nah,
I
he's
thought
gonna
it
get
was,
heals.
Tony,
somehow.
in some trouble here. The glimpse from the Disruptor does create the distance between the Brew and the Disruptor, but as a result, never give up. Will get cleaned up by Skyward here, so the Rubik would be traded out.
I might be happy if I'm Henry here, as the Rubik. This could be okay. Dying is sometimes better. You can just reset, come back with new resources. etc.
Yeah, the Rubik is I mean, I'm surprised that any kill even went their way in their favor, but I guess Tony stepped out of line a little bit here.
Muzi?
Outside 3 members coming through, trying to collapse onto Muzi. But looks like Skyward has TP'd down here as well. Trying to catch
Rotation.
Dragon. Oh, what a play! Muzi from out of nowhere with the Torrent from long range catches the Morphling by surprise. Sure, he loses his life for it, but way more than what he could have asked for. And now Skyward continuing the chase through. Doesn't want to get hooked up here, so he will Shikuchi away and start heading back to... Oh, hang on. Data.
No.
Data!
Oh my god.
Fuck,
He's so
dude.
close.
Woo! There's a
Someone
reason why
report
this
Dana.
Pudge...
He's map hacking.
Nah, this Pudge is their most picked for a reason. I think Dana is probably immensely comfortable on it, as we can see. Glimpse back onto Liam, looking for the setup. Skyward doesn't really have a lot of mana to work with and doesn't want to run into Cinderbrew either. Double Bracer up on this Brewmaster, which means he is very tanky and hard to run down, especially if 11 wand charges right now.
Yeah, the Drunken Master as well, or Drunk Brawler. Always reminds me of that awesome Jackie Chan film, Drunken Karate Master. You know that one?
No, actually.
Really?
Yeah, as in the type of Chinese movies that I watch are probably a bit different from you, to be honest.
Well, that is for sure. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. The approach is gonna start getting awkward, as we are past the 6-minute rune. Muzi once again in trouble.
Dana actually makes that move, but it takes a while for Dragon Sin to, I guess, be convinced that it's something viable. He just is busy farming the hard camp instead. And now Muzi, being able to self up in the tree line, might be looking for Dana as well. Have their eyes on the Dragon Sin, but a bit of a split focus. Tony will come through.
Pull him
has
back,
a glimpse
Tony.
available. Yeah, but Dragon Sin just waiting for the right moment. Oh, doesn't even have a waveform level, but way too much HP for them to work through. And Bloody Nine will just TP away.
Oh, Thaino. Too bad. At least you tried. Seeing that
Yeah,
was
Bloody
in
Nine
your-
outclicks him as well, which is really significant. And getting the first 2 charges on the urn is going to go such a long way because, as we've seen, they have damage issues with the Morphling once he starts attribute shifting. But once you get that Spirit Vessel and even just that additional damage from the urn right now, it's going to be very significant in trying to get these kills.
Interestingly enough, I would get that value Blightstone on me if I'm this Nature's Prophet, but yeah, Bloody Nine's just absolutely skipping it. He's going ham. Most likely the Aghanim Scepter's next for him.
It's honestly impressive how often Muzi has just completely caught the Morphling by surprise with random torrents out of nowhere. You'd think that every time Kanka raises his hands, you know, Morphling's on high alert, but hasn't really panned out that way. Now it's Muzi who's in a little bit of trouble, but 4 members, again, converging in this spot side. They want to get the kill onto Dragon Sin.
No way
Should be
for
able
him.
to just get out of here, though. I think they have enough damage.
There's
but
a pullback.
there's still a glimpse available. Pull him back, straight into the fray, and too much. It's Skyward with another great rotation down to this bot side. And it's understanding the power spike of your hero, right? Because I think, like the panel said, this is a very free Weaver game, and he's exercising that freedom and putting it to work.
Skyward doing Skyward things as on the mid lane. Bit of action coming up. Fade had a really good time on the laning stage. Again,
Oh, the
my
crush,
god,
so
Shibu's
much
gone.
damage. But getting caught up in the tree, still trying to slide away out of trouble. The river can't heal him enough as Skyward. He's all over them right now. I feel like every single lane that I look, there's a Weaver right there, chasing down onto Henry. You gotta watch out for the hook though. Spreading aside, never give up.
Level
Great
6.
sidestep, but forcing out that time lapse. I was so sure that Skyward didn't have any mana left, but just enough to get himself out of trouble. He knows his limits well, that's for sure.
Honestly, wouldn't have been in trouble anyway because there's no Dismember on the Pudge just yet. But, you know, just to make sure. Get the hell out of there. Just before he gets Fate Bolted. Or there's even a chance of dying there.
Commit
Ship.
in onto Dragon's Sin, but he manages to get the attribute shift off in time. So no conversion to a kill there.
I always wonder about the fact of when Kunkas decide to go straight Aghanims or they're feeling the game well enough that, you know, you get to interject that Blade Mill into the play.
I think it's more so reliant on your team as well, right? Because as we can tell from Degen Dino's lineup, they can get fighting a lot earlier. And they just really need a frontliner, but Muzi, he is going to get worked down by the full collapse. This time round, it's the side of Sporkface that bring the crew and kill off that poor Kanka.
It's the naivete of putting out the torrent in front of a Slardar who enjoys water, you know?
Yeah. He's like, thank you very much. I'll have a sip.
He's going to enjoy the spray of the torrent.
Yeah, but I think back to the point that we were talking about with the whole Kanka item timing thing, I don't think he can actually afford to go for the straight X just because his team needs him as a body on the front lines very early on. I think especially up against the amount of physical damage that can come out from the Slardar, like you want to get the Blade Mail, it's even more incentivized, but he's actually going to switch things up and go for the Orchid instead. So still a more or early game centric item, but maybe just an initial disable to prevent the Brewmaster from splitting or prevent the Morphling from morphing. Not
Or
too
just
sad
that
about this.
Slardar stun is even good, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Just to get that damage out as much as possible. Or, you know, mid-dismember, Orchid up, save from the Pudge.
True. Although you can torrent from such a far away range, right?
That is true. Or just basically stop the channel with the X mark. There are a lot of solutions for sure.
Yeah, one thing Kanka has is tools out the goddamn wazoo. It's very possible for the Rubik to steal quite a lot of useful spells this game though, right? The Ghost Ship, the Coil, even the Orb, to a certain extent Sprout or Shikuchi, all insane spells to grab. For now, he's holding on to that kinetic field. Isn't really going to help anyone out against this smoke move coming out from Degen Dino. Shifu wants to get active straight onto Liam. There is a nice split available and he pops it
Beautiful.
just to save himself.
Even go aggro.
I mean, you have to. You want to sort of make the most out of this split for now, but Liam understands there's nothing to be
Just
found
hit
here.
the
So
tower. There's 85 HP.
wait, huh? Oh. Huh.
Nope. I guess not.
Interesting.
Muzi, how did you lose your courier, my man? Oh, there's the ward there. One next to the lane. Poor guy. As mid lane.
Yeah, lift up, never give up. Has his own orb, but doesn't John through it in time. It will go down. Bloody Nine on a mega kill streak. I don't even know when this happened, but Bloody Nine is on fire apparently with his spirit vessel.
Looking like it right now. He's 503 right now on the Nature's Prophet. Which is hard to fathom right now. But yeah. Dragon Sin. Going for the Manta style. I don't really agree with this decision right now. It is kind of the mandatory item on the hero, but, you know, finish off your Vlads, and then you can start going on to items. That is right now the meta item on the hero. You know, just the basic mana regen and the extra armor you get makes you quite viable as Fade.
Set up onto Muzi here. Conker gonna try and walk away, but the stolen X marks putting him in a lot of trouble. Might just get the touch on the Bloody Nine as well. This will be a good streak to grab. Dragon Sin chasing through, morphing into the Kanka as well. Should be able to get this second pickup. Nice chunk of change for the Morphling. Game's very even early on. I kind of expected Degen Dinos to be a bit more dominant, but off of some great rotations from the Sporkface Killaz, they are 1k gold up at this point in time.
Yeah, it's all in all a 3k net worth lead. Swing. Okay, yeah. 2.5-ish on the swing. And it's absolute control right now in the hands of the Sporkface Killaz, obviously. The Degen Dinos. Slight mistakes, you know, but you can kind of afford it as long as the Weaver manages to get that farm. Maelstrom is done. And Skyward, all he needs to wait for now is 15 minutes so that he can get the shard.
Do you think he's gonna go directly for that shard? It feels like
He
such
should.
a... You think so?
He should.
Over like the Dragonlance for additional stats? this game?
Over that. Yeah. The right clicks you get from Sukuchi after you finish your Sukuchi is just immensely valuable. It's good for farming as well.
Sure.
Going for the
Okay,
D-Lance instead, I kind of disagree.
Well, I mean, he just needs more stats to survive, right? Isn't that the kind of fear when it comes to the
But to
Sporkface
get to those
lineup right
stats,
now?
you gotta farm.
Yeah, and you have a Maelstrom for that. Never give up. He'll TP in, but he is in big, big trouble. Surrounded on all sides by Degen Dinos heroes. And they're still trying to come in. Oh, Shifu taking so much damage from the crush. Turn around with the coil and the little ghost ship as well that saves him and gets him out of trouble. You've popped that Brewmaster Spear and you're trying to come through, but you can't land the hook onto anyone. The Brewlings, they're just scrambling around, running around, trying to get the kill onto Shifu, but you're already dead. Skyward, free reign in this fight. Finally gets tossed up into the sky, but Muzi, he's here with so much control, and Dragon Sin dropping low to that Spirit Vessel, gonna try and TP out, but it's far too late. It's essentially a 4-man wipe down here in this bot side, and they get the tier 1 tower to boot.
Well, back and forth we go as it's now another 5k back onto the hands of Degen Dinos. Yeah, I absolutely agree what Tony's selling for me right now. Going straight for the Aghanim Scepter, shut them down even more harder. Even if they get their BKBs, they will have no chance of getting out that Static Storm.
I mean, that fight just goes so wrong because they aren't able to convert on the Puck. Just sliding out of trouble, and it alludes to a bit of what Hames was saying, where the Puck essentially is going to have a free game. Yeah, you have a couple of instant disables in a way, the Crush, the Bash, and the Dismember and whatnot, and Lift, but when you can't connect them in a meaningful way, it just feels a bit all over the place. Now,
Well,
Liam does have that Radiance complete.
Permasneeze, I think Skyward is just listening in on us, and he's like, F you guys. I'm going Gleipnir.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that as well. In fact, I
agree.
that's even
Absolutely.
better, right?
I think he's just wanting to deny us the right of being right. Or the benefit of... Oh my god, Liam!
Just pulled back into death there. Very, very easy pickup.
Dana?
Nice hook through, but
Oh,
Dana,
easy.
realistically speaking, even if you tried to channel there, you might have just basically bargained for your own death. So in a way, it kind of feels like a blessing.
Hi, Fade.
Holy. Disruptor went ahead, just feels so good. In comes the ghost ship, crashing into the little fishy. We know how sharks work. They eat you up real good. Never give up, just gonna get surrounded by that sprout. And it's just way too much magic damage. Degen Dino swarming all over the map right now. The only thing saving Dragon Sin is the fact that he's morphed into the Weaver and able to Shikuchi himself to safety as well. But there just is no momentum at all for Sporkface this game.
4K up ahead and perfectly in control. I'll take their second tier 1 tower here. And yeah. Manta about to be finished on the morph. And this is why you need the Vlads. You know? Just farm faster, get those stats, get a little bit more armor. And maybe out of your 3 deaths, maybe 2 of them would have been survivable just because of the armor. I mean, I ain't no expert or in any position to buff on any of these players, but, you know, it's what you see. It's what other people do. You copy, and then, well, maybe Henry wouldn't die here as the Rubik.
Yeah. The Orchid as well as the Tidal Wave, it's just too much magic damage at this stage of the game. This has got a sting. As Degen Dinos, this is a much earlier timing.
Liam?
Straight onto Liam as well.
Oh, not even a chance.
He can't even get it because Static Storm's right below his feet. You want to try TPing in to respond, but there isn't anything to be found. And we're still looking at this mid Slada and wondering at what point does it feel strong enough to fight. It's gone for this Echo Saber Bling Dagger build, but hasn't really been able to connect in the team fights and get any pick off. Maybe the Degen Dino is just a bit too elusive or too many defensive tools. Oh, they got the setup onto Muzi in this top side, able to turn around and throw out the Tidal Wave, but he does go down. So first time, nice little connection there. Fate makes it happen. Not sure whether it's enough though. Meanwhile, bot side, Skyward continues to claim up another. So more charges for Bloody Nine on that Spirit Vessel, and of course Skyward with that freshly revealed Gleipnir.
20 minutes in, 28 kills on the board. Yeah, Degen Dinos are absolutely going by the script laid out by our lovely panelists.
Yeah. And there's no reason not to, right? There hasn't really been anything presented by Sporkface that would cause them to have to pivot otherwise. They're
No,
just
absolutely not.
I mean, this draft, it's always a little bit worrying seeing Disruptor in this patch because it's such a hero that relies on being a hit. But when you have such great early game partners to play along with, it feels like Tony's job is so easy. See hero, glimpse hero, and it's a kill.
Tony at the same time, halfway through, I'm getting to that Aghanim Scepter. I think that's when Degen Dinos can absolutely take aggressive moves. That mute static field feels so mean. It's like a very strong AoE Doom as Thana.
He's just dead.
I mean, good attempt with the hook and the dismember, but yeah, after all, it's just too much damage to deal with.
Looks like Puck was able to clean up on the Rubik as well. So just all over the map being mopped up here. Set up in the mid lane. There's an Orchid available, but Muzi doesn't choose to commit it. I mean, now you got the Manta coming out. Dragon Sin has morphed into the Weaver, but silenced up. Perfect execution from the Kanka. Takes down Dragon Sin and trying to come through, but Tony just glimpses you back.
No
And
for you.
dude, they make this look so easy, Degen Dinos. Like, it's just so casual.
It's just a flow. Call after call. They're just making really, really good moves on the map. Yeah, they're just so ahead right now. Like, you know, they can lead the game wherever they want it. I don't see the response that Sporkface skills can make with this lineup.
Feels like in a stark contrast to some of the games we've seen earlier from Sporkface. It just kind of feels like we haven't really seen any smoke moves or any timing based just kind of aggressive posturing on the map. They will smoke up now on 4 members and try and look for an opening, but Degen Dinos, they're already in this Roche pit. Now, they don't necessarily do it the fastest, and with this scan coming through, Sporkface will know that this is happening, but it doesn't seem like they can make it here in time, and they realize that as well. They're just going to back up and play it safe.
Yeah, the swarm definitely helps, and with all 5 of them hitting it, there's just no way the timing would have been made. Maybe a hook could have been done, but all in all.
Middle tower is under attack.
And it's gonna be clean as Daedalus is next for Skyward. Skipping out on the shard. It just baffles me. Muzi?
Mid lane,
You
great
can't be
silence.
serious, Muzi.
Set up with the ghost ship, slightly off the mark on the tail end of that. The hook
They
gonna
pull
go
him
wide, but he
back.
pull him back with the tidal wave fade. Trying his
Yoink.
best to stand his ground and fight. There is a static storm available and finally tosses it down. Skyward has joined the fight though, and it's a huge call on the back line. Shifu lands it onto the few key targets as Skyward chasing forward. They pull back the starter, they get their initial target, and you'll try and finish off on the park, but the tidal wave to the high ground will hook the miss. The voice lines come through. Shifu's just styling on them, and Liam, he's trying his best to
Yoink.
burn away at them with the radiance, but there's only so much the Brewmaster can do. Big, just mess up of a fight there. It's not even really that Sporkface did anything wrong. It's just that every single Degen Dinos hero just getting out with a sliver where they really had no business doing so. Shifu especially, man. This guy just lives forever.
Yeah, just shut down after shut down from the Dinos. There's nothing Degen about these guys. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what I would do if I'm Dragon Sin. He's gonna try and go for the BKB, damage NHP, and of course the spell, not spell immunity anymore, debuff immunity.
Yeah.
I still hate saying that, honestly.
I mean, realistically speaking, the carry-to-carry matchup for the Morphling into the Weaver isn't too bad for the Morphling, especially if you manage to get later. You have additional tools like Fate on that Slada to help you spot him out as well. It's just a matter of the Morphling clearly isn't ready to fight yet, while Skyward has been involved in just about everything Degen Dinos have been up to. That's going to get him a close to 3k gold lead on his counterpart now. Shifu?
Honestly, at this point, Skyward could even go for like a
Getting set
disperse
up
or
on,
anything he
in
wants.
comes the boat again onto Fate. This Slada has been having a very rough time. Dragon Sin able to pop the BKB, but he's still taking a lot of damage from the Static Storm and the surrounding heroes, just beating him to a pulp without any mana. Even if you turn into the park, it's not like you can jaunt away. He's just gonna go down. And Thena has to just TP out of there. He can't actually contribute to the fight. Blink and you'll miss it. Kanka, he already has that Aghanims completed, so the water park will be a huge factor moving forward, as if the team fights weren't hard enough already.
Tony also has it now. It's gonna be mute Static Storm from here on.
Nasty. I mean, this has just been a very perfectly executed Disruptor draft, right? You have your few components that give you vision, like the Bloody Nine Nature's Prophet on the front line, and the low bugs coming out from the Swarm, and then every single little hero that shows up, Muzi's just there with the setup. It's perfect stuff, honestly.
Don't forget about the Thunder Strike as well, so...
Oh, true.
They're just giving each other so much information and so much setup, as you mentioned. As, yeah, Henry, he's just trying to survive at this point as Thena.
Turning around with the Dismember, trying for the control onto Muzi, but they can barely scratch him before he sends out the full Tidal Wave and Water Park combo. They're able to kill off Tony, but they lose Never Give Up as a result. And now you're just beating down on these Brewlings. I don't think you have the HP to survive here. Things are awkward now as Shifu, buying a little bit of time for the team, throws out the Dream Call as well onto the Morphling. Just buying his time. Yeah, Dragon Sin should be able to waveform his way out of this one, even as the BKB in the back pocket if he really needed to use it. But good discipline there, not instinctively popping it, and will be able to walk it off.
Yeah, Lean perfectly using Wind Walk to get the hell out of there with the Wind Brewling, Storm Brewling, or whatever they call them.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's Wind, Ember, Earth, and Void Panda, right?
Scanning for enemies.
But,
Yep.
yeah, so basically just a Wind Walk.
Yeah.
And it's just too strong. Like, on the side of Degen Dinos, obviously, the fight is just not really working out for you, even if you have the Panda.
Yeah, we're seeing the amount of damage that the Weaver can do. It still hasn't gotten the shot yet, actually. So you were saying it's definitely a priority. It's clear that Skyward thinks otherwise. Just going for this Crystallis and now into the Daedalus next as well. Trying to go up to the high ground potentially. I mean, they still have this Aegis available, so probably feeling comfortable to continue pressuring out. There is a Blink Blade Mail from Dana, so I mean, you show yourself. You're just asking to die here. Oh, reflected damage, but pull you back, kill you off, and not much else to be discussed about that.
Just the objective advantage coming out from Degen Dinos is starting to be too much to handle. Yeah, I mean, Skyward can go for whatever the hell he wants at this point. It's just so much better on their side with the control. He's about to get like a 1-item advantage over the Morphling, which is just so much at this point of the game. This Fade, the Great Escape. Oh no, it's not an escape! It's a trap!
He just gets caught out here, desperately trying to work his way towards the BKB, but gets routed, pulled back in, and Skyward with the tip out. He might be the best player, allegedly, in the whole league, he says, but nothing's gonna stop me from just killing you over and over and over again. Dragon Sin playing around with Shifu, but I don't think this is really someone you want to be messing around with. Sure, you have the BKB, but out of nowhere, if you get caught out by any stray disable and you can't get your morph off in time, things are gonna be troublesome. Exactly that, Shifu. You want to mess around with the fairy dragon? That's not where you want to be. Dragon Sin just dies, dude.
It's not half bad on that build.
To the high ground, but the tidal wave pushes him back to the low ground. Stolen the Torrent Storm on Henry here.
Oh, no.
It's a good deal of teamfight pressure that you can use. You just need to kill off Muzi and survive. He's dropping very low here. The run buff isn't enough to keep him up and running. Another hook narrowly off the mark. You pull back Bloody 9 with that Resonant Pulse, and Fade is back in the picture. Little bit of a swing and a miss. Really set up by the punch hook there. Very nicely done.
Yeah, I can't deny it. Like, Liam is playing pretty well with the Brewmaster, even though, like, his game is all about suffering and trying to get the primal split to do stuff. Well, in that case, he did a lot of stuff. Like, you know, overall, it's just going to be about endurance so that the Morphling can get all the way to the Conda build, which he is now just starting. But yeah, the right-clicking play that they were trying to go for, it's just not going to happen. Maybe with the death of Fade and Thena, there are possibilities, but the Morphling needs to clean house. You know, it's got to be a true carry of killing everyone else.
It just kind of feels so hard to get Dragon Sin in a position where he can stand and deliver an auto attack because there's so much gunning for him at any given point. You really need to try and make the most out of this BKB, but so far it's been used in a defensive capacity and not even successfully, right? At this point in the game, you're 13k gold up. And as much as these two teams are even, I feel like the flow of these games has been so weird because it's clear that one team just takes a very early strong advantage and just runs away with it and leaves the other team straggling. I think I might sort of be inclined to agree with our panel where it feels like each of these games is just being decided very early on in the draft. Because I'm looking at this ladder, I'm looking at this Brewmaster, I'm not really sure what they accomplish here.
Not at this point, but I don't know. We've seen Stardust turn games around this patch, and or was it actually? I think it was more impactful in the previous one. Of course, a bit of touch to the Crows of Haze in the last one, but yeah, overall, like, you know, Slardar was slightly nerfed since 735B, I believe, but yeah, him getting the Agnum Scepter is definitely a point of contention. There could be things happening on the map as soon as that happens, but these 5-man smoke moves up onto the top lane, I don't know what you're accomplishing here.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange. As Degen Dinos, this is very much their timing where they're feeling the strongest. Daedalus complete now on Skyward. And he just needs to, he just needs to be conservative. I think is that the shot that he finally picked up? Yep, there it is. Just like you said, just probably, a bit later than what we expected. Roche is respawning in 1 second here, so they can just literally just go for that. Get the Aegis and feel a lot more comfortable about pushing the high ground. So the bugs out. Get that minus armor and get things going here. Despite the decent team fight that the side of Sporkface have, I'm not very sure whether they can even come through and contest this. And true enough, they are just busy on the other side dealing with their own Tormentor instead. So there's that.
The distance between them is the equivalent of travel from San Francisco to Alaska. So no, I don't believe they're even going to make this approach.
True.
But his fate will always
Just like the travel from San Francisco to Alaska, it is a move only made by the deranged. So thankfully, that's not what Sporkface killers are. They still very much want to try and, find a way back into the game. But is there any little angle here? Is there any sort of opportunity that you're seeing they might be able to capitalize on?
I think if Skyward and Shifu dive the tower hand in hand, dive the fountain hand in hand, there could be a chance.
Right. Just a
Sporkface
good
goes
old
get back
hold
into this
hands and
game.
walk into the fountain stretch.
Yeah. You know,
Right,
to
okay.
get the rampages or plays.
Sure.
But I'm gonna have a based, controversial hot take. This is Jover. Nah, I'm just joking. But yeah, 33-12. It's really rough. Your high ground is not the best defense. You don't have a techies. You don't have an undying that can just put down the tombstone and just send them running. And yeah, cutting waves with Morphling and Slardart. No, it's not really happening for you.
Well, they're doing a good job at trying that right now, right? Like Fade as well as Dragon Sin, they're consistently positioning themselves on the opposite lane of where they assume Degen Dinos are, using these Manta Illusions, farming out the jungle areas. Butterfly actually complete for this morph as well, so fighting power definitely increased. And all things considered, despite the rough game that the side of Sporkface are having, Dragon Sin is doing a decent job at keeping up. Sure, he's nowhere near Skyward in terms of explosive net worth, but the fact that he's not completely snuffed out or blown out of the water is quite impressive.
I really don't understand though why he goes for the butterfly instead of the fight.
Less of a fight and more of just a pick off. The TP out, Fate and Dragon Sin able to escape to safety. The BKBs coming clutch.
Bertoni did not have the X on the mark. I mean, Muzi. Belgluska could have worked as well on their BKBs. Overall, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Boy 9 going down. This doesn't really add or lose much in terms of the game. Liam gonna get caught out up top.
Just an easy static storm and easy kill. How many times have we seen this happening already? Like we said, the game becomes so easy for Tony every time he can just spot a hero and glimpse. And it's that straightforward.
Yeah, I'm having deja vu really hard watching this game as Supreme Coil.
That was a cool move. I'm not sure whether there was a 4-star coming out from the park to just proc that coil. Trying to stop the attribute shift from coming through. Thena being controlled up already.
Dragons
a large bit
gone.
of just boats and water crashing into the lineup of the Sporkface killers here. You pop the Primal Split, but you're gonna get split apart. Liam, all that's left for him is the Earth Ruling, and he needs to get the hell out of here. Never give up. Wow, just a blink up to the high ground, and what was that? A Thunder Strike from Tony? God damn.
Oh, Henry, this is not the way it was supposed to go.
Absolutely not. 3v5 now. They're chasing down onto Liam's last little Earth Ruling. He has to get back to the main hero. Straight in onto your tier 3s. Legion Dinos coming knocking. They got 2-0 earlier on. Actually, no. They did they even face off? I think the last time they even faced off was in...
Maybe
yeah, must have been in the
first
groups,
few
but...
weeks. Yeah, I believe so, because Legion Dinos fell down to Cope Dow, so...
Yeah.
our semifinals was the rematch.
Never really got a chance to face off in the playoffs up till now, but this is, all things considered, a very strong showing given the first
Ooh,
game.
Fade
In
with the
comes
jump.
Fade, crush out onto Shifu. They're able to kill off the puck to start the fight. That's a good initial kill to get, forcing the time that's out from Skyward as well. This is not too bad, all things considered, but in comes the Torrent Storm again. It's just come off cooldown. Muzi able to control the entire back of the fight. Dragon Sin will come through with his BKB. Oh, but he just what? Did he just morph wrongly? Oh, that must have been a mistake. And yeah, the tips come through because what the heck was that?
Yeah,
Skyward,
it
he's
was
just
utility.
absolutely beasting it up on this Weaver. I think that must have been a misclick from Dragon Sin because what the hell happened there?
Nah, it was just basically getting controlled. You were way too like the morph thing was just way too adamant about trying to catch the Weaver, but you just didn't have the tools for it. Like, let's be honest here, you need a little bit more of a lockdown for this Weaver, and of course, our panel already predicted it. They just didn't have the control for this.
Yeah.
It's just an outdraft in my eyes.
Yeah, I think the Slada last pick wasn't too bad, but I'm scratching my head a bit about this Brewmaster. It feels like it didn't really answer or address the sheer amount of pressure that Degen Dinos could put out. At the end of the day, their lack of control really came to bite them, as I'm sure there are some of our panelists who will be very happy that the predictions came through. Let's throw it to them to see exactly what they think about the situation so far.
Yeah, man, I was off on that one, but glad to have my other two compatriots here with me. They absolutely nailed it. It was it was kind of tough to see that Weaver, and the puck and everything. It felt like they really lacked the control, and that's kind of what this brew is supposed to bring. Bard, can you break it down a little bit more? Was this brew just kind of an awkward pick? What happened there?
Yeah, so the Weaver puck, as we mentioned, the way that they like to take fights is this sort of in and out approach, just poking in, getting a kill, running out with either the illusory orb or the Sakuchi. And you're right that the Brewmaster, in theory, counters this playstyle, but I think Tony on the Disruptor was able to shut down this Brewmaster very well. We saw almost every time that he wanted to get the Primal Split off, there was a
Yep.
Static Storm on top of him. So very well played from Tony there, enabling his cores and not really letting the Sporkface draft do what it was trying to do.
Yeah, like I said, the disruptor just forcing Brute to press his ult every time he's getting getting glimpse, and then the Kunkka pick actually is so good for them, bro. They need to ban this hero too for Degen Dinos. It's such a flex hero and so good for the team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. We really saw it have a lot of impact there, especially once you grab that Ags. It was so hard for them to deal with, deal with that just total control during those team fights. One other thing I want to talk about is that the Weaver was able to get really active early and rotate around. We typically don't see a ton of carries that are rotating around through the portal.
Yeah, he
through
rotated
teammates.
like level 5 when he was
Yep.
level 5.
Right. And Bar, this is something that you called out to me specifically. Can you kind of talk me through, why he's thinking about rotating pre-level 6?
Yeah, I mean, I think he just recognized how little they had to really punish him. So making that early rotation bot, he TP'd bot at level 5, goes in combination with the Kunkka and Nature's Prophet, and he's able to just clean up these heroes. And that, it's reflected in his scoreline. He ended 16, 0, and 19. Just being able to move around early, understand that they have nothing to deal with me. This is the freest Weaver game of my life, and really just using that to his advantage.
Right. And we saw that last pick, Slaughter, which I think was an attempt to counter a little bit the heroes that they had, both through the Corrosive Haze and also some of the lockdown from the potential Blink Stun coming out. It didn't really seem like that idea panned out, although the theory was there. Hames, can you talk a little bit about, why that failed? Was it an item choice, or was it just kind of misunderstanding the counterplay potential for that Slaughter?
No, I think this Lauder pick was actually good. I agree to Perma's needs when the brew pick and the Pudge pick is actually a grief because they didn't actually counter the Kunkka pick. they just pick Brew out of nowhere. I guess they're so confident with the hero, but it really didn't do anything with the game.
Right. So other than the brew, who would you like to see in that situation that would have countered the Kunkka?
I don't actually know, like a poster with maybe like a BKB holder or something.
Gotcha.
Cause
Is there anyone specific that you have in mind? I know Timber was obviously banned out,
it
but
was banned, yeah. Maybe just a centaur, but centaur ult is so bad when you get caught with the Kunkka Ag. So
right.
I don't really know. It's just so hard to counter Kunkka. It's just a good hero.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Was there anything else about that game bar that you noticed from the side of Degen Dinos? I know we mentioned that they had some ups and downs with their vision game earlier in the series today. Did you notice anything about this particular game?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure who bought it, but the puck was carrying a gem very early. I think it was like 17 or 18 minutes. He got his hands on a gem, and at that point they already had an advantage in the game. But with something like a Gem of True Sight, you're able to get rid of all of Sporkface's wards and really just make the map feel even smaller. So yeah, I think it was just expertly played by Degen Dinos on the macro level with their map movements. Obviously, that Weaver going wherever he wants, as well as the Gem just making nowhere safe for Sporkface.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
and
it's always gonna be like that because every time there's a puck and it's like a good puck game, they're always gonna give a gem to him because he's hard to get caught. So he can
Hmm.
just hold the gem freely and then deward all the wards everywhere because he's just gonna constantly like moving around the map, finding kills with the coil, with the dagger. He's so mobile. So yeah, gem is really puck is a really good gem holder in the early game.
is there any concern on that end that you might feed it over and kind of grief the Weaver's game, or are you just so confident in the puck that you're trusting him to hold that?
No, I don't think so. I don't see any lockdown. To be honest, there's no way he's gonna get caught that game, unless he really feed. Because I feel like Sheep is playing with like 140 ping or something. So maybe that will somewhat cost them to lose the gem, or maybe I don't know. But there's no way he's gonna lose that gem.
Yeah, and even if he does feed the gem somehow, I feel like it doesn't really give Sporkface the same advantage that it gives Degen Dinos because they already have True Sight for the Weaver in the form of that Slardar ultimate. So
Right.
it's like an additional gem. It's not really going to provide you much more in team fight as far as catching this Weaver. And on top of that, you're not able to get out on the map and use it to deward because you are just going to get glimpsed back or teleported on by this Nature's Prophet. And with the mobile cores of Weaver and Puck, they're going to be on top of you if you try to go for a deward. So feeding the
Yeah,
gem isn't that costly given the Degen Dinos draft.
Hmm.
yeah, some great analysis there. One other thing I want to talk about is this blink pickup on the disruptor. It's a really aggressive pickup, and we saw it pay off. But we don't see any like glimmers, any ghost scepters, anything that would have kept him alive in his fights. It was this blink pickup, and we saw it really pay off at the end there when he was able to blink forward and ult the brew, and then they would just immediately kill him with the damage coming up from the Weaver and from the puck.
Mhm.
What do you guys think about that? Do you think it was a really smart decision? Do you
I
think it was
mean,
super risky?
as a disruptor player with a 70% win rate on the hero, if you're playing against Morphling and Brewmaster, you really like Dagger on him because you can just initiate by yourself. You can
Yeah,
start the fight with it and then position yourself easily.
I
And it's
agree.
it's more cheaper than Aether Lens, right?
Yeah,
Or
Yeah,
maybe not.
yeah, no,
it
it is.
is.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
the disruptor has like two jobs this game. One is after every single team fight, you can use glimpse, and it's almost always just a free additional kill. It's one of the things that the hero is very good at. It plays similar to like a bounty hunter in that way, and that every team fight you're just getting more gold because you're able to use this glimpse and get like one extra kill. And on top of that, the ultimate, uh, being able to cast that onto the brewmaster or onto the morph is his second job in this game, and the blink just enables him to do that from even farther range. So I think the blink pickup was very smart.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Wow, man, we've been playing a lot of Dota today. If
I
if you're
want I want game 5. Let's go game 5, guys.
yeah, if you're a player on the side of DJ and Dinos, are you worried at all about the mental fatigue? You had the earlier series. Now you're heading into a game 4 here. Are you getting yourself coffee? How are you kind of planning to approach this because you've been playing Dota for so long?
I think maybe part of it is the adrenaline rush that you get after a win. Definitely, it feels nice. Nice, the rush of endorphins. You just beat this team in pretty convincing fashion. So I think that is carrying them a little bit, as well as these breaks in between games. I imagine they are like getting up, stretching, and doing whatever they need to do to stay focused.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Hames, from your perspective, when you have long days like this, are you going to get yourself a coffee and energy drink? Are you going to wash your face? What's your strategy here?
I don't know. Not really. I just go washroom and go like go pee break and that's it. Cause I don't actually know if the fatigue is gonna get into him. Cause this guy really plays a lot of Dota every day. So,
Yeah.
but
So,
the
so
draft maybe the draft will add up. So maybe it's good to have some like coffee break, I guess. But I'm not a coffee enjoyer, so.
Yeah, it's
I see.
important to recognize that these guys are playing like 12 hours of Dota anyway. It's just this is like the additional level, right? Because in a pub, you're not really communicating. A lot
Yeah.
of the times people are just mic off playing their own game. So it adds an extra level of stress and fatigue when you are in this team environment and you know what's on the line because when you're playing pubs, it's just for MMR, which maybe some players value more than money, but obviously we are playing for a prize pool here. So
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Is there any concern with that in specific to the captains because they've been talking so much? They've been drafting so much. Do you have a heightened concern for the captains, or do you think they've just been there, they've done that, they know what's expected of them, and they got the experience?
I mean, if it was me, I really enjoy like the mind games on the draft. I really enjoyed like talking to our team, which heroes we're playing, which strategy we're playing. That's the fun on Dota, I think, for me. The draft.
Yeah,
Is
yeah, absolutely. So
I know
speaking of sorry, go ahead, Bart.
I was just going to say, I've heard some debate about that in the Dota community. I can't remember exactly where I first heard this idea theorized, but I know some people are asking for less draft time, just cutting in half the amount of pick time that players have, because, some people don't enjoy that. But I'm with Hames. I think the mind games that go into a draft can be sometimes more interesting than the actual gameplay itself.
Yeah, because from the draft itself, you can just if you win the draft, then pretty much the game is over. So draft is really the starting point of winning the game, you know?
Yeah, I think for the most part, all 6 games that we've seen today, we've had at least a pretty good idea of who's going to win just after the draft phase.
Yeah, yeah. So speaking of this draft, obviously the first pick changes here. I believe Sporkface has the first pick for this fourth game. Is that correct?
They should, yeah. Well,
Okay,
they get priority. I don't know if
got
they
it.
chose first pick,
Okay,
but yeah, it is game 4, so no coin toss.
got it. So assuming they did choose first pick, are we expecting that Broodmother ban to come out on the side of DJ and Dinos, or you think they're gonna let it through?
I think it's gonna stay the same. Whoever gets the second pick needs to ban Brood,
Yeah,
so both teams don't have to worry about the hero.
Cool.
I agree. We finally got a game without the Brood, so maybe some players forgot about it, but I don't know. I trust these guys. I think they'll remember what a force it is and make sure
Yeah,
Yeah.
to not let it through.
absolutely. And we're now live into the draft. We see that first DK ban come out. I remember the first game with DK and Brood was so disgusting on DJ and Dino side. I'm not surprised I want to take that DK out of the pool.
Oh,
5,
Degen Dino still got the first pick here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
interesting, isn't it?
so Sporkface prioritizing Radiant over first pick, it looks like.
Yeah, and we see the Kunkka ban also come out as well.
Okay, finally.
10 seconds remain.
For
Hey,
Sporkface, they just need to ban the flex heroes of Dinos, then they can draft easily. And then for Degen Dinos, they just have to ban like heroes for Fate, I
10
guess, or
seconds.
maybe not.
Yeah, and then we kind of see what you're talking about. We see the Brood ban come out. We saw the Kunkka ban come out. Do you think we're gonna see a Tiny ban here or a Magnus ban?
No, they just I don't see the Magnus ban actually. Why are they keep
Yeah.
on banning Magnus here?
I agree. I
Cause
feel like both of these teams, ideally, they want to have like 20 bans against the enemy team because there's so many heroes, and using one of them on a Magnus is a little bit weird to me. I like way more what we see from Sporkface here. All 4
Sporkface, yeah,
bans, looking good.
they're
Degen
gonna
Dinos as well.
Tekis here. Yeah,
Yep.
Tekis.
Yeah.
They're going Tekis.
I
Yeah.
like it.
Good call. And we see the Hoodwink ban come out, which is really interesting because they only have 3 bans, yet they're still prioritizing this Hoodwink hero really, really high. They're kind of afraid of that Thana Hoodwink. He's been an absolute terror on that hero so far throughout the tournament.
Yeah, on Dota 2 Pro Tracker as well, it's just one of the most picked 4s right now in high-level pubs. So
Yeah.
Who are
Yeah,
they gonna
absolutely.
pick here?
Another Rubik winner.
I don't know if I like this.
No, I
pick,
don't like
Rubik.
this because Rubik is. I don't think Rubik outskill this Tekis.
Yeah, I
Interesting.
agree.
Yeah, and
But-
Rubik's kind of dependent on the other heroes, right? It kind of depends like how effective he is based on who Degen Dinos pick.
Yeah, you mentioned it a little bit in previous drafts about picking the Rubik as a block pick to some of these big ultimate heroes such as the Magnus or the Enigma. But I feel like in a game like this, there's just too many heroes that Degen Dinos are proficient at that they're willing to respect the Rubik, not pick Enigma, and have plenty of other offlaners that they're comfortable with. So
Actually, couldn't just Sporkface pick CM here? CM actually seems fine.
What's the theory behind the CM pick?
I don't know. It's just so strong in lane right now. It's just for me because I played against CM twice today. It's
Right.
just unbeatable. It
Yep.
secures your lane, your +1's lane, and then
it provides a lot of damage from the
Yeah.
support duo as well. So the Rubik CM, that solves a lot of your early to mid game damage problems.
Gotcha. Is there any concern at all about having a double ranged supports? I know we've seen in the past some teams prioritize, like a Tiny or a Tusk or something else that's melee that can kind of apply pressure.
It can be an issue, but I imagine Sporkface will recognize that and they'll pick good cores to go along with the Rubik and CM if it does come out.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I want to talk about is we kind of get new second phase bans from the Degen Dino side. They've banned these, this Pugna, and they've banned the Dark Seer, and we haven't really seen those bans come out before. Is there something they know that we don't? Oh, we see a Mars pick come out from Sporkface too.
Okay,
I like
another
this
maybe
Mars
Mars
pick.
Rubik now.
I like this Mars pick a lot. The Mars Rubik, pretty strong lane.
Mm-hmm.
And at a certain point, Mars wants to get active with that Blink Dagger plus his ultimate, and Rubik is a great hero to TP to his lane, smoke him, and go find a kill.
I'm expecting a Alk pick here right now. I think it's pretty good Alk pick here.
Just
Alk
because of
plus-
the hero, or is he good against Mars or good with techies? What's
No, cause there's no more Timber, so there you
Right.
go, Alk.
Wow.
Yeah, great call. Who are you looking to pair with this Elk?
It's a flex still. It's a flex, but you
Right.
still you have the Tekis as a lane secure for your, and then maybe they should pick Razor here, cause Razor really a good pick against Alk. If there's no Doom and there's no Timber, so Razor is good against Alk.
The Doom actually hasn't been taken out of the pool yet.
Yeah.
Although
That's surprising.
Sporkface already picking the Mars. I don't know if they are comfortable doing this, but they could flex this Mars to like mid and then pick offlane Doom or something. That sounds a little bit unconventional, but given the way the draft is playing out so far, I don't think it'd be a bad choice for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So
We've seen the Amar Mars build coming out recently with the Revenant Brooch Double Divine. So maybe we see that from like the mid lane Mars or something.
yeah, I mean, if there's any player that can pull that off in this tournament, it's going to be Fade. So I'm maybe hoping we go 60 minutes here and we see what he has in store for us.
Yeah.
So what do they want here, guys?
I'm thinking probably their pause 5. CM still looks pretty good, I think. It's a little bit weird against the Grimstroke. Your ult gets canceled easily, but CM is still okay. If not that, Lion is in the pool.
I think
Just another very strong
Mirana
support.
is good here for me as a pos 5 because you
Mm,
have
yep.
Mars stun that can set up for your arrow.
And the Rubik lift, right?
Yeah.
So
Talk to me a little bit more about this Mirana. Oh, let's see what we got here. We got a Snapfire, actually. Wow.
Fire. Okay,
this
they
is-
want a good team fight here.
yeah.
Yeah. Are you looking to pair this with the Mars, where you can go Snapfire
A
into
Phoenix
the
maybe?
Mars?
Awesome.
And a Sven comes out
I
as well.
like Snapfire and Sven together better and Mars Rubik.
Yeah.
Okay,
Maybe.
interesting. We saw that Sven picked up earlier. It wasn't super effective because of that Wind Ranger. You just kept ulting it. Do you think we're going to see a Wind in response again here?
You could.
No,
it's
Sven
still in the
is
pool.
Sven is a counter for Wind Ranger.
Oh, you think
I
so?
think
Yeah,
I think
it
in
is.
theory it should be that last game where we saw, was it Degen Dinos who had the Sven and they got destroyed? No,
No,
they
it
had the
was-
Windrunner.
They had the Windrunner. That's right.
Yeah. I
And they
think
won?
I think
Yeah.
the Sven misplayed that game a lot by not having an Ag sooner. But
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
And
but
it's really
yeah, Hames, you weren't here for that. The Sven was like 0-6 or something against the Windrunner.
okay, I see.
was pretty
That's
sad.
maybe why. But Sven is actually a good counter against, because you can just cleave on Wind Ranger plus the
Right.
Aghanims too is so good. So
And you get
Right.
bonus armor from the Warcry.
yep.
In theory, Sven should be pretty good.
right. And the Ags from Sven can also purge the Windrun as well, correct?
Yeah.
I'm liking Lifestealer here for Degen Dinos.
What's
And
special
then the
about
Alk
Lifestealer?
offlane.
Oh, another
Okay, I
Morph?
like Morphling too. I like Morphling too.
Cool. So who is Morphing looking to turn into from the side of Sporkface?
I'm thinking probably Mars. Just the spear. Assuming you can land it reliably, it's extra lockdown. The W as well, just a lot of damage with all that agility. So.
Is there any chance we see a Snapfire and they use the
Little Shredder. Yeah.
exactly.
Although you need the Little Shredder does attack damage talent, right? Otherwise, Little Shredder has a set damage amount.
Right.
So.
Right, exactly. As we get into this final phase of banning here, we see them ban out the AA to kind of protect the Morphling here. It's kind of unique. I don't think we've ever seen an AA ban yet. I know when they picked Morphling last game, there was no corresponding AA ban. Is there someone on Sporkface that you know that plays AA really well?
Player-wise, I'm not too sure, but I just know that AA is a very situational support, but in the right games, especially versus a Morph and an Alchemist, it's like an S tier hero.
Right, exactly.
So.
I think Sporkface needs the ban Invoker here because they need an active hero for Degen Dinos.
Yeah, they end up banning these Storm, but that also fits in the same category that you're talking about. I really want to see a Shifu Storm in this main stage. I think he would absolutely kill it on that hero. He's always been exciting, but sadly won't be this game. What are you thinking about ban wise for Degen Dinos?
I mean, Sporkface banned Puck already, so
Yeah.
they need a counter for this Alk. They don't have damage for this Alk.
I'm thinking maybe a Death Prophet mid could be cool. You go
I can see
Spirit
that, I
Vessel
can see
and
that.
lock down Alchemist.
Yeah, absolutely. Whew, it's gonna be
Besides Death Prophet, I'm not seeing too much for the side of Sporkface here.
This is gonna be Invoker for sure.
For Degen.
Yep.
cool.
Yeah,
Are you
I can
still
see
looking
that.
at that early earn build from the Invoker, or you think you're gonna switch it up?
Yes, it's so strong. Oh, do you want Pango?
Pango. I like
Interesting.
that.
Pango.
I like that. It gives them a lot of team fight, and that's one aspect they're lacking a little bit in Degen Dinos. So happy
Yeah.
to see that. Also, something that just came to mind is another morph target could be the Sven. Get Warcry for your team.
Oh boy, here we
Night
see this
Stalker.
Night Stalker
Fade
come
Night
out.
Stalker here, guys.
Oh boy.
Okay.
All right, we've
Oh,
got all the
boy.
picks. What are you guys feeling?
It's a really good Night Stalker game. Great if it
It's
can get on
actually
top of the
good.
Morphling and the Pango. So
I'm just
Um,
worried about this Alk though.
yeah, the Alk might have a free game. It is Alk offlane, which is one thing to keep in mind. It's not in that carry position. But
Yeah, absolutely. So between these two, who you guys picking? Who you got for this game 4?
Hmm.
Purely because I like the support duo better on Degen Dinos, I'm gonna take them.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
like the
Plus,
Grim Techies is very strong. So
yeah. And also, mid is probably gonna win against Mars.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah.
Cool.
I'm
Well,
taking Degen Dinos.
yeah, cool. We got both of you
Degen
guys for
Dinos
Degen
3-1.
All right, they're calling it. They're calling the series here. I'm hoping for a game 5 here. I'm a believer in the Fade Night Stalker, but we can go ahead and throw it over to our casters here, guys. What are you thinking about this game?
What I'm thinking, hell yeah, Night Stalker last pick for Fade and Skyward on another one of his Siggies. Thank you for all that analysis panel. You guys were really right on the money with some of those calls, don't I? What about you? Because I think this is going to be an exciting one. Degen Dinos are one game away from being the NADCL Season 6 champions, man.
I'm not a believer in the double time win right now. Looking at this draft, I don't know if the Night Stalker can address the Pangalier's very aggressive laning. You and I have casted multitude of games as to what counters the Pangolier, and no Ember Spirit, no Puck. It feels a little weird because I was looking at the numbers. I was crunching them a little bit as both in NADCL and both in Dream League as well. Ember Spirit enjoys a pretty high pick rate overall. Not the best win rate overall. But it's very interesting that throughout these two series, not even once do we see the I smash keyboard and people die hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird, right? Because I think after the Mage Slayer nerfs, it's sort of gotten into a very weird place. It's still very much a great hero, but maybe just not something Liam and Fade are very comfortable playing. You think about, I guess, Shifu on this mid lane. You know, I think Eagle mentioned as well, just feeling a lot more comfortable on picks like the Storm, like the Lash. Not really Ember, not really the trend that we've seen so far. But I think I am pretty excited because it still remains to be seen whether it's going to be Liam on this mid lane Mars or whether it's going to be the Night Stalker. I've reason to believe it's going to be mid Mars just because that makes a bit more sense. The early laning stage for mid Night Stalker is going to be rough if that's where you choose to put him. So that's kind of the orientation. I'm not very sure how much it's going to matter though, because either way, this Morphling should have a final time here.
I do believe, yeah. Either way, the Morphling is not going to be really affected. It boils down to the fact, are you addressing the Pangolier enough? Because as you and I both know, and I believe the majority of the audience is also aware, the Fusel Blade getting built up on this hero is just a super counter to both the Mars and the Night Stalker, of course. Not having mana means you're losing the fight. And, you know, that's one of the biggest weaknesses of strength heroes. You have a limited amount of a hero pool, mana pool. And of course, you know, not having that mana, not being able to cast your spells, you are screwed, but royally as well. And I don't know. If Degen Dinos just get off a good tempo, just like last game, I think we're looking at a 3-1.
Yeah. Although I will say that they don't really have the same tools, even though the support duo, like the panel mentioned, is really strong. They're kind of really fully relying on this support duo to get them that early start. In the lane, Mars into Pango, if that's kind of the orientation we're looking at, it should be pretty even. I think Liam will have a fair old time and be able to sort of potentially make rotations around the map as well. And if he does sort of just walk up there for early arena, that might just be the kill on the Morphling that he's not expecting there.
Some smoke on smoke action here. As once again, it's rave time behind the tier 1, tier 2 of the Dire. Or not? No. It doesn't look like Sporkface are subscribing to that rave this time around.
I mean, Fade is just taking full advantage of the Night Stalker's natural advantage in this pre-horn start of the game, right? Just that immense level of night vision, allowing you to just kind of see your opponents before they see you. And, you know, he has Shifu in clear view, but unbeknownst to him, of course, there is a ward to his left scouting him out. I'm not really sure whether, you know, it's really in Sporkface's best interest to try and contest for this level 1. They have some pretty decent spells. They will see the Grimstroke try to run over, focusing down onto Tony. As unstable concoction, 2-man stroke of fate, and the turnaround, I think, was there a blood grenade coming out from the Sporkface side? Nothing to be found either way, as they will just back up.
Super split fight. but
Yeah,
no
ends up
real
being a 3-for-1
results.
trade in terms of the rune, so pretty good for Sporkface as a start. But yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, not too bad, all things considered. Although you would have loved to at least trade even thanks to the Alchemist.
You're right on the money. They're gonna go with the Mars mid, as I was rather rooting for the Mars and Snapfire combination when I've practiced myself for tournaments, and it's an old one, of course, an old one, oldie but a goodie, of course. Even though Snapfire is rather a young hero, but you know, just having that arena with, of course, the Mortimer's Kisses combined is pretty hefty and pretty neat, which could come out later on, you know. But you know, in general, you like laning those two together for going back to very, very traditional and rule-following Dota. But yeah, more than interested to see what Liam can cook up this time around compared to game number 1, I believe, where he was playing the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think the rationale is just that, you know, especially for this Night Stalker, it makes sense that he's not in the mid lane because he'll definitely struggle. Ooh, Dragon Sin dropping low to that Bruggen lane. But yeah, I think back to the point I was making, it makes sense that the Night Stalker is a mid because the early first 4 minutes, of course, that is the walking phase for the Night Stalker where he's not really feeling the most confident. You want to have a solid, reliable body like the Snapfire to essentially make sure you're going through that portion of the game unscathed. And if you put the Rubik up here instead, you know, maybe it might be a bit susceptible to a gank from Tony, or maybe just any sort of aggressive square up with the Inkswell and whatnot. But yeah, this is what they've chosen to go with here. There is a high degree of burst magical damage coming through, so Skyward does need to keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. As at the same time, you know, just setting up those last hits and everything else, a lot of work to do for Thana. As Tony, well, I think he needs to punish that the Night Stalker is up here as much as possibly.
It's with Night Stalker, it's always about just trying to flush him out of the lane as soon as possible because he cannot actually recover farm very quickly, right? Sometimes we even see Night Stalkers fall so far behind that they need to go something like a Midas, and that's never a good sign. You want to sort of be getting your early items and taking off and taking flight.
Muzi and Bloody Nine down bottom. Not really managing to approach the Sven. As personally, I'm not a big fan of the soft lane Alchemist. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I don't think some people in chat were very confident about Muzi playing this offlane Alchemist as well. The only thing you have sort of going for you is this potential kill pressure between the concoction as well as the techie spells, but it doesn't really do much into a Sven who just has so much natural armor thanks to the Warcry.
But yeah, as the Snapfire falls a little low on the HP, Thana still finds that control. Skyward, just casual with that to strike. It's still level 2, so not as strong as it could be.
I mean, I'm just
Although, look
interested
at the
to see what
approach.
they can do. Yeah, they're trying, and it's not enough of an attribute. Just level 1 in that. Great recognition from both Thana and Fate to just claim that one for themselves. A very apt move. Don't need nighttime to kill off a Skyward Morphling, it seems.
All you need is cookies and shotguns, or maybe scatter blasts, I guess.
Yeah.
As Lean, well, it's going as expected. Not that far behind, though. I will give him that. Could be worse.
I'm Pango definitely more adept in the mid lane because there aren't really any areas to spear for the spear to connect to, right? Even if you do try and get a spear back on the Pango, you can very easily swashbuckle shield crash away. So that the main play for these mid Mars that we've seen them get an advantage.
Hold on, down on bottom. Dragonson almost dying.
Oh, ticking very low thanks to that acid spray in the area. And now it's Henry who is taking the damage. Last touches,
Never
the
give
bomb. Last auto attack, Muzi will find it. So the pressure unrelenting from this offlane duo of the Gen Dinos. He's actually coming through. Gonna try and contest for the bounty rune, but he's not very healthy either. Would have loved the bottle refill there, but going to be denied as Pango continues to pull ahead of the Mars.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. I don't know why Henry just doesn't go on to mid. But yeah, he needed to bring the tangos to his Sven because he was low as well. I guess that's the death sentence of Liam here. Oh, the spear!
It
What
is
a
a
maniac!
beautiful one, and Bloody Nine now in a little bit of trouble dropping low, and he's actually gonna die to the tower. Perfect stuff from this Mars, and he jukes out the Pango as well. Sidesteps the
Survive.
swashbuckle, and he's alive. Even spears him back for good
Survive.
measure. He's gonna be fine enough to just kind of farm the creeps. Man, Liam, making something out of nothing there for sure.
Who is this guy? How did he get so good on mid Mars? Is mid Mars now a thing?
But to be fair, he is kind of getting bodied other than that very nice play that he just made, right? So, you know, maybe not the best. They will sort of gather around for the 6-minute runes now. A bit
it's
of an
up
unlucky
top.
spawn. It's at top, and Liam gonna get blast off. Swashbuckle to the high ground. Nice spear though, and the fairy
kill
fire.
him.
Liam, he's walking free. You
This
want to
is
get
not
this
allowed.
last touch? Oh,
This is
he's just gonna
illegal.
TP out. Wow, Liam. Great escape twice in a row now. Grimstroke. The stroke of fate isn't gonna connect onto Henry. Oh my god. Henry's gonna turn around and kill off Korea. Oh my god, not the miss, Mike. This is just an absolute game of shenanigans right now. As even though they are suffering for it, the Sporkface Killaz heroes are just kind of dancing around all in a pretty funny fashion. Now, Sheepstick, with that level 2 in the attribute shift now, Sheepstick, I keep saying Sheepstick. Skyward,
Skyward's gonna kill you, man.
is he actually? It's his own fault
No, I
for
don't
putting
think
that
so.
name in there.
What do you mean? That's the sponsor name.
Yeah, I blame him. It's okay. I mean,
No,
in any case,
look
I'm
at
sure
the
his
color. Read the color.
I'm sure
Oh.
his sponsor will be very happy that I'm perpetually.
I don't
saying
even know
their
who
name.
Sheepstick is. Long live Reina.
True. Okay, yeah, but real talk, I think Skyward with this level 2 in the attribute shift, I don't think he's gonna be sad at all in this lane anymore. Like, it's not enough damage from the Night Stalker alone. I was thinking actually, it might might have to hold that thought. Muzi aggressing in this bot side, straight onto the Sven, blast off as well.
shut down.
Too much damage combined up with Tony. And like the panel said, it's these two supports that are going to be the ones to keep an eye out for, because wherever they go, aggression will follow. Now straight into the mid lane, Spear. It's not into the walls of the arena, so not doing quite as much damage as Liam would like. Rolling Thunder out as well. Gonna start pinball bouncing Liam around in this mid lane. Bloody Nine is here as well. Contributes a sticky bomb to the cause. And one last stroke of Fate, not even needed. They might just square up onto Never Give Up as well. But Fate has TP'd in and is ready to party. It is nighttime, and he will claim his first kill onto Tony.
Yeah, Henry is just zippy-zappying with the Fade Bolt. Not gonna be punished for just wandering around in the river. Fade with his
Actually,
DT though. It's nighttime, baby.
Yeah, and she...
But
she
no backup.
Ray... Is it Rhea or Reyna?
You mean the VTuber? It's Reina.
Yeah. Reyna? Okay, yeah. What if I just start calling Skyward that, like in a sort of third unnamed... Okay,
Oh,
don't want to
God.
confuse the audience who have no idea who Skyward is for sure.
No, I think that half of the audience has no idea who Reina is.
Nah, that's
FYI.
true. That's true.
We have a very based, very educated, very well-known audience who does not watch any kind of weep stuff, of course. Does Dragon Sin? Muzi?
What was that?
They're just
Dude, I
guess
feel like the way this game 4 has started, there's been so many silly little shenanigans. People running around the jukes, just miss micros. Maybe it's starting to wear on them a little bit, the amount of Dota they've played this today so far. I mean, sure, Sporkface are coming in fresh to this grand finals, but Degen Dinos, they're on like what? They're like 6th game of the day at this point.
yeah. To be
It's
fair,
not even
like,
counting the pubs.
back in the old days when it wasn't really established, we like in gaming cafes. I don't know if you had this experience. In the old days, we usually rolled as to how much of a BO the game is going to be, and then what the result was is the result of the match. The highest you could roll was a BO 11, but of course games used to be 08. Hold on to that thought.
Yeah, speaking of rolling, in comes the Thunder, Shifu. Just looking for the corner onto Dragon Sin here, and he will go down. Liam coming through with a nice arena, getting the lockdown onto the Grim. Tony trying to survive in the middle of it all, but that's where Fade is with a crippling fear, silencing up both the Alchemist and Bloody Nine. They don't actually have a lot of damage though, as Thena just gets worked down, tried to kiss him, but nobody was receiving those smooches. Shifu able to clean up big time in terms of the kills. Swashbuckle gotta go wide onto Henry. It's a little bit awkward now. You want one more shield crash, one more auto attack, denied by the Void. Are you serious?
Three
The
on
high
three.
five, turn around, swashbuckle, it's enough. But Fade is the big victor of all of that. He'll walk away with a whole set of kills flying up in the sky. And I don't think
Dragon's
it's there. I mean,
Sin?
first Dark Ascension, that was pretty lit.
Hold on. Dragonson up top. What are you doing? Sir? Get the hell back. Sir, thank you.
What do you... he's fine, you know, he's just popping the God Strength, you know, clearing out the creep wave so that Morphling has something to keep him occupied while he hits back to the stack. Nothing crazy.
Understandable. But yeah, so back in the day, I believe endurance building was the fact that we couldn't decide what kind of BO the series was going to be. So sometimes games lasted 5 hours, or I mean matches lasted 5 hours straight up. So I absolutely, you know, not fearing these guys. As Bart also said, like some of these guys, or actually most of these guys, play 12 hours of Dota a day anyway.
Sure. I do think that just kind of playing pubs has a different sort of vibe to these constructed games, though, as Fate. And they wanted to make a move on him given that it's daytime, but Thena has TP'd in. It's a lot of damage on the Muzi. Uh-oh. It might have an Alchemist damage problem later down the line, but for now, while he's still kind of weak, it's very easy to just get the touch on him. Nice stun away, holding him in place, and the arena actually going to go wide. Muzi, the nice jukes, but it's not going to be enough. He still will go down. Shifu gets that Rolling Thunder stolen. Uh-oh, things are a bit awkward now. It's just rolling through and Fade bolting. This game is a clown fest.
He can drift as well.
Henry actually just gonna bounce back onto Shifu. The control, the silence, it's enough. The spear gonna go wide. But the Mortimer's Kisser is coming through, and just like a Girl Scout at your doorstep. I mean, cookies and kisses, what more could you ask for? That's some nasty stuff. I mean, they just continue to bring heroes down here, and the Alchemist clearly is in no position to fight.
No, absolutely. I believe Muzi just overextended there. They should have just let the Alchemist die instead of, you know, getting into this weird situation where Shifu gives away the Rolling Thunder. That's going to be his downfall as well.
Yeah. Just enough time for Thena to come back up in terms of the Mortimer's Kisses as well. Wasn't really combined with the arena, but it doesn't matter. It's still such a huge chunk of magic damage this early on. I guess the one upside that you have is Skyward is still farming. So you got your dual core of the Morphling and the Alchemist just kind of ramping up in terms of farm. First item, Vlad's just to get a bit more percentage damage. I mean, that's kind of been the pickup ever since they changed it. Like just, you know, 18% bonus damage for a hero with so much natural agi is insane.
Yeah, we definitely talked about the fact that Morphlings pick up the Vlad's. It gives you the mana region as well, and the armor. It's just overall so good.
Yeah. Looking at the Phylactery next, and I feel like that's when Skyward's going to feel a lot more comfortable trying to contribute to these fights. The Dark Ascension back up. They're ready to get going. Run straight into these two supports. Bloody Nine trying for the jump away, but the Rolling Thunder stolen again. Never give up. Just riding on through and getting the kill on both supports. Now, there is a pretty significant Ancient stack here that it looks like the side of Sporkface want to try and kill. They don't really have the best way of clearing through this, but they have magic damage. They will just throw their spells at it. This is a large chunk of net worth being denied from the Alchemist.
Liam just basically fitting the traditional position 3 role right now in this game. You know, just setting up fights, this Blink arena. Just such a good combination.
A bit awkward of a steal. The swashbuckle doesn't really bring him to the low ground, which is maybe where he wanted to be. Getting caught out, staying a bit too long. But he does establish a ward in that deep part of the triangle. So this could open up another opportunity later down the line, perhaps once it turns nighttime, for the Night Stalker to come back in and just rampage through Muzi. We'll have to keep an eye on that and see whether Bloody Nine does his due diligence of clearing out the vision established in this area. Unluck.
I'm rather interesting in what Muzi's building. He's going straight for the Radiance, as you know, Brewmasters tend to do from offlane Radiance builders.
Yeah.
But I find it very weird that he's going for this item right now.
Now, you don't get it. I mean, if you really think about it, you could also call Alchemist a Brewmaster, right? Basically. So really, it's the same thing. Yeah, they just
the concept
say,
is absolutely the same. Yeah,
it's exactly. Cosplay. You know, if you close your eyes, and also he could be riding a panda if you just close your eyes and don't look at what he's actually riding.
That would be an interesting skin if you think about it.
They really kind of
Yeah.
have it, right? They have some skins that make the Alchemist a little bit furry. Like
Yeah,
the
yeah,
most recent, I think the Christmas one had him like spout out some hair, make him look a bit like a teddy bear kind of thing.
exactly. And you get the beard skin as well, or
Yeah.
whatever. Overall, there are a lot of ways to make our heroes be very deviated from their original
Ooh,
concepts.
hold on. Wait, hold on. You talk about the Alchemist going for a weird build, but we know that Alchemists like Radiance. So even though it's offlane, it's not too crazy. But you know who else is going Radiance this game? Fate. He has a Secret Relic as well, and he's queuing up the Talisman of Evasion. He's just going to be all up in there doing magic damage from the skies. That's global warming in a nutshell.
But I just don't really understand. Like, if you don't know what the Morphling is going for after the Vlads, then why are you going for the Radiance? That's even confusing me even more.
Well, I think every time I see a build like this, my main opinion is that, okay, Fate believes that he will not be able to auto-attack as much as he'd like to in the fight. Because if you think about it, the standard build-up for a Night Stalker, if it's not a Blink Dagger, maybe it's something like an Echo Saber Harpoon eventually. But the fact that he's going for this build off of the pretty great start that he's had just implies to me that his main job, or at least the way he sees it, is that he wants to amplify his farm, number one, and amplify his presence on the map, even when it's not nighttime. And he wants to be able to do damage even when he's not auto-attacking. It's kind of hard.
Yeah.
Like, I get it, right? You're going to get soul bound up. There's a lot of different things you might run into in terms of the Rolling Thunder and the whole techie spiel. It's tough. And kind of getting an early BKB is going to ruin your game in terms of scaling. So I think this is a unique build from Fate, but I can definitely see where he's coming from.
I personally prefer the Blink Echo, with the Sinus and the jump onto the Void, but Liam is going to do the jump on and the avoiding as waveform. Up to that Twin Gate. Thana, he's just going to jump on him. In with the spear.
And connecting onto Skyward here, but I don't think there's anything else to be found. Yeah, Skyward will just be able to walk this one off. Has the phylactery completed as well, so the additional nice chunk of HP as well as just effective damage that he can put out. A Bloody 9 does get found here, forced the TP away. Heads up play, but in reality, even if he didn't, there were allies in the area to potentially help him out there.
Both sides, actually, if that fight would have formed, there's just TPs on almost all the heroes on both sides.
Was he still farming away, looking at that Blink Dagger next, top of the net worth? Unlucky, guessing wrong on that rune, and will be in a little bit of trouble. Just needs the Crippling Fear to end, but not enough. Henry is able to secure that with a nice Fate Bolt. And honestly, great setup to understand that Shifu will be looking for that.
Oh,
they're not done. They want to further use this Dark Ascension, chase down the Bloody 9. Reactive Taser will buy you some time, but the Spear actually going wide a little bit late from Liam. And Bloody 9 will be able to escape thanks to that blast off. So a bit of an awkward situation, and they walk away with nothing other than a angle kill.
It kind of looked like the spear went under him or something like that.
Yeah, he jumped over, he leapfrogged.
Exactly. Yeah. Avoided at all costs, basically.
Smoker jumping in. Thana seems to have had advance notice that this was coming and able to magic one up. The Inkswell still gonna pop, but no! The Morphling, he's gone a bit too deep by himself, not respecting the damage, and Fade is gonna tip through. Now, Muzi is running forward with his freshly minted Radiance, but I don't think he's doing nearly enough damage. Shifu?
How did that not hit?
I don't know. I'm asking the same question. Now, Liam, he will get hit though. Muzi able to convert that Inkswell connection. You jump out on the sidelines, getting sliced down. The reactive taser disarming the Sven for now. And Dragonsin, he's joined the fight from a very awkward angle, but it might just be enough space for Fate to work. Bumped back and forth here. You need to get the slices off, but the misses from the Radiance, and the Sven gets cut down. Yeah, I mean, that 20% evasion felt like 100% with the way that Sven sword was not even hitting its mark. Muzi getting away with a sliver of HP there, and big kill onto the Sven.
Yeah, I really liked the discipline where so where Degen Dinos just basically scattered away as soon as they saw Dragonsin, because they knew full well that he's gonna focus on Muzi, and he could have gone in the kill with the cleaves, right? But due to the fact that all he saw was Muzi, he was trying to get the Alchemist, and they do get the compensatory kill onto Tony.
Bro,
and
Muzi, what are you doing?
That's where, well, he just denies himself, so it's all fine.
Yeah, but like, he just walks in as if crippling fear isn't a thing. You can't cast the unstable concoction when you can't yell, look at him go. It's kind of how it works. It's the law of Dota. If you can't shout your spell name, just like in Harry Potter, it's not going to come out. And that's exactly what happened to that unstable concoction, unfortunately.
Do you believe that if you shout out the spell that you're doing, it's stronger?
Yeah, for sure. You got to charge the energy into it. Like, here's my... You know, can you imagine every time Pango swashbuckles, he goes like, swashbuckle! And it's just amplified by like 3 times because of the additional French.
I think it's kind of like pressing
Rolling
A on
Thunder! Not too bad, huh? You gotta,
it
at some
kinda-
point it starts sounding more like anime, like special attacks, and then you gotta slap the subtitles on the screen, and then there's like glowing aura around him and whatnot.
All I actually imagine is just Fate going, "Omae wa mou shindeiru" every time
Oh,
he
true.
presses Dark Ascension.
True. Yeah, that would be the case. And then, like, you know for a fact that if Sven had a line that he was shouting God Strength, it would be a dub, not a sub. Because I can't imagine you saying God Strength in a cool way. It's so lame. It'd be like some lame English voiceover, God Strength, or some shit
Oh,
like that. It's the most
God.
cringe thing in the universe.
But yeah, I actually had this bit before where I was like talking about the name of ultimates, and Arena of Blood takes it by a mile. Actually,
Does it actually?
it's so good. Arena of Blood.
You're telling me? Okay, that's fair.
It's so badass, you know. You
Is
gotta
it
say it with a
really?
little bit of a metal voice.
Okay, that's fair. What's the lamest ultimate name that you can think of? Who has the lamest ultimate? Actually, I need to go.
Dream Coil.
That's true. No, what about Grow? That's lame as
Oh.
shit. Like, who cares? As a Bloody 9 goes up in this top side, who kind of cares? To be honest, it's just a pause 5 techies. But
Nah.
it is daytime. I feel like every single kill that you get during daytime is quite significant because you're able to maintain map control in a way because of the number disparity. Yeah, well, I say
Henry?
number disparity. He's got a shield crash or just kind of hop on the spot. And,
Not Henry.
get killed off here. Get killed off here. There we go. Okay, thank you. Just had to say it twice. He still want to keep going. Whoa.
I don't
Okay,
think he
rolling
can get
thunder
that
up as well.
catch.
There is a
That's a
BKB
little
available
deep.
on this fan. He just needs to kind of bide his time and try and pop it. Nice Atos holding the Alchemist back. He's gonna stun himself. They pop the BKB on Dragon Sin, and now they're going for Muzi, starting to slice up with the BKB. He can just kind of walk this one off. Beautiful Soulbind, keeping both those aggressive heroes in place. Saying, sit down, time out. But Tony, he's gonna sort of get the vengeance of an angry teenage kid being punished by their mom.
There's
Now in
Liam.
jail, Liam with the Arena of Blood! Shifu does pop the BKB though, and now the Sven's in trouble. He doesn't have the BKB anymore, spends so much time whirling around that he just ends up going down. And Muzi, he's healed up to full. So in this extended engagement, it ends up being Degen Dinos that takes it away. And the connection, it's just not there from Sporkface. Dana now trying to juke through the trees, but a rebuke through it all. And Skybot will get another kill, double or nothing.
Kill's
And-
getting
oh
killed.
my God,
as-
no!
No, the double!
Don't
Wisdom
do it
Rune
to
for
him!
Shifu. Oh, the disrespect.
What were they doing? Why did they leave it there? It's
Oh,
been
that's the
7 whole
disrespect.
minutes.
That's the disrespect right there.
What, Henry didn't need EXP? I know that's a lie. He's level 10.
Henry,
Oh,
you had one job.
Oh, nice. Good one, bro. It's so adaptive. Okay. What the hell? How'd they let that happen? Everyone's on time with the wisdom runes, and now you're just kind of giving over EXP advantage to Grimstroke, who has that level 2 soul by now. Very cool. And Bloody 9, who just, proximity mines every single level in there is just additional magic resistance reduction, which can play such a big part in Skyward's little adaptive strikes coming out. So, I mean, big kind of misstep there. I don't even think they realize. They probably have it in the back of their mind, but they're a bit preoccupied here. I don't blame them, right?
Skyward
One
with
game
the
away
combo.
from losing in this grand finals. They've had a relatively flawless run so far, Sporkface, but really being pushed to the limits here by Degen Dinos. Couple of great back and forth games so far in this grand finals, but Degen Dinos, they can smell it coming ever closer with the Kanda complete on the Morphling and the Aegis in his pocket. Should feel comfortable enough to keep it pushing here, as the BKB being prepared as well. Skyward, he's going to be very, very hard to take down.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to defend this tier 2 tower down on the bottom. Although Dark Ascension is available, you'd rather just set up for your own safe lane push. You know, it's
Yeah.
the natural yin yang of the map anyway.
True. I think this is kind of where the Night Stalker last pick was lit in theory, but now I'm just wondering whether it actually has enough damage throughout the fight, because even if it went for the build that you talked about, the Echo Saber and the Blink, I'm not very sure whether it could still kill the Morphling. Actually, when I was looking at the last pick, I was kind of half thinking, okay, maybe we put this Mars in the off lane, and then we play something like a Koto mid, because we're clearly seeing a Spirit Vessel on this team would have been killer.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Cuddle would have been my number one choice as well, and it was available as well.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So-
But I mean, I guess this is where it's, for example, and I know we're sort of beating a dead horse here, but if Babatich was here, I think that'd be a hero that he's way more comfortable playing. But given that you have sort of two primarily off-lane players, sort of play the initiating utility mid laners instead, and that's kind of where we have this Mars situation. Chasing down onto Fade. It is daytime and they can see him right there. He doesn't look quite as menacing.
Oh,
the Inkspell will
no.
connect and chase down.
He even
punch
used Dark
through a-
Ascension.
Yeah, I mean, you morph into the Night Stalker and you get Hunter in the night as well. So it's like,
Oh no.
you're moving quick.
It's
Voice
not
lines
like
coming
this.
out. Starting to march forward here. Aegis still another 3 minutes, but on the docket is that BKB, like we mentioned, Skyward, Aegis or not, he's going to be feeling very, very impervious to the shenanigans that Sporkface have. And I mean, even if he doesn't pop the BKB in time, somewhere along the lines, if he gets the shot, there's only Crippling Fear that silences. Everything else on the Sporkface lineup is a stun, which he's going to be able to attribute shift through. I mean, unless you steal Grimstroke's dead wife on Henry, right? Then that's a different story. But apart from that,
I'm rather looking at the question of how will Liam initiate these fights, because
it's
now
tough.
the arena is starting to be less and less of an issue,
Yeah.
especially with the Morphling BKB coming out, as you mentioned. It's a domino effect.
Yeah, they
Of
will
course,
even
Lucy
snatch away
has
the
it as well.
Tormentor. I mean, this entire left section of the map seems to be forgotten territory from Sporkface. First losing the double wisdoms there, and now the Tormentor just slipping out of their hands as well. It is a roll up, so a very convenient shot to get for this Pango. Would have minded on the techies as well, but oh, the mines just
Ooh,
giving
stolen.
them a clear idea of where their opponents are. Like you mentioned, Henry is setting up vision in this area. They're diving through now, looking for an angle. Liam will set up the walls of the arena, trying to work down Muzi, but he's healing up pretty nicely. Gets the BKB turnaround as the Sven trying to chop through onto Bloody Nine. With the BKB, should be able to slice him up. But Dragon Sin is in trouble. The chase down, it's too much damage. Skyward is able to clean that baby up. Tony
Here's
does pay the
Shifu.
price, but Skyward with his own BKB pop should be able to punch down onto Liam. Rolling Thunder with the chase down. He might have the shields up, but he got nowhere to go. Waveform through the spear. And you can't connect that on water. It slips right through. Muzi able to chase down the Rubik, preventing any further proximity mine shenanigans. As the key important heroes on Degen Dinos still stay alive. Sure, you pay with your supports, but you get what you came for, and you still keep the Aegis intact. You can go on to high ground here, actually.
Honestly, gonna tell you, I think Shifu's in his mind. He's playing Sonic the Hedgehog. This is not even Dota for him anymore.
Yeah.
Do I see targets? I got to roll on them.
Yeah.
Although Muzi, I just
Okay,
get
no
caught
BKB.
here.
Muzi dropping a little bit low here. Fate started to do some work with the magic damage, popping his own BKB. He will knock down Muzi, but it comes at the cost of Dana again. That's why the Degen Dino should be able to join back up with their team. The outpost area, Fate is patrolling it. Very heads-up play. And the Sports choose to take the safe route instead. So not falling prey to the Night Stalker. This Dark Ascension ending, they can just rinse and repeat. But no need to push the issue for now, especially with Muzi out of the picture.
I mean, just the sheer amount of gold lead right now you have at 28 minutes, and I just don't know how you address this as if you're Sporkface. It's the exact same thing that happened last game, you know? They just find the perfect build. Not much of an outdraft as last time, because Liam had some significant impact in the early mid game, but you know, we are slowly but surely approaching that high ground back and forth, which we usually call the late game, and it's starting to look a little rough around the edges for Sporkface Killaz.
I mean, it's been looking rough around the edges, right? It feels like their main opening in these fights is the BKB timing. On the flip side, Degen Dinos, they have so many ways of just controlling and putting you down. The Soulbind is the big one that I keep looking at where, Fate, he's largely been able to dodge out the control thanks to the BKB. But as we get later and later in the game and those durations wind down and you need to sort of basically burst this Morphling 100 to 0, you have the tools for it, but it's not going to feel very comfortable or easy to do. Tormentor being taken now. Maybe a shot for Skyward, so he's going to be able to attribute shift regardless of the situation. Now working through to that Skadi as well. So 3 strength heroes, very, very tanky. All of that HP is just going to work against him now.
Yeah, with Scotty almost finished, this is going to be a right-clicking tsunami right now.
Yeah.
Liam? Mars might just get caught here, or not. I think Dragon Sin setting up with the day for the Daedalus.
Has an
Desperation
complete.
time.
Straight on to Shifu. Nice little slice through and the spear to the wall. Nowhere for him to run. Fate will jump forward looking for more. Has found Tony. A good set of pickoffs for them to try and take back some control of the game. Now, Skyward also pop the BKB and TP out. It's a lot of physical damage, but it's just barely not enough. This notoriously is a very high armor hero after all. And not to mention he has the Defiant Shell.
Bloody Nine with the pause.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably taking some time to tell his team, hey, Bloody, I guess I need to get the hell out of here, but I think he's a bit too late. He already sees the blink animation. Fate is coming for his head, so I think he's dead, but maybe just taking some time I'm sure there's a legitimate reason for it, but I'm sure somebody's also saying like, hey guys, let's be a bit more careful because we can still very much die here, right? We need to make sure we're sticking together and playing together. If not, this exact situation is going to happen where you give over 3 kills for free.
To be honest, Bloody Nine has no idea that Fate is coming.
I think he has an idea.
Well, check the fog map.
I mean, it's not so much the fog map, it's just kind of game sense, right? Because if you think about like where the Night Stalker just was, you just showed on the wave at bot side. So there's no reason for them not to swoop in here and try and kill you. Because if not, they would have already shown on the mid
For sure,
wave.
in terms of numbers, but I don't know where. I don't think Bloody Nine knows the approach angle, is what I'm
That's
saying.
fair. Well, with Night Stalker, that's the beauty. It could be from literally anywhere, as long as it's a stalking phase.
Love
Bloody
from
Nine
the
will try and
skies,
TP
but
out.
that's an easy hide for Bloody Nine. Well played.
Small little
Well
cute
played, my
play
friend.
that kind of came out from Fate. He intentionally turned off his radiance, maybe not to alert the techies to his presence, but still didn't work out. Heads up play from Bloody Nine to get out there. It is currently daytime, so could be an opening for Degen Dinos to fight once that Pango comes back alive, but there's an AD rune for Dragon Sin as well, so definitely not something you're too comfortable facing up into.
Yeah, well, not all is lost. We're playing until one of the Ancients falls, so I must say, Sporkface Killaz with a decent recovery during this time. Slowly but surely, the cores are catching up. Lean has fallen off very hard, as it's the Beastmaster situation all over again. To be honest with you.
Yeah. It kind of feels like he just can't keep up because he's so busy setting up these fights, right? And being the first person into the arenas and whatnot. More often than not, he's losing his life as well. And it's just really reflecting in terms of the net worth.
Yeah, and those kinds of plays are kind of worth it if you're position 3 and you're getting those kills. But as we said, he's right now in this team, he is fulfilling that traditional offlaner role. And his aggressive executions need to lead to kills.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is. If you don't get those, you are slowly but surely falling behind again and again and again and again. As Muzi with the bottom approach. Has the Disperser now on the Alchemist as well.
Yeah, he's going to be zigzagging his way out of any sign of trouble. Maybe
The
it's enough
phase
move
boots on
speed to
top.
just outrun the Crippling Fear as well, which will be pretty funny.
I guess that's possible, but you got to have the Order of Disperser and Phase Boots to get that, because There's also phase boots on Fade, and you'd want that 20% extra to be as much as possible.
Yeah. BKB now, as well as the Blink for Fate. We saw it revealed in that fight, as well as the Gem. Now working on the Nullifier to try and punch through perhaps a Glimmer, any sort of other shenanigans like the Force that the Techies has. Of course, one picked up by Tony as well. But the Roche does respawn, so Degen Dinos making a beeline straight for it, and they'll start off second Aegis and the Roshan banner. Paul crazy.
Well, they're gonna seem to be getting it. As I'm rather more interested in what Dragonson's doing at the top lane. We'll get the Aghanim Scepter, and he's going for the Divine Rapier and Revenant's Brooch.
Wow. I mean, he already had the Aghanim Scepter since the previous fight, but this is a very interesting build. I guess he's just realizing that up against the Morphling and up against all this armor, he needs to cut through that noise with the damage, and he has that in spades, right? So it's a very interesting build. Kind of reminds me of the Amar Mars build, where he went for this insane physical burst converted to magical thanks to Revenants. It seems like something that both Dragonsin and Liam have decided are their best options ahead, which is pretty interesting. Skyward banging on the high ground now. Like I mentioned, it doesn't feel like it because of how much of a slow drain it's been. But Degen Dinos, they are one game away from taking the championship. Oh, nice little play there from the Snapfire. Just snipes down that Roshan banner, so denying any additional pressure coming through from that mid lane. Additional creeps won't have any sort of buff on them. That's not going to stop Skyward from just continuing to beat down on this tower, though.
Beat down and a shutdown. Skyward just keep on right-clicking. He doesn't care. He's got Aegis. He's got everything.
Still he's lag coming out. Bit awkward because from the way that they're posturing, it really looks like Sporkface are about to make that jump. How do they choose to execute this fight, though? They need to be basically perfect if they want to kill Skyward. Seems like there's some packet loss going on. That's rough. You have no vision of the rest of the team, and everybody on Degen Dinos more than ready to respond. Take a look at the distance they're keeping away from their Morphling as well, because they understand if the Night Stalker just pops his ult, they'll get full vision. So they need to make sure that they're backed up enough. That's comfortable. The only people presenting themselves outside of the morph is Muzi, ready to potentially blink in for counter initiation. The Spurser is morphling out of there.
Yeah, absolutely. That should be the move here. But overall,
could see the fight break out. Still is that second life on the morphling.
I just really gotta see the attempt. Even though you'd have, of course, the shard switching over is quite tough, as looks like Sporkface Killaz are not responding.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe they have them all muted. They could have all the 5 enemies of the enemy muted for sure.
Nah,
if they wanted to.
Back into the game. Let's see whether there's a goal or not. Dark Ascension being popped, starting to chase down. They're just trying to bait any sort of a response as Fate, giving as much vision as possible straight into the minefield, but has the BKB to block against most of that damage. Looks like Tony is gonna go down to the Night Stalker, but meanwhile, controlled up on the front lines is Skyward, popping the BKB, trying to focus on Liam, but here comes Dragonstin, chopping away, but he can't fight into Muzi, just getting rolled down and controlled. The Sven is dead. You're gonna come through with the Cookie. Thena able to dole that one out, trying to finish off on the Alchemist. The concoction will be thrown out by Henry as well. Skyward, he's being kited around this fight, but Shifu and him are able to clean up as a response. Liam had to buy back in that engagement, and Fade, with his Dark Ascension ending, can't stick around any longer. They still keep the Morphling intact. This time it is Sporkface Killaz. Time to pause, maybe reassess the situation, maybe just a bit of lag. But they weren't able to kill the big target. The Morphling still stands and can just bark up back to this barracks and take it down.
I think Radiant sucks.
What face indeed. If I'm Henry, I'm absolutely frustrated. Like, you know, you're the enemy's at match point and they're in a sitch like that. I'd be a little, you know, baffled.
Wait, am I misunderstanding something here? What's the sitch?
I don't know what Fade means by disc.
Doesn't he mean Discord? Like his Discord has
more
issues?
More than likely.
What would there? I mean, that's his own teammate. You know what I mean? Now, what facing your own teammate? Hey, don't you want to hear him when he shouts Dark Ascension in all chat?
It's rather a question of executions now. But I don't know if Sporkface Kills have anything left in the tank.
I mean, for now, it's going to be an even harder affair to deal with Skyward, especially without your Sven or your
There's the
additional
attempt.
follow-up from this. Not like that. I mean, a little bit awkward. The lift couldn't come through, and that spear is not going to do a thing. Skyward, he's still subject to all these little projectiles being thrown out at him, though, but Shifu now able to come through and try and bodyguard his Morphling. It is nighttime now, natural nighttime. And
I
Skyward
don't know
will
if
show some
Skyward
respect and back
cares.
up.
I don't think he should care, but I guess evidently he's going to be a bit more peaceful.
Yeah, I mean, no point losing the Aegis when there's two more minutes on it, right? You want to sort of milk it for the most, and trying to go aggressive there doesn't really net you anything compared to just waiting. Especially if everybody else on Sporkface respawning. Last thing you want is to be too far ahead that your team can't help and the ult isn't even sort of back in the game just yet.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to see who Fade's going to target with this nullifier as. Oh, anyone, I guess.
Yep, Tony going down again, not able to get a single spell off. Very unfortunate. Some Multimus Kisses come through. Dragon Sin starting to run up into the techies and able to kill him off. Skyward taking quite a bit of damage, but able to turn around and deliver onto the Sven. Here comes the waveform forward. He's morphed into the Night Stalker. The crippling fear all around him. He's ready to just get going with the Skadi. He's slowing down onto Thena. And he try and TP out onto Liam. Denied by that adaptive strike. Perfect fight played by Skyward as he morphs into the Night Stalker and says, "Oh, you've made it nighttime. That's convenient."
Yeah, with a fallen backline there, really undeterred on the side of Degen Dinos. As Muzi straight for the tier 4s.
Oh, they're ready to get it going. They can smell their victory. They can smell their championship. They're 1,500 US dollars on the line, ready for the taking. There's only 2 members of Sporkface left, but arguably the strongest one, Fade. With his Radiance, with his unique build on this Night Stalker, hasn't really done it this game. Has tried his best to hold the fort, but he doesn't have a buyback. If he gets caught out, it is curtains. Maybe they're going to wait for Henry to come back. Another 3 seconds, forcing the issue now. Gets Abyssal Bladed up and just controlled. The Night Stalker, he needs to get out of here. The Cookie as well, just to create the distance with Muzi, just running forward. Not scared of a thing. The beef between Henry and Muzi gets clapped as Muzi stomps him into the ground. And GG is called. You have your new champions. There won't be a repeat. Sporkface can't scoop this one up despite their best efforts. And Degen Dinos will be your NADCL Season 6 champions here.
I'm absolutely not surprised. This team has marched nonchalantly through the lower bracket, and lower bracket runs, I can tell you from personal experience, they're gruesome. They're tiring. It's just match after match after match. You have to play every day, every consecutive. Of course, our tournament format is a little different. We play over the weekends, but yeah, you at any time of the turn, you can get eliminated. And Degen Dinos, they have gone through the gauntlet and have made it through the lower bracket, and this was beautiful.
Yeah,
a clean 2-0. A bit of a stumble in game number 1, giving away the Broodmother, and then the complete shutdown. Yeah. They give them another lesson: never buy the freaking Conda, and never let us get Broodmother. Done.
Yeah. I mean, after they sort of got that little Broodmother out of the picture, it was just clear cut from there. Very I guess you could kind of tell the limitations for this time Sporkface Killaz, because as much as, I keep saying beating a dead horse, but you got to imagine that the scenes would be a little bit different if Babatich was here, right? Like if he was able to just kind of bring that undisputed force in the mid lane to go toe-to-toe with Shifu's performances throughout this series, I think it might have been a bit closer. I still think maybe Degen Dinos would have been able to edge it out because, I mean, they've just been on fire. I think specifically Bloody 9 as well as Skyward really impressed me today. And yeah, and I think, of course, we want to speak to the winners. We want to congratulate our champions. So that is enough for us. Dodai, any last words you want to say before we send it back to our panel?
Yeah, it's always awesome to be here at NADCL, the best and best based region in the world.
Hell yeah. And yeah, always appreciative that I just get adopted like this. But of course, we won't take any more of your time. Let's bring it to the true stars of the show. Panel, take it away with our interview.
Cool. Well, thank you so much, folks. It was a lovely to have you on with the cast. Always bringing the energy, always bringing the fun. So super appreciative that you guys were able to join us. So Haynes, Bard, break it down for me. What happened in that game?
I mean, the support duo, like we talked about from Degen Dinos, able to sort of secure them that early game. And then the Sven from Sporkface, I feel like it was never really able to get online, do what it wanted to do. It's 0-2 on the day. So Believers and Sven are in shambles.
Yeah, it was tough. We saw that earlier. It was kind of ineffective. It kept getting kited against that Wind Ranger, and we saw that same kind of thing happen during this game as well. Wasn't super effective. I know Skyward mentioned he didn't really rate the hero super highly. Was there any other hero that you think that would have been better in that situation? Kind of looking back at it.
I mean, I think they definitely needed something to address the Alk better. What hero that would be? I don't know, maybe something like a Lifestealer, but I'll be honest, I don't know that much about draft analysis, but you know who does is Skyward. Welcome back to the call.
How we doing? I think. Well, what am I? I'm the winningest player in any DCL now. What is that? 3 titles?
3 titles. That is
3 titles. Yeah, I think so.
Wow. That's how you feeling, man? I know you said you don't get too high, but like you said, 3 titles. Just one again. You feeling a little bit up now?
I mean, I feel great. I think we put together a real squad. I think I was really happy with all 4 of my teammates. Everyone just got better and better as the season progressed. And I genuinely couldn't ask for a better team, a better owner. Our owner Nick, he believed in the 5 squad. A lot of our players didn't go for much in the draft, but I think we proved a lot of people wrong. We upset some tier lists, I think, and now we won it.
Yeah, C tier team, by the way.
Yep, we do.
Can you do a little bit more reflection on the season? What were some of the highs and lows that you noticed?
I mean, honestly, every game kind of felt like a high, or it felt like we were with every win we were getting better. And I think this series especially kind of it feels like almost the best way to win an ADCL, because for most of the league, most people thought Sporkface was undoubtedly the best team. And back when we played them in groups, we were missing a mid laner and we FF'd. And, granted, maybe there's an asterisk because, they don't have Babatich, and that's unfortunate, but we got to play the hand we're dealt. And so it feels great. I mean, there are some lows. Obviously, we lose upper bracket. It's a little rough, but we're ready to bounce back. And honestly, just every game through the lower bracket, we just kept getting stronger and stronger. The momentum built and took it home.
Yeah, absolutely. One other question here for you. That Brood pick or ban, I think, was kind of the defining factor, especially for those first couple of games. Was it an intentional choice to let that Brood through, knowing that it was a best of 5 and you kind of afford to give it away?
Yeah, so game 1, we thought they might take it. We had some ideas about how to beat it. We were a little wrong in our approach, or our execution wasn't the greatest. So game 2, we basically sat down and I said, look, guys, they beat us in a game where it wasn't really a Dota game, right? That's kind of what Brood does. Makes it a fake Dota game. So game 2, we were like, okay, let's make it a fake Dota game. And that's kind of what happened, right? They shut me down at the early game, but I was just sitting there ratting the whole game. Shifu was owning. We had Muzi owning on the Axe. They had great matchups and they really played to that. And then it just became a BO3 afterwards. The hero was banned for the rest. And I think game 3 was really where I think this is where it was decided, because we beat them in a normal Dota game, right? We're picking normal drafts. There's no weird cheese going on or anything like that. And we beat them straight up, right? So we beat them in a fake game and we beat them in a real one. So we were confident that after game 3, especially, that we kind of had it.
Right, usually give it
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we have Muzi and B9 here. I'm curious to hear from some of them. Muzi, that Alchemist, it's been an absolute terror throughout the season. We saw it win earlier in the series here. We saw it win now. What are the keys that you have that make this offlane Alchemist such an effective hero? Uzi, I don't know. Are you here?
No, we just got the Muzi JPEG. I mean, I could do a Muzi impression maybe.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
I mean, you know, it's like we pick the Alchemist in the off lane. You know, I cook every single game, regardless of my hero, regardless of my role. I'll play safe lane, I'll play off lane. It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna go cook, and that's exactly what happened. They gave me too much room, and you know what happened in this case. It's just we wrap it up.
Wow, that was a great Muzi impression. I love it. Bloody Nine, I think I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the draft strategies. So we saw Sporkface in that last game in game 4 value Radiant over first pick, which was kind of weird given the contention around the Brood hero. Do you think that was a mistake given all the, you know, the importance of the Brood first ban, or do you think they correctly valued Radiant over that first pick?
I mean, it's hard to say. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
All right, because I noticed that they played second pick like 9 or 10 games in a row on their recent drafts, so I wanted to take first pick from them. And then I think like even though first pick was probably more important for this series, they were just going with what was comfortable for them. So it's fine to just stick with that, and in the end it just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So last question here before I'll let Bard and Hames step in here. We never ended up getting to see the Shifu Storm Spirit, and he has been an absolute treasure to watch on that hero. Was that ever a consideration for the grand finals or the earlier series today? Was that Shifu Storm?
I thought we played it in the earlier game today. I think it might have been in the game that wasn't ticketed for some reason.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm pretty sure we played it. But yeah, like Shifu Storm is pretty broken. I think they banned it. Yeah, they banned it in one of these games as well, this last game. So we were thinking about picking it in this game. But Shifu's actually pretty versatile. He plays a lot of heroes, got like 400 games on several mids. He's like been a mid player for a lot of years, so we're pretty confident on whatever like spirit or kind of like mage hero he's on.
Yeah, we saw that a bunch with the Storm, with the Invoker. He had some fantastic Invoker plays during that 80-minute game earlier in the day. But I've asked enough questions. I'm gonna go kick it over to Bard. What questions do you have for Skyward, Muzi, B9, winners of NADCL Season 6?
Yeah. I mean, here you guys are. What is it? 7 games on the day. Does that get to you guys at all? Having to play 7 semi-pro matches in a day? Do you feel fatigued at all?
I guess. You want this one, bro?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm definitely a bit tired. Like we played a lot yesterday, played today. I've been scrimming with another team as well, so a little burnt out from Dota. But you know, you just have to like take it into account. Like you see what you're going up against in a final day. There's potentially 8 games. Like make sure to handle all of the out of game stuff and let the in-game stuff just handle itself. Like make sure your draft is good and make sure you've eaten, make sure you slept, drank a lot of water, whatever. And you know, play Dota naturally.
Yeah, that makes sense. Game 3 here in the grand finals. That was you guys played the Disruptor, Weaver, Puck. I feel like that game was just an absolute stomp in your guys' favor. And my analysis was that you guys just won it in the draft, but I'm curious if there are any cool like gameplay sort of tricks you guys used to stomp that game so hard.
I would say for me in that game, because I think my play might have been one of the more unorthodox things. One thing that I like a lot with like these Weavers, these Spectres, is you're really mobile, right? Just in terms of even the whole map. So like you'll notice, I'm level 4. I TP bot because I know this morph isn't going to expect it, right? And I'm already winning my top lane. So I think with that draft, it was well rounded enough to the point where we were able to win one lane and sort of take that momentum and bleed it into other lanes, right? I'm able to go buy, and then we smoke bot after a kill, and we go kill mid. It's all about just taking what was like a really good draft, taking the one lanes and bleeding that momentum throughout the entire map. And that's kind of what happens in a game like that, where we're just like one tempo ahead of the other team the whole time.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Game 2, you guys picked Leshrac, and it's not a completely dead hero, but I feel like Leshrac isn't seen too often nowadays. I guess just what was the thought process behind that pick?
That one, Leshrac just got a little buff actually in the last C patch, and it's been getting looked at a little bit more. And so that's a combination of that. It's really mostly it was the Naga that like prompted it. It's
Okay.
just a good hero versus Naga, and then since it's been buffed, since it's been played at Dream League, we felt like it's a decent hero. And then Shifu says he plays it a lot. He's like a master Leshrac. So all those combined, we just went for it. We never played it before though, but it worked out.
Nice. I like the confidence to pick at least for your team, picking an unpicked hero here in the grand finals. Definitely shows that you guys are comfortable with where you're at. So I guess that's all I have. Hames, you have anything to ask?
I just have one question for all of you guys.
Mhm.
Let's say you're still playing for next season. Who are you looking for to play with?
As a team or what?
Like a important, like a certain player that you want to play with.
To be honest, Bloody Knight was a pretty good teammate, so I would like to play with him again.
Thank you.
All right. Let's Bloody Nine and Skyward. Let's hear from you, and you cannot say anyone currently on your team.
No one on the team. I'll
Yeah.
go first, I guess. I don't know, just like somebody I'm friends with, I guess, like Flea or Yamson or like Boris or whoever.
Cool. Skyward, what about you?
Yeah. So see, initially, I should say before the season started, I was chatting up with Brennan. You know, I was saying, look, me and Victor have teamed over the years, and I like what they're doing over that Sporkface they won last season. And I was like, you guys should pick me up. You know, I'll come play care for you guys, and I'll bring home a championship. And they didn't bid on me. And so we get to this grand finals, and I'm playing, you know, the team that I wanted to join the most at the start of the season, and you know, we have to put down the business, show them that maybe they made the wrong decision. But look, you know, this might be my last NADCL season. You know, I will say I might hang up the headphones for this one. I'll see where it takes me. But yeah, I 100% would. Honestly, I'm down to play for anyone. I've been lucky 2 teams in a row. Got Bullish on. I got this team as well. So as long as the vibes are up, you know, give me anybody.
Perfect. I love to hear that. Can you share a little bit more about your decision to hang up the headphones? This is the first time I'm hearing about that. I'm sure the fans are questionable or really want to see you play some more.
Yeah, so I think with NADCL, I mean, I'll have to look at the next format at least, but this format was pretty draining, pretty time consuming for me, and I think I would benefit more personally from just like going hard, you know, grinding the pubs. You know, I'm almost a 9K, and so you know maybe I come back next season if the format's a little more forgiving. But I will say it was kind of hectic. So at least for now, unless there's like some changes in how that's going to go down. I don't know how willing I am to play next season.
Yep, totally understand. And I'm sure PPD will sit down and gather all the feedback and make those changes to make sure that players are taken care of and their concerns are addressed as well. All right, Bard, Hames, I know we've kept you guys on for long. You got
Hold on, bro. I have one more question for Muzi.
What's
Sure.
up?
Hey, Muzi, why so humble, bro? Where's the tip?
Where's that? I mean, the guy that was tipping me was, you know, this guy Henry, and you know, you guys know what he is. You know, I know what he is. So I don't know. I don't think there's a reason for me to tip him back. I just
Oh,
let him
so
be him.
humble.
You know, he wants to, you know, be like how he is. So
All right. Congrats, bro. Congrats, bro.
yeah, thank you.
Congrats to all the players, all the winners. You know, special congrats to Degen Dinos. Fantastic grand final series to really end it, and we're all looking forward to next season.
Y'all mind if I give a few shout outs real quick? I got a little.
Go for it. All
right. So first, I'm gonna name them individually because they deserve it. Shout out to B9, Tony, Muzi, Shifu. You know, this is a team that I'll be honest. I used to have some history with Muzi. We used to beef it up. But hey, hell of a teammate, hell of a player. We worked things out real quickly. He was adaptive. He was, you know, we listened, and the team owned. Shifu especially like blew me out of the water with how consistent he was. And then one more shout out to Nick, our owner, obviously believing in us, and Xeriscape also for helping me. You know, we had a lot of comms about maybe some draft stuff, maybe some gameplay. So yeah, you know, I've been blessed with a great team and great people around me. So it's been a pleasure.
Cool.
B9 Muzi, any shout out?
Shout out to Hames, that guy. You know, he was telling me good luck. So you know that really made me win this NADCL.
Let's go, bro.
He's kind of bad in pops though. He's actually really bad.
All right, Bloody Nine, you got anything for us?
Yeah, shout out my girlfriend Sarah.
Nice.
Nice.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for joining afterwards, and again, congrats on your win. Really looking forward to next season. That's it from us here at the final day for NADCL. You know, looking forward to next season, and you know, we'll see you guys here shortly.